Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Σας απασχολεί το μέλλον σας. Οι σπουδές των παιδιών σας. Η δημιουργία σημαντικού κεφαλαίου. Στην Εθνική Ασφαλιστική σχεδιάζουμε μαζί και υλοποιούμε τις επενδυτικές σας ανάγκες με το Full Life Plan από μόλις 70 ευρώ το μήνα. Επενδύστε από σήμερα σε ένα άνετο μέλλον με το Full Life Plan από την Εθνική Ασφαλιστική.
DEPA is the company that introduced natural gas to the Greek market. In 2020, DEPA split its activities into 3 new companies in order to optimize its operations. DEPA Commercial is a modern and competitive group of companies with a dynamic presence in the energy sector and substantial contribution to the development of the Greek economy. With the continuous expansions of its natural gas infrastructure, DEPA Commercial is aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the eastern Mediterranean Sea, covering more and more regions of the country. The company participates in international projects which turn Greece into a regional energy hub, safeguarding at the same time the diversification of supply sources and routes to the benefit of the country and consumers. The 3 main activity axes of DEPA Commercial are natural gas commerce, international infrastructure, and participation in development programs. DEPA Commercial introduced CNG as a vehicle fuel in Greece. Physicon is the company's CNG brand. Fisico Aéreo is a 100% subsidiary of DEPA Commercial and one of the biggest natural gas suppliers to end customers in Greece. DEPA Commercial is the main importer of pipe and liquefied natural gas, LNG, in Greece. The company's experience in the domestic market ensures the optimal coupling between international supply and indigenous demand. The company is also one of the main partners of the Poseidon Med-2 project, aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the eastern Mediterranean Sea. DEPA Commercial participated in the Synergy project, which was completed in March 2020. The Synergy project is a holistic approach towards the establishment of a natural gas system in Cyprus, aiming to end the energy isolation of the island by establishing strategic synergies between the sectors of energy and transport. Supergreen aims to bring forward a holistic approach towards the electrification and utilization of alternative fuels of shipping in Greece by implementing innovative technological systems based on a market-oriented approach. The action relates to the construction and operation of one hybrid LNG and electric propulsion system catamaran vessel that will connect the core TEN-T port of Piraeus to other ports of the comprehensive TEN-T network. The action also involves the purchase of 2 LNG semi-trailers for the refueling of the hybrid catamaran vessel. Blue Hubs upgrades important parts of the Orient-East Med corridor by providing LNG and CNG bunkering and refueling facilities in the core TEN-T ports of Piraeus and Heraklion in Greece, and the core TEN-T port of Limassol in Cyprus, and by setting a new intermodal sea-based system integrated in the logistic chain. DEPA Commercial is also constructing an LNG bunkering vessel to ensure a critical level of LNG supply and unlock the demand for LNG. The company is a member of the Research Consortium for the implementation of the Secure Gas project, funded by the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program. DEPA Commercial plays a key role in the transition to a new clean energy era. The company is the co-chair of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance and coordinates the White Dragon project that combines use of renewable energy sources with green hydrogen. The company is setting all the conditions that will transform Greece into an energy hub for the whole region of southeastern Europe.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Σας απασχολεί το μέλλον σας. Οι σπουδές των παιδιών σας. Η δημιουργία σημαντικού κεφαλαίου. Στην Εθνική Ασφαλιστική σχεδιάζουμε μαζί και υλοποιούμε τις επενδυτικές σας ανάγκες με το Full Life Plan από μόλις 70 ευρώ το μήνα. Επενδύστε από σήμερα σε ένα άνετο μέλλον με το Full Life Plan από την Εθνική Ασφαλιστική.
DEPA is the company that introduced natural gas to the Greek market. In 2020, DEPA split its activities into 3 new companies in order to optimize its operations. DEPA Commercial is a modern and competitive group of companies with a dynamic presence in the energy sector and substantial contribution to the development of the Greek economy. With the continuous expansions of its natural gas infrastructure, DEPA Commercial is aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, covering more and more regions of the country. The company participates in international projects which turn Greece into a regional energy hub, safeguarding at the same time the diversification of supply sources and routes to the benefit of the country and consumers. The 3 main activity axes of DEPA Commercial are natural gas commerce, international infrastructure, and participation in development programs. DEPA Commercial introduced CNG as a vehicle fuel in Greece. Physicon is the company's CNG brand. Fysiko Aereo is a 100% subsidiary of DEPA Commercial and one of the biggest natural gas suppliers to end customers in Greece. DEPA Commercial is the main importer of pipe and liquefied natural gas, LNG, in Greece. The company's experience in the domestic market ensures the optimal coupling between international supply and indigenous demand. The company is also one of the main partners of the Poseidon Med-2 project, aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the eastern Mediterranean Sea. DEPA Commercial participated in the Synergy project, which was completed in March 2020. The Synergy project is a holistic approach towards the establishment of a natural gas system in Cyprus, aiming to end the energy isolation of the island by establishing strategic synergies between the sectors of energy and transport. Supergreen aims to bring forward a holistic approach towards the electrification and utilization of alternative fuels of shipping in Greece by implementing innovative technological systems based on a market-oriented approach. The action relates to the construction and operation of one hybrid LNG and electric propulsion system catamaran vessel that will connect the core TEN-T port of Piraeus to other ports of the comprehensive TEN-T network. The action also involves the purchase of 2 LNG semi-trailers for the refueling of the hybrid catamaran vessel. Blue Hubs upgrades important parts of the Orient-East Med corridor by providing LNG and CNG bunkering and refueling facilities in the core TEN-T ports of Piraeus and Heraklion in Greece, and the core TEN-T port of Limassol in Cyprus, and by setting a new intermodal sea-based system integrated in the logistic chain. DEPA Commercial is also constructing an LNG bunkering vessel to ensure a critical level of LNG supply and unlock the demand for LNG. The company is a member of the Research Consortium for the implementation of the Secure Gas project, funded by the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program. DEPA Commercial plays a key role in the transition to a new clean energy era. The company is the co-chair of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance and coordinates the White Dragon project that combines use of renewable energy sources with green hydrogen. The company is setting all the conditions that will transform Greece into an energy hub for the whole region of southeastern Europe.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Σας απασχολεί το μέλλον σας. Οι σπουδές των παιδιών σας. Η δημιουργία σημαντικού κεφαλαίου. Στην Εθνική Ασφαλιστική σχεδιάζουμε μαζί και υλοποιούμε τις επενδυτικές σας ανάγκες με το Full Life Plan από μόλις 70 ευρώ το μήνα. Επενδύστε από σήμερα σε ένα άνετο μέλλον με το Full Life Plan από την Εθνική Ασφαλιστική.
DEPA is the company that introduced natural gas to the Greek market. In 2020, DEPA split its activities into 3 new companies in order to optimize its operations. DEPA Commercial is a modern and competitive group of companies with a dynamic presence in the energy sector and substantial contribution to the development of the Greek economy. With the continuous expansions of its natural gas infrastructure, DEPA Commercial is aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, covering more and more regions of the country. The company participates in international projects which turn Greece into a regional energy hub, safeguarding at the same time the diversification of supply sources and routes to the benefit of the country and consumers. The three main activity axes of DEPA Commercial are natural gas commerce, international infrastructure, and participation in development programs. DEPA Commercial introduced CNG as a vehicle fuel in Greece. Physicon is the company's CNG brand. Fysiko Aereo is a 100% subsidiary of DEPA Commercial and one of the biggest natural gas suppliers to end customers in Greece. DEPA Commercial is the main importer of pipe and liquefied natural gas, LNG, in Greece. The company's experience in the domestic market ensures the optimal coupling between international supply and indigenous demand. The company is also one of the main partners of the Poseidon Med-2 project, aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Really nice to have a good flow of this event, and the honor to open the second day once again with Jeff Sachs, UNSDSN President. Jeff, good morning. Can you hear us? Jeff, can you hear us? So this session is about this amazing idea that Jeff Sachs, which concerns establishing an Athens Global Climate Hub. And I would like to give the floor to Jeff to introduce his idea. So Jeff, can you hear us?
Phoebe, I can hear you well. Good to be back with you today.
So it would be very nice to give us a very short glimpse of your vision about this global hub on climate change to be located in Athens. And then I will introduce some of the work that we've been doing that can serve as the backbone of this hub and form the basis for calling for further collaborations within Greece, within Europe, and across the world.
Thanks very much. Well, it's really a pleasure to be discussing the role of Athens in global leadership on climate transformation. And that's in no small part due to your leadership, Phoebe, together with Andreas Papandreou and many, many colleagues, Christos Xerofos, the president of the Academy of Athens, and many friends, and the commitment of the government. Prime Minister Mitsotakis is a very, very strong leader in both the energy transformation and adaptation to climate change. And that's also a tremendous asset for the region. We heard yesterday from President Ursula von der Leyen that Greece is a bridge to the world, that the Mediterranean is not only a crucial region and the the very foundation of Western civilization and culture, but is a bridge to the entire world. And that's what attracts me so much about Athens becoming the hub for the climate work of the global UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. As you know well, and I hope many viewers and listeners know, the SDSN, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, is a global network of universities under the auspices of UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. And the purpose of the network is to support sustainable development, both the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement. This is a formidable network. It operates in all parts of the world, major universities in Europe, in the United States, Africa, Latin America, and all throughout Asia. Top universities in China, such as Tsinghua University, and countless leading universities around the world. Well, you are one of the leaders of that network, Phoebe, leading the SDSN Greece, together with Andreas, but also leading the network for Europe, for the European Green Deal. So you and Athens are already playing a pivotal role in helping to shape the European Green Deal and the effective response to it. And there's so much additional leadership taking place in Athens. The Academy, under the direction of the remarkable President Christos Zerafos, is working with the government of Greece on the preservation of cultural and natural heritage sites in the context of climate change. This is a phenomenal contribution. The Academy, UNESCO, governments around the world recognizing that vital natural and cultural heritage sites are at profound risk because of climate change. And there's so much expertise, obviously, in historic and cultural heritage in Greece. Could not have more per capita or in absolute terms, and the vulnerabilities to climate change. So this is another global service. Greece is also taking a lead, you and Andreas and many colleagues in Greece, taking a lead on the technological innovations needed for zero emission ocean shipping, with Greece a global leader in international ocean shipping, transport. We need new vessels. We need new systems for oceanic transport. And Greece is committed to finding a way forward. The new technologies, the new port services, smart ports that will enable the transformation that everybody is seeking to net zero by 2050. So my hope, my expectation, and certainly the plan of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network is that we see Athens in its historic role, a role now that goes back 2,300 years, as thought leader for the world, a place where ideas take shape, are debated, are discussed, are disseminated, a place where leadership can be brought for the Mediterranean region, for the European Green Deal, for the Western Balkans, for the Black Sea region, for the cooperation between East and West in programs like Europe's initiative on infrastructure and China's initiative on the Belt and Road, initiatives that I believe can bring the whole world together. I'm absolutely thrilled with the leadership that we're seeing in Athens on these issues, and I know that there is a great deal more leadership to come. So that's the idea, and I'll turn it back over to you, Phoebe, because I know you're going to describe in some detail some of these amazing programs that are underway.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Can I have the slide there? Nothing could be done without your leadership, Jeff. We are immensely grateful to you for helping to mobilize the amazing scientific talent that this country has. We work at the moment as a cluster for sustainability transition, and these clusters includes many different institutions, research institutions, like the Athens University of Economics and Business and the Research Laboratory on Socioeconomic and Environmental Sustainability, the Sustainable Development Unit at Athena Research and Innovation Center, focusing. This is the biggest center of information technology in the country, so we focus on the green and digital transition, and at the same time we focus on commercializing the results from research and innovation through EIT Climate Kick. This is the biggest public-private partnership in Europe, financed by the European Institute of Innovation and Technology to accelerate transition to a climate-neutral economy. And of course, SDSN, both Greece and Europe are there to communicate our results and build the policy, science policy interface. We need a science-driven transition to sustainability. Sustainability is a very holistic and interdisciplinary, science-hectic, data-hectic endeavor. And we need to be there as scientists to lead the way. And this is what we are doing within the huge global network that Jeff has put together. And it is truly an amazing source of mobilization and communication of scientific results to the rest of the stakeholders. We work in research and innovation, innovation acceleration, deep demonstration, and education, training, upskilling, and reskilling. We have four, sorry, I don't see the slide. Yeah. We have 4 thematic priorities, and each slide that you see is one different project, European or international, with a multi-million budget focusing on climate change mitigation and adaptation, green and digital pathways, circular economy and nature-based solutions, systems innovation approach, and sustainable finance. Our second thematic priority is blue growth. We have a big accelerator on technological innovations that can lead to a climate neutral and climate resilient maritime sector, including also an initiative of UNSDSN on sustainable Euro-Asian seas, trying to build pathways, technological policy, and financial pathways for the Mediterranean, the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, and the Aral Sea to get on a sustainable pathways. Our third thematic priority is water, food, energy nexus, smart agriculture, smart urban water systems, very important for the country. Agriculture is a big sector in the country in terms of people and consumption of resources, so we need to make it sustainable. And of course, we are very proud and honored that we received a huge ERC grant, the most prestigious scientifically, but also the first Synergy ERC grant of the country as a whole, working on smart water futures to design the next generation of urban drinking water systems, bringing together water science systems, control theory, economics, decision science, and machine learning. And of course, one very important aspect and where the country is not strong enough yet is the communication of the results of research and innovation to the market. We need to commercialize our work in order to make it available for massive deployment. We cannot become sustainable unless we use our technological advancements in order to empower the masses with the technology, that it is climate neutral, that it is climate resilient, that it is biodiversity resilient. And in this effort, we also engage the venture capitals in the country and outside the country, in Europe and abroad, in order to finance the acceleration of the innovation to the market and make it deployable to the masses. This is what we do. And in 1 week, we are starting this big 15 million project on climate adaptation, which is called Arsinoi. And this project, among the many others, will be the backbone of the work we do as Senior Working Group in Europe, trying to pave the way for the joint implementation of the European Green Deal and the SDGs. This is something we do for the Commission as UNSDSN Europe, and we do it, as you see in this video, in a very holistic way, putting together all the sciences, the physicists, the engineers, the economists, the sociologists, the biologists, the policy analysts, and we develop results that are readily implementable in order to support the vision of Europe, the vision of the President of the Commission to become the first climate neutral economy in a way that will provide the leadership example for the rest of the continents to do the same. So we have case studies in Athens, in many ports around Europe, in Germany, the Main River, in the borders between Northern Macedonia, Albania, and Greece, the Canary Islands, Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, the Black Sea, southern Denmark, UK, Sardinia, and we are hoping to leverage the power of the people and bringing science together with the people, co-design acceptable solution pathways. Without co-designing, the solutions will never be implemented. Thank you very much. And this session was about calling the rest of the scientific community in Europe and abroad to join forces in this climate hub. This climate hub is about leveraging all the scientific capacity in the global UNSDSN network, but also calling for synergies with additional research institutions and universities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Phoebe, for that lightning tour of an extraordinary initiative. Welcome back, everybody. It's good to see so many faces here with us again this morning for the second day of our 5th Sustainability Summit, organized with The Economist. I'm Alistair Ross, very happy to be back with you for today's sessions. The first of our panel sessions this morning is focused on the topic of migration, which of course is a neuralgic topic throughout Europe, all over the world, but Europe has been a front line, and Greece and its islands in particular have been a front line in the movement of peoples across Europe's borders. I'm very, very happy to welcome up onto the stage to join me for this part of the conference a wonderful panel. We have Sofia Vultepsi, who's the Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Migration and Asylum in Greece. We have Per Hegenes, who's the CEO of the IKEA Foundation, who'll be joining us via a connection. Sofia Kouvelaki, who is the Chief Executive Officer with the Home Project, which rehouses migrant children, who will also be joining us via a connection, and Angeliki Dimitriadi, who's the Senior Research Fellow, the Head of Migration Programme at the Hellenic Foundation for European and Foreign Policy. So we have a super expert group of people. Would you like to come up and join me on the stage, please? Any seats. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, this is a tough subject because there are tremendous emotional pressures on both sides, on those defending the rights of migrants and those defending the rights of the local populations, and you're in the middle. So let me hand over to you and give you the opportunity to give us your thoughts.
As you said, well, yes, I just wanted to say some things before, going to some specific aspects. Yes, it was a difficult task because Greece, as you said, is at the front line. But of course, it's not a country that people come here to live here. They just want to get through Greece and go to the other countries of the European Union. But the pressure is, of course, very important because we have borders on the land and borders on the sea. And it is important for a country to guard the borders because this is a question of national, it's an existential problem. You cannot leave your borders like that. Everybody can get in. There are laws in the country. And it's a question of national security, of course, because when a lot of people enter your country, you never know who they are. You cannot have, in 2015, we had 1 million people, more than 1 million people come in the country. Of course, through the road of Balkans, they got to Europe, but that had a consequence because European closed our borders, our north borders. So what we try to do now is to guard our borders, which is very important, as I told you, as a problem of national security, and of course to guard the conventions, which is very important, the humanitarian rights. So what we decided as a government is that in the country must stay who they must stay. They have the right to stay. They need our protection. And so, of course, somebody will think that these two issues will be in conflict. You close the borders, but you want people who need your protection to come in the country. But it's not a question of conflict. It's a question to have a way to live with this, to live with the problem. So have these issues. And of course, the country is a country of 10 million people. It's, you cannot invite here all people need your help. And so we have to be careful on the way, because if you have 1 million people come in the country, you cannot implement the humanitarian values. Because you have 1 million people, you cannot save all of them, and you cannot help all of them in the country. Because one very important problem is that we have children, a lot of children. So these children, most of them are unaccompanied. They result unaccompanied because since they know that in this country, according to the law, when you get in with a child, they treat you better. So some of the smugglers or of the people who are coming here, they take children from the camps in Turkey, and when they arrive, they say they are their children, and then when they fix a little bit their problems, they leave the children in the camps. And I see Sofia Kouvelaki knows very much this problem. So one morning, the governor of a camp can see a little child of 5 years old and say, oh, from where did this boy or this girl come? And the problem is that somebody left it there because he didn't need any more of this child. So we have a huge problem with the children. And there were, when we arrived at the government, we had 5,500 children, unaccompanied children, and we had more than 300 people at the police stations, children, because, you know, they could not even live anywhere else, so people used to take these children to the police stations, and then the policemen were the nurses of the children. It was, now with the law, this is not permitted anymore. As soon as they tell us that there is a child somewhere in the islands or in the mainland, we are going there and we're taking the children. And so they have, I mean, they have a very good quality of life now. Another problem is, because, you know, we are talking about sustainability. Okay, we guard our borders, but we have people here. Most of these people here, they were not integrated. When we arrived in office, there was only one program, the Helios program from IOM, but nothing else. And of course, no money, because you know, the period, the European period of financing had finished, and the other one starts I mean, the next period is 2021, 2027, and they have not started yet to give the money, because the money will be in Greece at about April of 2022, so we try to get money from our budget. And then when the European money arrives, we are going to put the money back. And so we have, since we're talking about sustainability, we have these people here. A lot of them, they've got the national protection, our protection, the international protection. But they cannot stay there doing nothing in a camp or in houses paid by the state. And then, you know, they stay there doing nothing, and then they learn nothing, they can do nothing, but Greece needs some people. So we started to create our new programs, which are an agricultural one, because Greece every year asks for people coming from other countries to work at the fields. So we are going to start an agricultural one program, a tourist program. This year, many of our hotels had problem to find the people working there. And of course, there is another problem, which is sustainability. These all unaccompanied children, they get adult. They don't stay children forever. So you have to do something for them. You have them there, having everything, living, I mean, in a way you don't imagine. And when they get 18, you just tell them, go out. This is a problem. They know Greek, they have learned English, they have to do something in their life, because they are children that they are going to stay in Greece. So we're going to have a new program, Helios Junior, always with IOM, who ran very well the first program, and it will start 6 months before they become adult, at 17.6, and it will go on to 21 years old. So these children, they will decide what they want to do. They want to go to the university, they want to do something else, they want to learn something for their life, to work. And so what I'm telling you is that this is the first time we start to have a lot of programs for the asylum people. And of course, you know, for the education, everybody, even the asylum seekers, must have education. The first thing they learn when they arrive in Greece is that here education is mandatory. But it was another problem. The children that come from Turkey or from anywhere and they get out from the boat, they know nothing, no language. They knew one dialect of Afghanistan. So you take the child, before they had, I mean, I don't know, it was a kind of ideology. They said, okay, no, we can take these children and we get them at the Greek public school. Imagine, 12 years old. It's difficult even for our children to go to our school. And you take a boy, a girl, and this child must go to our public school. They know nothing, then there are problems with the society. Now, I had a new program with the UNICEF, 3 years program, a huge program for the non-formal education. So it will be a bridge to the formal education, to the Greek public school. They will learn a lot of things, not only the language, at the camps or where they are, and then they are going to get to the public school, and that will be a good bridge for them. So these children can stay here. Last, of course, we had a problem with the coronavirus issue, but not in the camps. We did not have, expanded problem. We tried to have the vaccination there. It's the same problem with the whole population. I mean, they have the same fears and everything. But what I want to tell you before I you give to anyone else the word is that the floor is that Greece now, last Tuesday, 11 children from Afghanistan, 10 boys from Afghanistan and 1 girl from Iraq left for Paris, France, with a flight to Paris. And with these 11 children, we achieved the number, the milestone of 1,000 children relocated in European countries. That was, believe me, a very difficult achievement because we worked on this only in the pandemic period, in these 2 years, from 2020, April, it was the first flight, until last Tuesday. The borders were closed, the airports were closed. It was impossible to travel, but we achieved the number 1,006 children. And this, I mean, it's important even for our relations with the other European countries. And we proved that we can do it. Because, why we do it? Because we always have, and I finish with this, we always have children come in the country. So if we don't do the relocate in safety, it's easy to do the relocate for adults, but for the children you have protocols where they go, there are a lot of problems, the trafficking, we are going to have a new program on trafficking. So what we want is to have children relocated in other countries, so when they arrive the new one, we can, stand it. It's not easy for a country to have thousands and thousands of children. Now we have 2,100 from 5,500. And we continue the relocation. So, because, 10 days before, we had a boat here. There were, 74 people, half were children. And so we always have children here. Right. And this is a question of sustainability because they are going to work here, to study here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to move straight along to Per Hegenes. Forgive me if I'm destroying your name. I'm sure you'll correct me. CEO at the IKEA Foundation. You've heard quite a detailed, focused presentation there from the Deputy Minister on the situation in Greece, quite a granular description of the challenges that the Greek government faces. Can you give us your perspective? Perhaps tell us a tiny bit about the IKEA Foundation and give us your perspective on this problem.
Absolutely, and many of us here, both in the room and online, are parents. And
I'll have to interrupt you for a second, Per, because we can't hear you, so that we can. There is some sound, but it's not very loud. We have some technical people running around at the back trying to fix that. I don't think it's at your end. I don't know. But are we good to go? Have another go, Per.
Can you hear me now?
No, we're not hearing you. Maybe the technical team can work with you while you're there, and in the meantime, we'll move on to a different panelist, if that's okay. That seems to be a sensible thing to do. And then we'll come back to you in the hope that we can pick you up. So stay on the line, Per, and we'll be back with you. Let me move then along to Sofia Kouvelaki, who is the Chief Executive Officer at the Home Project. This is all very much in your, online again, very much in your area. We've been talking a lot about children and the challenge that Greece faces rehousing them. So, Sofia, are you there? Can you hear us? Okay, we're not getting much joy with our connections at the moment. I'm sure that will all be sorted out. So I'll move along one step further. You're actually here, so there's no escape for you. Angeliki Dimitriadi, who's the Senior Research Fellow at the head of the Migration Programme for the Hellenic Foundation for European and Foreign Policy. European and Foreign and Greece. What's your perspective across all of those spheres on this issue of migration?
So I think we need to situate the discussion a little bit in the global picture. The Agenda of 2030 actually has a very clear goal, a very clear target relating to international migration. It's 10.7, and it calls on all countries for safe, legal, and orderly migration and mobility. And there is a reason why it does that, because it recognizes from the beginning that international migration leads to growth. And the idea was that if we have growth, then growth will spill over and create better migration management policies. And I would say that specifically as regards this goal, as with many of the SDG goals right now, in the middle of the pandemic, we've seen significant backsliding. This includes the global level, Europe, and Greece to a large extent as regards migration. One thing we should keep in mind is that the pandemic, as well as various challenges, climate, for example, have actually been used as an excuse by the member states, but also by most of the countries in the global north to actually close their borders, impose restricted regimes of migration, clamp down on global resettlement, which pretty much paused for the first year of the pandemic, impacting thousands, closing borders and sending migrants home, which impacted remittances, and that's also going to spill over into local growth, but of course the costs are going to have to be borne by the global north in the long run. So instead of moving forward, we seem to be moving backwards, using the challenges and the crisis as a very good justification for not undertaking more radical reforms. And I was glad to hear the minister say that, for example, in the field of agriculture, there's finally a recognition that we do have potentially working hands here in Greece that would be useful and could contribute into the local economy and growth, but also become independent in their living. But imagine how this would look like if from the beginning we had legal pathways and we wouldn't push people towards coming into Europe in an undocumented manner. One of the things that is important to highlight as we move forward is that to meet the goal of 10.7, we need a broader spectrum of understanding of international migration. Asylum seekers need to be included into the people who move. Forced migrants need to be factored in, because increasingly people are going to be moving due to abject poverty, climate crisis, localized conflicts. They fall outside the regular protection frameworks that we have, like the 1951 Convention, but it doesn't mean that they are returnable. It doesn't mean that they don't need some form of protection, and that implies long or short-term investment from the host country perspective. But if the host countries understand that there is benefits to welcoming the migrants in their midst in a regular and orderly manner, then there are multiple benefits beyond the economy. For example, we combat smuggling. One of the things that we saw in 2015 amidst the so-called European refugee crisis is that as more than 800,000 people came into Greece, and the overwhelming majority of those actually left the country fairly quickly. And if I just add as a caveat here, they did so because Greece, of course, could not handle welcoming 800,000 people. We need to be realistic about that, but at the same time lacked various levels of protections and services that needed to be in place. As they moved swiftly because the borders were open. And as they moved swiftly with borders open and with policies like the ones in Germany welcoming the Syrians, the smugglers went out of business. So we do have concrete evidence that show that if we want to combat smuggling, for example, legal pathways is one of the ways to do it. It's not the only one, but it's definitely one that is important to keep in mind. And the other thing that I think is important as we try to reach the agenda goals is that the private industry needs to have a much more prominent role being involved. Whether that is in terms of investments, where they invest, how they invest, integrating the human rights dimension into their business models, but also private sponsorship schemes, both for legal migrants and also for asylum seekers. And when I say legal migrants, I think we need to keep in mind that here in Europe especially, the focus is very much on highly skilled migration. There is no doubt that it's important and it leads to growth, and of course all countries need it. But we should also remember that highly skilled migrants can move. They don't really need a lot of assistance. They need incentives to be attracted to a specific country, but they can still cross borders fairly easily. It's the unskilled migration that usually follows highly skilled migration because jobs are created that need unskilled migration. These are the people that should be included in legal migration schemes. These are the ones that need to be supported because they are the ones who actually send the remittances back home, and they are the ones that facilitate growth on both levels.
Great, thank you. Before I move on to Per, I just want to put a point to you. The Deputy Minister has spoken at some length about the problem of children coming into the country, and you've made the clear and I think justifiable claim that migration leads to growth. But when you have a large proportion of children who aren't ready yet to be integrated into the economy, presumably that's not the same. That's a different case. Would you accept that?
Children is a different category, and it's a category that is probably one of the most vulnerable and that needs the most protection. The ones who would need to be supported for integration, first and foremost, I would say, are their parents, where the parents exist. In the unaccompanied minors case, of course, the responsibility falls entirely on the hands of the state. And I agree with the Minister that this is a very big challenge, how we address the question of especially unaccompanied minors in the country, because they, in many cases, they arrive quite young, they're traumatized, they require special care, they do require access to education. The pandemic actually impacted that in a negative manner. Not all of them had access to online, to the technology for online learning. They didn't have computers, they didn't have the infrastructure to actually attend online teaching. But at the same time, children are a potential growth factor. And when I say growth, I don't just mean economic growth. I do mean social and cultural. They are a potential growth factor because if we invest early in them, in their education and integration through access to schools, for example, by situating them near urban centers so that they become familiar with our way of life, with our daily lives and culture, then by the time they hit 18, they can enter the university, they can become active and contributing citizens to our society.
Okay, brilliant. I'm going to give you an opportunity to come back on what you've heard, but not right now. So I believe we have our
the connection.
Our connections back up. So Per from the IKEA Foundation, I'm going to hand over to you, and I've got my fingers crossed.
Hi, Alistair. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. I missed some of the last speaker's words because of the technical issues, so if I'm repeating something, excuse me for that. Alistair, I just want to say first, when you hear about the families, many of us here are parents, and when you hear about families deciding that putting a 5-year-old in a boat and hope for the best, they will have a better life in another country in Europe, Can you imagine how desperate that is? Can you imagine what it takes as a parent to actually do that? Then you really don't have many other choices. I just wanted to start this by trying to expel 3 myths about refugees. First and foremost, nobody wants to become a refugee. Refugees are people who are forced to flee their homes. They leave their belongings behind, their friends, their family, because they're forced to do so. That could be because of climate change, that can be because of an armed conflict, or simply because they have no livelihood opportunities anymore. I think climate change is actually the biggest driver of displacements today. The second myth is really that refugees aren't coming to Europe and the United States because they have seen how fantastic lives we have. Most refugees would prefer to stay where they are, where they're born and raised. They would prefer to have an opportunity to live their lives there. That's where they see a familiar culture. That's where they speak the language. That's where they can get the food they like and live in the climate they like. And refugees would typically seek opportunities in neighboring countries first. And when they don't find it, they go to the next country and go to the next country. Then some of them will end up on the beaches of Libya and trying to get into a boat. But it's not their preferred way. Third myth is that refugees are not simple benefit seekers. They're often projected as such, but refugees are just looking to get a new start in life because of what I just said. They're looking to get a job, have a chance to feed their family and to live in peace and to regain their dignity because they haven't been able to do where they come from. It's quite a challenge. It's very admirable when you think about it, how people are able to do that through a process where they get very traumatized. So let's see, what is the international community doing? Well, we heard a lot about what's being done, but sometimes you feel that the majority of time and energy is really spent on preventing refugees from entering our countries, more than the effort spent on integrating them. We build border walls, we arrange for different early detection systems, we finance camps in North Africa to prevent them from crossing the Mediterranean. And that's those who are not only died on their way through the Sahara, because more people die getting through the Sahara Desert than the ones coming across the Mediterranean. So I believe this should be a government responsibility, and I think the EU should take a much bigger part of responsibility for these forcibly displaced people. And we should expect some solidarity across the EU countries, and I don't think we have seen much of that. It's everyone is trying to find the best solution for themselves instead of going into this with the solidarity and share the burden. Because I thought that was EU was designed to do, solidarity across Europe. So instead I feel that most countries are trying to just protect their borders. And that means that countries like Greece, Italy and Turkey end up becoming the countries forced to carry the largest burden simply because of their geographic position. And we heard a minister explain that in detail. If you go to Turkey, you can see that Turkey currently holds about 4 million refugees. They're all supported by the government. They all have access to the national healthcare system. A huge burden on national budgets in Turkey, of course. And this is partly financially supported by the EU, but not even close to what it really costs the country. Take another example, Jordan. Jordan hosts 1 million refugees. 1 million refugees live in Jordan on a total population of only 8 million people. That's a huge challenge. I don't think we have a refugee problem in Europe and North America. We just have an integration challenge. Take a look at Canada. Canada welcomes increasingly more refugee families. They say they need the manpower, they need the people to come and work there. They have a unique approach to integration. Typically, a number of Canadian families commit to actually take responsibility for the secure integration of a refugee family in society, and it really works. If you go to Europe and the United States, we need the labor too. I mean, we have fertility rates at an all-time low, and we need to figure out who's going to do the jobs in the future. We need the labor, we need to find better ways to give refugees a new start. Let me give you an example. My company, the company behind my foundation, the IKEA company, established a few years ago a refugee internship program. They give refugees across Europe and the United States a 6 months internship opportunity to combine with language courses and some cultural training. And that's sort of that's the start a refugee needs to start becoming integrated in another country. When they're done with the internship, they can apply for jobs at IKEA or in other companies. And this is something that any company can do in Europe. If we would all put our minds to trying to do something similar, we wouldn't have a problem. It's not expensive to do, and there are many mutual benefits for both refugees and for the companies embarking on such a program. So we really need to change the narrative on refugees. Refugees are not criminals or benefit seekers. They're rather people who've been forced to leave their homes. They're looking for a new start in life. I would actually say that refugees are people like you and me. We should not forget that. And we talked about children, and children are really the ones worst impacted by displacements. Thousands of unaccompanied refugee children arrive in Southern Europe with no family, nowhere to go, and no future prospects. They're highly vulnerable, of course. They're easily exposed to exploitation, often severely traumatized from the awful experience they had traveling the long way from their country to Europe. So that's why we collaborate with the Home Project in Athens, which has helped hundreds of unaccompanied refugee children process this trauma and get back into school, build a personal plan for a future, and a plan for how to either be resettled in another European country or be integrated into society. This is not easy work. These kids are very challenging kids, but they deserve a chance. I think this should be a government responsibility. EU should take responsibility for these children. It's not Greece's responsibility alone just because they happen to come to Greece. But instead of that, the Home Project is largely dependent on private funders like us. Having said that, many children never get to benefit from such an opportunity as they can get in the Home Project because the Home Project has limited capacity. Many are forced to live on the streets. But this needs to change. Children are our future. They really deserve better than this. So at the IKEA Foundation, we're focused on improving the lives of children and families living in vulnerable communities. Refugee children are probably the most vulnerable of all. And Sophia will talk more about this, I think. Let me broaden the perspective just a little bit before I close and say that the majority of the world's 82 million displaced people are hosted in neighboring countries. They're not hosted in Europe or North America. They're hosted in sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, in low and middle income countries. And these countries need a lot of help to actually be the host of millions of refugees. And the international community is doing a big job, especially through organizations like IOM, UNHCR, the High Commissioner for Refugees. They're doing a great job in supporting these host countries, but it's not enough. And what I believe is that in those countries, just as we do in Europe, we need to pivot towards what we call refugee self-reliance. Go from a policy of putting people in camps towards a policy of integrating refugees. That means giving refugees the right to work, the right to free movement, the right to have access to government services as every other citizen gets, and have basically the opportunity to contribute to society. We know that a refugee is in a camp for an average of 20 years. What a waste of time. You should make them productive, make them self-reliant, and help restore their dignity, because they're there because they didn't have a choice. So IKEA Foundation works to make refugees self-reliant, both in rural and urban communities. But our work happens far away from Europe. And we have evidence that proper integration can work well for everyone. It works well for refugees, and it works well for the host community if it's done in the right way. They can collaborate and live in peace with each other. Of course, when we talk about the pandemic was, as many of you know, first and foremost, a livelihood challenge for all those living in vulnerable communities, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa. They couldn't continue their work in the informal economy, and therefore they couldn't make the necessary money to feed their family. And this situation, of course, became even more challenging for the refugees because they're even less looked after. Furthermore, there's been a further decrease in asylum space due to border closures, and in particular when refugees and asylum seekers have been falsely targeted as the super spreaders of COVID-19. You know, it's always easier to blame any problems of refugees, right? young refugees all over the world have lost education opportunities as well because school closed. So refugees are impacted like all of us. So let me just close by saying that given the rapid population growth in sub-Saharan Africa, combined with the increased displacement due to conflict and climate change, the world has really no choice, the way I look at it. We must invest in these countries. We must create jobs. We must support entrepreneurs to enable people to make a living and raise a family where they were born and raised, because that's their preference. That's the preferred solution for most of them. And if we think we can simply stop migration by building walls, then we haven't really understood the root cause of migration.
Thank you very much, Per. We're quite tight on time, and I do think it's important to give not right now. I think it's important to give the Deputy Minister an opportunity to respond. So I'm going to move straight along to Sofia Kouvelaki. Sofia, are you with us?
Yes. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very clearly. Could you, with an eye on the time, could you give us your impressions on what you've heard, but particularly your thoughts on this area? The Deputy Minister has focused very much on the issue of children, and that's an area close to your heart, I know. So perhaps you could give us your thoughts.
Yes, I mean, at the moment, as we speak, there are more than 2,100 unaccompanied refugee children that are in Greece. Indeed, this government has created a special secretariat for unaccompanied minors, and the issue of children is high on the political agenda. And these are steps in the right direction. There has been a decrease of children living outside of long-term support, but there are still 300 kids that are outside of long-term accommodation, meaning shelters and semi-independent autonomous living. The challenges we face every day is in the provision of the right care for these children, because of course a roof over their head is not enough. These kids need access to healthcare, access to education, access to the job market when they become 18. And I was very happy to hear the minister announce the new program for those who become 18. However, at the moment, the legal system is posing a lot of challenges for us. Because if these kids don't get asylum, they remain essentially invisible. So still 1 in 4 children in our shelters don't have access to healthcare because they are not registered with the asylum service. Because of the delays in those registrations, we have very vulnerable cases like kids with kidney disease who get their asylum applications not processed or rejected, and then care is not possible for them. So 1 in 4 is still a big percentage. And those kids can't have access to education either because they can't be provided with the right certificates. A similar problem exists for those who become 18, and you know, even though we provide to them the right training, they can't be employed. So there are challenges that we face because these kids have to be supported through a holistic system of child protection. We heard from Per how vulnerable they are, how traumatized they are. So they need time, and they need an intensive support to be able to heal and then integrate, because these kids are going to stay here. And instead of a burden, they can be what we call a miracle for society. And in terms of social sustainability, it's better to integrate these children and to provide the right services and support so that they can become active citizens in society. If we don't change the way that we legally support this population, for example, according to the latest ministerial decision, refugees coming from 5 countries, Afghanistan, Syria, Bangladesh, Pakistan, they are not and Turkey is considered a safe country for them. And this is valid for children that are above 15. So that means more than 85% of the population of unaccompanied minors. So if those kids are not legally supported and they are not legal in the country, they become invisible. So any kind of service support is not available for them, causing a big problem in our work. We've witnessed how these kids can become very positive factors for our society. So in terms of social sustainability, it's crucial to invest in their education and then in their long-term integration. But in order to do that, we need to enhance the legal framework to make them visible and to allow them to be children again.
Wonderful, thank you so much, and that was very much to the point. I'm going to hand back to you, Deputy Minister. We've heard a lot. I think we've heard a combination of sympathy for the challenge that a government faces in this situation, but also some perhaps diplomatically guarded criticism of the level of action and investment the government is taking in this area. So I want to give you the opportunity to respond to what you've heard.
Yes, thank you, thank you. We work with Sofia, and Sofia, she knows how huge is this problem with the children. We try to give to the NGOs who are registered in our ministry the tools to help, and we are in connection with Sofia Kouvelaki, and I know her work. But of course, look, I heard about legal pathways, no? Okay, if you want to have a legal pathway, you have all the countries. All the countries must be in this project. I mean, if you have a legal pathway, you cannot say that, okay, they pass from here, but they cannot pass from here. So European Union has to decide if it's going to have a legal pathway. For the moment, the borders, our north borders, are still closed. So perhaps we could talk about this, speaking about the new pact, which, you know, we don't agree a lot with this. First. Second, Greece at this moment has 1 million legal migrants. Okay, we're 10 million. So here we have 1 million in the country. This is something that, I mean, when we talk about European solidarity, it's not only words. You have to act. We have all these people here, they're working here, or they're treated, I mean, they have our protection, but it's 1 million on 10 million people. Turkey, because what they think in Europe, I mean, I don't know how they got this idea, is that Turkey and Greece are victims of the war in Syria. I'm sorry, but no. Turkey is on war in Syria and in Iraq, so Turkey produces refugees. Greece is not on war in Syria. So there is a difference, very important. We are not the same. We are victims because we want to treat these people. No, Turkey is not a victim. They have bombs there, they have army there, and they are on war there. And they use these people after they produce them as a geostrategical weapon in order to press Greece. So things are different in the international politics. Solidarity. Look, I'm going to, just not to forget something, I'm going to tell you the countries that accept to have children from Greece. It's Germany, first of all. It's France, Finland, Portugal, Netherlands, and that these are the frontline countries. And then you have Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Ireland, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Italy, and Switzerland. These are the countries that get children from here. There are some countries that they don't take children, but they give some money. But this is not a problem. Anybody can give you money, but we are not a country, a host country, who we are going to get all the money of the Europe to have all people here, because we cannot live in this little country. So there are countries who had a different migration policy before. I mean, like Sweden or Denmark or Norway, and now they changed their politics because they had internal political problems. Okay, but when we talk with them, in order to get 5 children, I'm not talking about these special countries, Sweden, but to all the countries that don't get children, when we start talking on this, and they start saying, okay, we need children under 12 years old, girls, to speak English, and then I tell them, and to be called Maria. You cannot do it. We have, most of our children are boys, 92%, so we have to relocate boys. If we start talking about this, this is a problem. They have to decide that they are going to have a proportion on this, because we are always going to have children, and we always have to protect the children. This is important. It's not only words. The humanitarian issue is not only words. You have to act. So, I heard about online teaching. Yes, we had problem with the coronavirus in the camps. This year it will be better. I mean, the Wi-Fi is okay. We have to work on this a lot in the camps. And then what I want to tell you is that in the new, we are going to have a new strategy, national strategy on migrants, and we are going to have it at the parliament to be voted, and we are going to have new lessons added, and one of these is European way of life, because yes, it is difficult. You cannot live in Europe in a different way. Gender equality, no violence in the families. We have these problems many times. I mean, we have once, let's say, it was a woman pregnant with 3 children. She had problem with the husband, so she went to the hospital. The husband went.
We'll have to wind up, I think.
Yes.
We're running out of time.
Okay, I finished. So this new program is European way of life, gender equality, no violence.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I mean, I'm sure all of my panelists are itching to get back in on some of the themes we've discussed, but we are unfortunately out of time. I'm tremendously grateful to you, grateful to the team at the back for bringing you guys back to us. We thought we'd lost you. Please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
One actually quite emotional, I think, topic. We're going to move to another one which is, I'm sure has as much emotion in it, but is a little bit more technical on the surface at least. And this is, we talked yesterday a little bit about the circular economy. We're going to talk about it in more detail today. There's often, I mean, I'm always fascinated by the difference between people's understanding of where they want to get to and their understanding of how to get there, which are two very, very different things, obviously. And on this session, we're going to be focusing on the journey towards a circular economy. I'm sure most people watching know what a circular economy is. If you don't, I'm sure you will do by the end of this session. So I'm really pleased to invite up to join me on the stage our panel, which is Peter Berkey, who's the Principal Administrator at the OECD Environment Directorate. Peter, please come up and join us. Theodora Antonakaki, Director of Climate Change and Sustainability Center at the Bank of Greece, and Katia Lazaridis, who is the Professor and Head at the Department of Geography at the Harakopio University and the former President of the Board of the Hellenic Recycling Agency. Katia, please come up and join us too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, good to see everybody. Okay, I mean, I'll let you guys talk about what you want to talk about, but I'm interested in this idea of a transition. I'm interested on behalf of our audience on a richer understanding of what circular economy means and how we're going to get there. So, Peter, let me hand over to you first and give us your thoughts on this topic.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I have a few slides, so I don't know if I just have to push the button to bring them up, or... Okay. All right, excellent. So, I wanted to take just one step back first, but ultimately I will respond to both your questions.
That's good news.
Where do we need to go and how do we get there? And I'm going to try to do that in very little time, of course. So first of all, why are we even talking about the circular economy? The last decades have witnessed, an incredible increase in materials use. And, we've essentially doubled our material consumption since the 80s. And our projections at the OECD show that global material consumption is going to triple to 2060. And of course, that in itself is not necessarily a problem, but it becomes a problem because there are associated environmental impacts. And here on this slide, what you can see is the projected increase in greenhouse gas emissions linked to materials management, which is essentially going to more than double. And by 2060, we're going to have 9% of total greenhouse gas emissions that will be associated with 7 key metals, 12% of greenhouse gas emissions associated with concrete alone. So the total numbers, of course, then you have to put them in context. I won't say much more on this. So what's the solution? A lot of people think the solution is a transition towards circularity. Circularity really means a number of different things. At least this is the way we understand it at the OECD. It's not just about looping materials, which is what you see here at the bottom, but it's also about using fewer materials for the same output, doing more with less, increasing material efficiency. It's about slowing the throughput of materials through the economy through things such as reuse, remanufacturing, refurbishment. And the good news here is that a lot of the building blocks to get us there do already exist. There are technologies, there's lots of innovation. There are technologies that we have. There are plenty of organizational innovation in the form of new business models as well. The problem is that all of this for the moment stays at a very small scale. Most circular economy business models, be they sharing models where people share bicycles or power tools, or product service systems where companies switch from selling goods to selling services instead. They usually occupy very small market niches, typically around 5 to 10% of the market. So the challenge here is to upscale these efforts. And in doing so, you know, there are at least two important things that sort of stand in the way, two obstacles or challenges that need to be overcome. One is information. Information, because in order to achieve the closing of the materials loops, the slowing of the materials loops, and the resource efficiency, requires tremendous coordination and cooperation along value chains, but also across jurisdictions, because value chains, of course, span the globe. And to achieve that, you need to be able to trace materials, to understand where they come from, how they have been produced, etc. And so there's an information problem, which is the first market failure, I'd say. And the second is that there is a lack of incentive. Simply most of those business models, they don't scale up because they're not economically viable in the present conditions. So there's an issue here for policy to step in, put prices right, invest in infrastructure, much of which is often municipal infrastructure, by the way, when we talk about waste management, to create the conditions. So my final point, I think, is with the green recovery. We have an opportunity to move a big step forward from our OECD Green Recovery database, where we have been tracking you know, what's been going on that front. We can see that actually very little of those green recovery resources go into circular economy transition for the moment. Is somewhere, you know, below 3%, where 40–50% are allocated in some way to climate change measures. So it seems, you know, that there's a little bit of a lost opportunity here. The positive thing that we see is there's a lot of policy action. So, you know, reforms in our policy frameworks that are now taking place, certainly in the EU. Many of those really focus on the downstream part, so more at the end-of-life management. And there's clearly more effort needed upstream to encourage better designs and sort of waste prevention actions much earlier in the value chain. So you know, and we can talk maybe a little bit more about that in a moment, but I'll have to stop there.
Just for my curiosity, your title is Principal Administrator of the OECD Environment Directorate. Do you have any specific responsibility for circular economy, or is your responsibility across the environmental area?
Yeah, I mean, these titles, they mean nothing. So I tend to put circular economy lead. I am the circular economy lead in the environment directorate at the OECD.
Okay, good. Because you were making quite a case for circular economy and greater funding in the recovery funds and such. And I was wondering on what basis you were doing that. You're doing it as a champion of the circular economy, so that's natural enough. Let's move on then to Theodora Antonakaki from the Climate Change and Sustainability Centre. We've heard something about what circular economy is and some of the barriers to making it work, making it operate. Could we have your thoughts on this?
Sure, thank you. Would you allow me to take the podium?
Of course.
And my initial contribution will be in Greek, if you don't mind. We can move on in English at the discussion. Thank you. Καλημέρα σας, χαίρομαι ιδιαίτερα που βρίσκομαι.
Hello, I'm really glad to be here with you in this beautiful discussion on circular economy. As we all know, and especially the attendees, we know that sustainability is not a luxury, it's a precondition in order to move on to the future. Given that the pandemic has caused a serious challenges, of course there's also the positive side, as Peter said before, about the new opportunity that arises. It's an opportunity that is provided to us as a result of the pandemic for a green transition in order to enter a net zero economy, in order to have climate mitigation, and of course the promotion of circular economy. In order to be able to tackle the climate change and make sure that we reduce the CO2 emissions we aim at, we have also to change our behavior. We have to adapt, we have to adjust our habits, the way we live, the way we eat, the way we consume. These habits, these changes have to also be, let's say, reflected on how we buy, on what we ask for. So, all in all, we have to change the entire living paradigm in order to turn it into a more sustainable one, while at the same time make sure that natural resources are sustainably used by means of circular economy, recycling, and promotion of fixing, correcting, and reusing materials. The pandemic has shown that we have weaknesses in these behaviors of ours because the supply chain and value chains have been disrupted. Many companies have been affected. So, in order to enter society with a positive, in a positive way, we will create new jobs, reduce the CO2 emissions, etc. Of course, the circular economy principles have to be implemented in all stages of a value chain, from design and production to the end user and the way we use these products. Circular economy, as we discussed, represents the following: the value of the resources, the materials, and the resources remains within the economy as long as we can, while producing waste is minimized. So the linear model in our economy that prevails still today, when it comes to the design, construction, processing, and disposing of materials, and this is the model most developed economies are based on, is not a sustainable one. And as the nature moves in circular ways, we have also to adapt our own procedures in order to become more sustainable, and as a result adopt circular economy principles. This means we have to make changes, interventions, both on the supply side, for instance, harmonized design and production of materials, and on the offer side by changing the demand side when it with respect to our habits and consumption patterns. As we will hear later, this should come hand in hand with certain financial incentives. So, apart from our interventions, our arrangements, and the policy amendments, we have also to make use of other tools, such as, the speaker said, soft push, in order to take more environmentally sound decisions. These decisions may lead to small but very significant changes, and as a result we've seen that behavioral economics has shown the important impact that these decisions may have, and how we can use these tools by without any specific let's say challenges or financial requirements. As you know, the Bank of Greece is maybe the first central bank in the world that has been so into issues of sustainability and, of course, the issues of climate change. Since 2009, when the Climate Change and Sustainability Center was established, we keep on contributing by means of our research, our actions to the climate change mitigation. And this year, 2021, our bank established this very specific center, the CCSC, showing that we pay great attention to that. So 1.5 years after the pandemic's onset, we have to accelerate our pace. There are many steps taken. Peter, just a few minutes ago, highlighted the very small part of international funds earmarked or dedicated for climate change, for circular economy and recycling. So we have a great opportunity to set our countries into a sustainable orbit, and as a result eradicating poverty and improving the health of our planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Again, a question for my curiosity, which is probably more about my ignorance than anything else, but why is the Bank of Greece running a climate change and sustainability centre? What's the connection between the mandate of the Bank of Greece and this specific area?
Well, you do realize that we've been having a lot of changes over the last years. The financial sector is progressively understanding the importance of sustainability issues. At the Bank of Greece, we started back in 2009. I think back then none of the other central banks had started systematically, at least, studying these issues. And currently, this has become, especially after 2017, where the NGFS, the Network for Central Banks and Supervisors for Greening the Financial System, was set up, especially since then, most central banks around the world are more and more involved in the issue. The ECB, back in July, published a new action plan on climate and sustainability and how to integrate sustainability considerations in their day-to-day work. So we would expect much more of that coming up in the next couple of years.
Okay, I think it's an interesting connection between financial stability and the fundamentals of sustainability.
But by now, it's obvious that climate and sustainability issues constitute a big risk for the financial system, and it's something that we need to monitor closely.
Great, thank you very much. Let me then move on to the third of our speakers, Katia Lassaridi. I know that you have a presentation. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Take it away.
We start from here. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It was really interesting to participate in this meeting. And my first question was where to start from on such a subject, waste management in the context of circular economy. So I could not resist the temptation to start from what I consider the very basic, for exponential growth in a limited planet, in limited resources. Unfortunately, all our models, or most of our models since 1970s really, the Club of Rome, demonstrate that as we keep having an exponential growth in resource consumption, and Peter showed the most recent data, and the corresponding growth in waste production and the associated emissions, all models, most models show that at some point later, sooner or later, we get into a collapse. We don't like this idea. I think nobody in humanity would like this idea. So see some numbers about some global facts about waste management. There are some numbers about the production of waste in the different world regions. We are in the EU, which is a region with probably the most advanced policies in waste management and circular economy. Although still, although aspirational policies are there and a lot of progress has been made, there are still huge challenges in getting to the goal of actually increasing circularity. But the global picture is even tougher, and in a globalized world, you can only look at the global picture. So about 70% of municipal solid waste still go to landfills at the best case, and dump sites very, very often. Only about 11% is incinerated, or at best cases, used in a waste-to-energy plant, which means that at least we get some energy. And only less than 20% goes to recycling, including mechanical biological treatment. And I say that, I stress the including, because often the recycling that comes out of an MBT facility is of low quality and cannot really be used for higher value of materials. It's a huge industry, over 350 billion euros per year, and which occupies about 40 million of workers. And these numbers are meant to increase if we are to provide more material circular in local economies, and this can increase at the benefit of local economies. Let's see where we are in Greece. Compared to the EU, there are some numbers about the EU 28. We're not 28 anymore, but still numbers are valid.
Sorry about that.
We have higher per capita production of solid waste, which was not the case some years ago. And this is because we probably don't have as much prevention measures in place, but also still statistics in waste are not that well elaborated. Still we have a long distance from having standardized methods. Our recycling is low, a little bit above the global average, but much below the European average. The circularity of material use, how much material actually returns to the and replaces primary resources, is very low. It's about 1/3 of the European average. Our gross investment in infrastructure is low but increasing, and there are jobs related, and what is interesting is the number of patents related to recycling and circularity of raw materials, quite low compared to the European average. Still though, this is a focus in Greece compared to the EU, but if you remember the larger global picture, challenges are much better, much larger, sorry. Well, I think most people here know this butterfly, the circularity butterfly, what we have to do at the technological cycle, at the technological materials and at the biological materials. You cannot recycle biological materials, you cannot recycle your potato peels, but you can produce value out of them in a cascading bioeconomy. And as Peter said very well, we have many examples. Technologies are there, but they're at small scale. Scaling them up, making real economic sense, it's a huge challenge. And the same stands for the technological cycle. And we have to keep in mind that we should not focus just at the end of the cycles, at the larger cycles, which is the recycling and recovery of materials and energy, but also change of behavioral models, change how we use materials, change how we purchase, behavioral change, which is crucial, reuse. And all these are there. We start discussing about them, and this is a huge step forward, but challenges are still there, and taking up this change will be a challenge. There are, well, circular economy requires all this. Peter covered this. I want to say a few of the barriers, mainly the technological barriers. There are always contamination risks. In cadmium, we see that most of it's incorporated in the recycled materials. So we have to make a balance at a good informing level on what risk we are ready to accept, because recycling often does not produce as clear materials as the first raw materials, but what is the real risk there? Often the real risk is much less than what could sometimes be perceived. There is, and this is inevitable, quantity and quality loss in each cycle. And that means that at the end of the day, we will always need a final sink. We should remember that in waste management. The last diagram there shows an actual picture of materials flow in the EU, not very circular indeed. And obviously our aspiration is to increase the flows in the loop and decrease what gets in and gets out. But what we have to keep in mind that always something will get out. And finally, is market prices. Currently, market prices are not very, recycling using secondary materials is still much more expensive in most cases compared to raw materials. And here we need the policy and financial and economic tools to change that. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a whistle-stop tour through the subject. You did mention, I think you mentioned COVID and the epidemic. I'm fascinated by we spoke yesterday, you may have seen, we had a session on waste management during the epidemic, and of course this topic came up. I'm interested to know your thoughts on, first of all, how this sort of sudden influx of new waste material has affected the picture overall, if at all, if it's significant. And secondly, on what we've learned perhaps from the impact and our response to the COVID epidemic in terms of our capabilities when absolutely required to do things.
Thank you for your question. Actually, didn't mention it because it didn't fit, so thanks for the question. Well, actually, it did increase the flow of materials and the flow of single-use plastics, which are a huge problem in the seas and the ocean. Some of it was indispensable. You need that to protect people in the hospitals, people in the streets, but we also saw a lot of irresponsible behavior for all of us, with a lot of that material not ending up at the correct place. So behavioral change, especially, and going deep enough so that it is there in bad, difficult times as well, is a huge challenge, and we need all the cooperation of society and all professions to see how we can bring that. Also, we saw that often we need resources, and our global cycles, global provision, global logistics are so interrelated, and this can be an issue when things are not, do not work as normal. But finally, also, we saw that in many places, like in Italy, where there were strict restrictions, recycling industries were deemed to be one of the crucial sectors of the economy that remained open, even at the highest pandemic wave, and that shows how this sector can provide materials locally and how valuable it is.
Right, interesting. Peter, I'll come to you with the same question, maybe a bit broader. What have you observed? Do you think we've learned as a society from the impact and our response to this emergency in the context of environmental protection and the circular economy?
Well, maybe just first a quick response on the particular issue of plastics, because you know, of course, the pandemic has significantly increased the use of you know, those of face masks, etc., that we have to use. So we've looked at the numbers, in fact, for 2020, and what's quite surprising, you know, given what you see every day, is in fact that plastics consumption globally has decreased. It's true, of course, you know, the pandemic-related sanitary use of personal protective equipment has increased, you know, I think tenfold or something like that. So it's a huge increase, but it's a very small share of the overall use of plastics, while big industries that use a lot of plastics, such as construction and also automotive, have, of course, lost a lot of production. So overall, actually, in 2020, we have used maybe 2 or 3% less plastics than in 2019, which is, you know, complete departure from past trends, which see like a 3 to 4% increase in plastics use every year. The question is now, how will this continue? And maybe the more important question is, you know, how much of that plastic is actually being littered? And of course, you know, the PPE, of course, which sits sort of with the end consumers, has a tendency of being littered more frequently. So that's a problem. Yeah, but maybe coming to the broader question, I mean, I think ultimately what the pandemic has shown is the incredible resilience of our economic system, including those parts, and I think you made the point, you know, that are sort of somehow engaged in the circular economy. And while there were some municipalities shutting down recycling facilities temporarily, very quickly it became clear that those were essential services that needed to carry on. So I think, you know, that there's a sort of a glimmer of hope there for us to take away.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I'm deferring to your expertise because it fascinates me that, you know, suddenly when humanity is confronted with something like this, everybody says, oh, okay, so it's an emergency. Oh, all right then, suddenly we can do all kinds of things that previously were just too hard, they were too politically difficult, and you wonder about what the route is, how you can turn that on, that tremendous innovative motivation that humans can show sometimes. I wouldn't recommend a pandemic every year just to keep us on our toes, but you do wonder. I'd give you an opportunity as well, Theodora, just to reflect on that, on how, you know, this has been a really convulsive period that we've been through. I don't think we've really got our heads around yet how extraordinary it's been. How does it play into this specific area, do you think?
Indeed. Something that came to my mind is how quickly we do adapt to situations. I'm hoping that with the same quick spirit, we can adapt to other situations as well. So we've seen how well and how quickly nations adapted, economies adapted. We've started from a situation where we couldn't get enough of gels, disinfectants, or masks, to a situation where we're filled with masks and sanitation equipment. That's something that we have to think about and use that as an opportunity to promote other types of changes as well. Climate crisis, we need very quickly to adapt. We talk about mitigation. Most of our financing goes to mitigation efforts right now. We have to adapt as well. Greece is a country where adaptation is very important. Apart from all the mitigation efforts that we take both at the national level but also in the context of the EU policies, it's very important on the other side to adapt as well, because the crisis is here, climate crisis is here. We will need to use the financing opportunities that we have for adaptation projects as well.
Great, thank you very much. I'd like to give an opportunity to the floor to see if you have any questions for our panel. I should have given you earlier warning so that you could sort of draft them in your minds, but if anybody does have a question, please just raise your hand. And if you don't have a question now, but you have one at some point, please be ready and I'll ask again. We have a question here. I don't know if we've got we have a roving mic, so if you just tell us who you are and give us your question.
Hello, thank you. Do you hear me? Yeah,
yes.
Wonderful. I'm Stefan, member Club of Rome. I just saw your picture of the 1972 modeling of all three. Circular economy, a question to the three of you. What do you think, how much it would cost to get Europe more or less completely into a circular loop with all the components you're talking about?
Wow. Okay, that's an easy question. Let's start with you, Theodora, and then we'll move back along the line.
Definitely a lot, but that's not. But we have to consider what would it cost not to move there. So
I'm going to stop you there because that was a very specific question. So you can evade it afterwards. But first of all, how would you actually, if you had to answer that question in terms of the proportion of EU spending, what kind of a shift in EU budgeting would it take to make this happen? What would the answer be?
a huge number, I guess.
Okay.
But definitely, the thing is to consider the business as usual scenario, and how much would that cost in the contrary. So I'm sure there are many studies, probably Stefan already knows about the cost of transitioning to the circular economy. But what would the cost be if we don't do so? So I'm putting back the question to you. Thank you.
Let's move on to Peter.
Yes, so it's of course a very good question. At the OECD, we've done some modeling, macroeconomic modeling, to find an answer to that question, and also other scholars have modeled this. And when you look across different models, what you see is that the cost will be relatively modest in terms of loss of GDP over a 40-year period. So it's essentially a similar story to climate change mitigation, where also you have a loss of GDP, which is just a few percentage points over several decades. So, but I think the more difficult question is how do you mobilize the finance that is needed, public finance that is needed. Where do you find those resources? There's a lot of public finance needed in municipal infrastructure, as I said before, but also other past. I mean, you can expand this into transport, etc. And how do you create the incentive framework so that private finance, which is going to bear the brunt of the effort, can be mobilized and incentivized to go there. So I think that's the harder question. This is what we're currently doing. I think on the end of life phase, we know pretty well which are the policies that work. And how to create an incentive framework that is conducive to closing material loops. But upstream, so to make this whole thing more efficient by encouraging better design, and I've seen there is another session that will actually discuss that particularly. I think here we don't have very much of a clear idea. It's a very experimental policy agenda. And so I think there's going to be a need for a lot of trial and error in this, and you have to bear with governments in actually finding the best policy interventions also for upstream measures.
Right. So it sounds like any figure that one could come up with at this stage would be fairly speculative, to say the least. That there isn't simply isn't an answer to the question. Here's the number in billions of dollars.
I have one number, because the problem with the circular economy is always, it's almost as broad as sustainable development, so it covers so much ground. But if you ask a more specific question, then you can also get more specific answers. And one question that's been posed to us recently is, how much would it cost to eliminate marine plastic litter? And there we have a number. It's around 25 billion euros per year. It's a relatively small number, in fact, globally, to eliminate land-based sources of marine plastics. So that gives you, at least for the plastics story, it gives you an order of magnitude.
Okay. How about you? Are you willing to give a figure?
No, I fully agree with the speakers. There is not such a figure because, as Peter said, it's so broad that you cannot really put a number now unless it's just a speculation. I also fully agree that whatever is the number is cheaper than not doing anything. I could provide a small figure about what infrastructure would be needed for Greece in order to reach waste management goals for circularity from the EU, and this is about 3 billion euros in infrastructure, which is not as huge as it may sound, given that the actual cost of the very bad, a collection system with many inefficiencies is about 1 billion years in operational cost just for the low value system we have now, which has many points of optimization. So when 3 billion sound a lot of money, if you divide it by what is actually happening in the population, it's not that much. It's just deciding to go that direction.
Okay. I think this is sort of typical of budgetary decisions, isn't it? It's not so much a question of the number on the budget, it's a question of how you prioritize flows of budgetary spending. I hope you're happy with that answer, Stefan. Are there any other questions from our audience? Phoebe, I'm not sure you count as audience, but we'll allow your question anyway. Go ahead.
Yes,
Phoebe's mic'd up.
I have a mic.
Okay.
I have a mic. Thank you. So this is a question from the organizers, let's say, but circular economy has a cost, obviously, but has a very important benefit documented in terms of less natural resources being used, better quality, conservation of better quality of natural resources, better use of the resources in terms of continuous use. So all these benefits need, I think, they need to be monetized so that in a cost-benefit analysis where you rank the priorities and you rank the net benefits that the transition to circularity is going to bring to the economy, it makes sense to the policymaker. It's not just the cost, it's this huge benefit on the footprint of our production and consumption processes
that needs to be monetized in order to get across to the policymakers and see the big net benefit that is going to be produced through this transition. So the question is, are there any attempts to monetize this at the moment? The benefits?
Let's start with you.
Well, there have been many attempts to monetize it, at least at the end of the range in waste management. And there are at the EU scale, and this is how EU policies have been promoted and drafted. It has been shown that not going towards circular ways, doing business as usual in landfilling is much expensive. So I don't have numbers in head now, but there are reports on that demonstrating that going to recycling, especially prevention, will be much cheaper in monetized terms if you internalize environmental costs and you put a reasonable number on it. But I think this is a crucial point. But often when it comes to the bank or the budget, then these externalities, although they are there and they are monetized, there can be some figures on it. They don't count on the budget. So maybe even changing our general system of GDP assessment, how we measure affluence, would be the crucial step.
They don't count in the budget, and they should, because there are the huge benefits, and they can count only if you subsidize them.
Peter.
Yeah, no, you point to an important limitation. Maybe, you know, the fact that we don't have too much information on this is also linked to the fact that, you know, contrary to climate change, this is a very new area, so there's relatively less research that has gone into it. What's interesting is that some of the large business consultancies that have looked into this tend to say that there's a huge savings potential in terms of, you know, material cost savings potential that can be decisive for competitiveness of industry. So certainly at that level of, you know, at the firm level, there would seem to be, you know, potentially very, very positive effect. And that doesn't even account for, you know, all the environmental and more social benefits, you know, that shift would also bring. But I think, you know, what everybody has to recognize is that the circular economy transition is, in fact, about massive structural change. So, yeah, you know, there are going to be winners and losers, and there's going to be a hard transition that needs to be managed with social, you know, aspects and impacts related to it. So very similar to other, you know, big environmental challenges that we're facing. And I think ultimately, as in the climate debate, you know, we have to address that first and foremost, because this is where the political economy gets tricky, rather than, you know, the very long-term, you know, costs and benefits, which are rather abstract ultimately.
Right. Theodora, your thoughts?
Thank you, Phoebe. Excellent point. Actually putting the added value on top of everything that efforts have been made already to calculate and talk about and monetize, the added value, the extra thing that comes with the structural change and the processes and all of our on the whole scale of sustainability issues, not only our environmental footprint, but also our footprint on social and governance issues and how we all deal with the systemic change that we need. It's something that if we had a price tag on, would convince more on the need for change there. But you're absolutely right. We should and could do more on that aspect, and I think it would be a positive move for all the change that we need. Thank you.
Climate Kick, we have deep demonstrations on circular transition that try to do exactly that in an LCA content, measure the impact, and then translate that impact into monetized values in order to help us upscale the implementation of the Circular Economy Initiative in the European Commission. Maybe we should talk to OECD as well. Has been an amazing panel.
Wonderful. Okay. We're nearly out of time, but I do have one. I have a populist question. We can't really have a session without a populist question in 2021. And that is, if we take out the need for a large percentage of our raw materials in the production process, what happens to all of the jobs that are associated with those industries, the extractive industries, which are very highly skilled, specialized jobs, often focused in poorer countries? How do we compensate for that loss of labor? Peter, you go with this one.
Thanks. That's another difficult question. So, you know, at the OECD, we did some modeling there as well. We looked at, you know, labor markets were impacted by, you know, a circular economy transition with a certain, you know, policy package, you know, forcing those changes. And what we found is ultimately the net effect is a bit of a zero-sum game. There might be a very small increase in labor. So, you know, the more interesting question is probably, and I think that's what's implied in your question, what about the quality of the jobs? So what are the jobs that we're destroying, and what are the jobs that we're creating? And how do they compare in terms of pay, in terms of the quality of the jobs, basically? And here I don't think we have the answers yet. What we know, of course, and this is essentially from looking at the end of life, where, you know, our efforts have so far really focused waste management. There are a lot of low-paid, you know, not very nice jobs there, very hard jobs often. While in resource extraction, we have a lot of very well-paid engineering jobs. So if the circular economy ends up, and I'm not saying it will, but it ends up, if it ends up, you know, destroying high-quality jobs and replacing them with low-paid, low-quality jobs, then we have a problem. But I think really for the moment, no one really knows, and that research still needs to happen.
Okay. Brilliant. Well, that brings us to our exact stopping point. So with your permission, I'll not put the question to you because we have coffee next, and that's important. We don't want to delay that. Please, let me just say that when we come back, Phoebe will be chairing the next session, and I'll see you on the one after that. And please do join me in thanking our fantastic panel. Thank you very much.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον. Δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Σας απασχολεί το μέλλον σας. Οι σπουδές των παιδιών σας. Η δημιουργία σημαντικού κεφαλαίου. Στην Εθνική Ασφαλιστική σχεδιάζουμε μαζί και υλοποιούμε τις επενδυτικές σας ανάγκες με το Full Life Plan από μόλις 70 ευρώ το μήνα. Επενδύστε από σήμερα σε ένα άνετο μέλλον με το Full Life Plan από την Εθνική Ασφαλιστική.
DEPA is the company that introduced natural gas to the Greek market. In 2020, DEPA split its activities into 3 new companies in order to optimize its operations. DEPA Commercial is a modern and competitive group of companies with a dynamic presence in the energy sector and substantial contribution to the development of the Greek economy. With the continuous expansions of its natural gas infrastructure, DEPA Commercial is aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the eastern Mediterranean Sea, covering more and more regions of the country. The company participates in international projects which turn Greece into a regional energy hub, safeguarding at the same time the diversification of supply sources and routes to the benefit of the country and consumers. The 3 main activity axes of DEPA Commercial are natural gas commerce, international infrastructure, and participation in development programs. DEPA Commercial introduced CNG as a vehicle fuel in Greece. Physicon is the company's CNG brand. Fysiko Aereo is a 100% subsidiary of DEPA Commercial and one of the biggest natural gas suppliers to end customers in Greece. DEPA Commercial is the main importer of pipe and liquefied natural gas, LNG, in Greece. The company's experience in the domestic market ensures the optimal coupling between international supply and indigenous demand. The company is also one of the main partners of the Poseidon Med-2 project, aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the eastern Mediterranean Sea. DEPA Commercial participated in the Synergy project, which was completed in March 2020. The Synergy project is a holistic approach towards the establishment of a natural gas system in Cyprus, aiming to end the energy isolation of the island by establishing strategic synergies between the sectors of energy and transport. Supergreen aims to bring forward a holistic approach towards the electrification and utilization of alternative fuels of shipping in Greece by implementing innovative technological systems based on a market-oriented approach. The action relates to the construction and operation of one hybrid LNG and electric propulsion system catamaran vessel that will connect the core TEN-T port of Piraeus to other ports of the comprehensive TEN-T network. The action also involves the purchase of 2 LNG semi-trailers for the refueling of the hybrid catamaran vessel. Blue Hubs upgrades important parts of the Orient-East Med corridor by providing LNG and CNG bunkering and refueling facilities in the core TEN-T ports of Piraeus and Heraklion in Greece, and the core TEN-T port of Limassol in Cyprus, and by setting a new intermodal sea-based system integrated in the logistic chain. DEPA Commercial is also constructing an LNG bunkering vessel to ensure a critical level of LNG supply and unlock the demand for LNG. The company is a member of the Research Consortium for the Implementation of the Secure Gas Project, funded by the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program. DEPA Commercial plays a key role in the transition to a new clean energy era. The company is the co-chair of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance and coordinates the White Dragon project that combines use of renewable energy sources with green hydrogen. The company is setting all the conditions that will transform Greece into an energy hub for the whole region of southeastern Europe.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Σας απασχολεί το μέλλον σας. Οι σπουδές των παιδιών σας. Η δημιουργία σημαντικού κεφαλαίου. Στην Εθνική Ασφαλιστική σχεδιάζουμε μαζί και υλοποιούμε τις επενδυτικές σας ανάγκες με το Full Life Plan από μόλις 70 ευρώ το μήνα. Επενδύστε από σήμερα σε ένα άνετο μέλλον με το Full Life Plan από την Εθνική Ασφαλιστική.
DEPA is the company that introduced natural gas to the Greek market. In 2020, DEPA split its activities into 3 new companies in order to optimize its operations. DEPA Commercial is a modern and competitive group of companies with a dynamic presence in the energy sector and substantial contribution to the development of the Greek economy. With the continuous expansions of its natural gas infrastructure, DEPA Commercial is aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, covering more and more regions of the country. The company participates in international projects which turn Greece into a regional energy hub, safeguarding at the same time the diversification of supply sources and routes to the benefit of the country and consumers. The 3 main activity axes of DEPA Commercial are natural gas commerce, international infrastructure, and participation in development programs. DEPA Commercial introduced CNG as a vehicle fuel in Greece. Physicon is the company's CNG brand. Fysiko Aereo is a 100% subsidiary of DEPA Commercial and one of the biggest natural gas suppliers to end customers in Greece. DEPA Commercial is the main importer of pipe and liquefied natural gas, LNG, in Greece. The company's experience in the domestic market ensures the optimal coupling between international supply and indigenous demand. The company is also one of the main partners of the Poseidon Med-2 project, aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. DEPA Commercial participated in the Synergy project, which was completed in March 2020. The Synergy project is a holistic approach towards the establishment of a natural gas system in Cyprus, aiming to end the energy isolation of the island by establishing strategic synergies between the sectors of energy and transport. Supergreen aims to bring forward a holistic approach towards the electrification and utilization of alternative fuels of shipping in Greece by implementing innovative technological systems based on a market-oriented approach. The action relates to the construction and operation of one hybrid LNG and electric propulsion system catamaran vessel that will connect the core TEN-T port of Piraeus to other ports of the comprehensive TEN-T network. The action also involves the purchase of 2 LNG semi-trailers for the refueling of the hybrid catamaran vessel. Blue Hubs upgrades important parts of the Orient-East Med corridor by providing LNG and CNG bunkering and refueling facilities in the core TEN-T ports of Piraeus and Heraklion in Greece, and the core TEN-T port of Limassol in Cyprus, and by setting a new intermodal sea-based system integrated in the logistic chain. DEPA Commercial is also constructing an LNG bunkering vessel to ensure a critical level of LNG supply and unlock the demand for LNG. The company is a member of the Research Consortium for the implementation of the Secure Gas project, funded by the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program. DEPA Commercial plays a key role in the transition to a new clean energy era. The company is the co-chair of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance and coordinates the White Dragon project that combines use of renewable energy sources with green hydrogen. The company is setting all the conditions that will transform Greece into an energy hub for the whole region of southeastern Europe.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Σας απασχολεί το μέλλον σας. Οι σπουδές των παιδιών σας. Η δημιουργία σημαντικού κεφαλαίου. Στην Εθνική Ασφαλιστική σχεδιάζουμε μαζί και υλοποιούμε τις επενδυτικές σας ανάγκες με το Full Life Plan από μόλις 70 ευρώ το μήνα. Επενδύστε από σήμερα σε ένα άνετο μέλλον με το Full Life Plan από την Εθνική Ασφαλιστική.
DEPA is the company that introduced natural gas to the Greek market. In 2020, DEPA split its activities into 3 new companies in order to optimize its operations.
Circular economy. Και τώρα... Ναι, τέλεια. I'm very happy to coordinate this session. Water has been my main focus since my PhD, and water is indeed important. Water is a basic and absolute element of life, and its importance should be communicated so that it is used wisely in order to be able to support our production, consumption processes, and also the resilience of our ecosystems. I am joined here with an amazing panel. I think we have the most important experts in the country that can tell us what is going on with regards to research, with regards to utility systems development, with regards to the holistic management of water resources in the country. Πολλοί πιθανόν να θέλουν να μιλήσουν ελληνικά, γιατί είμαστε όλοι Έλληνες.
They might want to speak English because we're all Greek, and I would like to invite Mrs. Maria Papadopoulou, Professor, National Technical University of Athens, and President of Management Board, National Environment and Climate Change Agency, which was invited to serve the research needs to support policies that have to do with the environment and climate change. With Maria, we are together in the Climate Change Committee in the Ministry of Environment, and she has taught me a lot of things. Thank you, Phoebe, for this invitation, and the economists. And of course, I do appreciate the presence of the other panelists. They are experts in water. Our organization does not focus only on politics, but also on the management of sensitive areas. But here we came to talk about water, one of the critical natural resources of the environment. The whole management is based on this institutional text of the EU water management directives, floods. The pandemic has changed everything in the natural environment and anthropogenic pressures. We have decrease of pollution, decrease of consumption, but at the same time, we had something positive. We stopped intervening in the ecosystems. The pressure has decreased. At the same time, we have the differentiation of this loop of supply, demand, the needs, and how they are covered. Pandemic brought us to a new era. And in this post-COVID era, I hope that digital technology and modern science will assist a lot. And I talk about monitoring with sensors, remote sensing, satellites, all these tools offered by technology. We can monitor, collect, monitor, process, analyze a lot of data, a host of data, all those timelines that can be interlinked with IT technologies and algorithms. Technology gives us this opportunity. Digitization, which invaded our lives, is a reality and helps us a lot in the water. The epidemiology of waste is a new aspect. It is a tool important for scientists, how the epidemic via monitoring waste can give us information that can actually assist the policy makers to take measures. You were awarded Yes, we got an award with Mrs. Laspidou at European level in hackathon organized last year, and we are glad to say that this thing is just implemented in Athens, the region, and the Secretary General of Public Health, in cooperation with universities, Metsovion, Kapodistrian, Pasteur, will proceed with the operation of such a system, which is very critical, and we believe that soon this will become part of the whole process. Chrysi will be part of this team, and we are all glad, all of us who participated in this process, to see it becoming a reality. Underlining a couple of things more, the post-COVID era demands reviewing Goal 6. Modern things should occur with better use of resources, so areas that feel the pressure of lack of water and drought to be managed properly. Prevention is important, and we need to have access to data in order to be able to manage it. Last but not least, what we are discussing about water governance is rather critical. It is a participatory process. All of us need understand. It's rather vague as a notion, but I think that we need to have the participation of the private and public sector and civil society in order, with the new conditions of climate change, to reach a sustainable economy and resilient societies. So these two last points, which are more institutional, to put it this way, I think that we have moved forward after the pandemic in managing waters. Thank you, Maria. I move to the next speaker, Professor Panagiotis Nastos, Director of the Laboratory of Climatology and Atmospheric Environment, National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, and he is also President of the Hellenic Meteorological Society. Panagiotis, thank you very much for the invitation. I need to say, above all, that from my point of view, climate change means water management adjustment to better management of water. We can adjust easier to temperature than to water changes. What we are interested mainly in climate change is the unbalanced water cycle. First of all, we need to make clear what is climate change and what is climate variability. In the United Nations framework on climate change is defined in particular as a change in climate directly or indirectly due to human activities, distinguishing the term from the climate variability that has natural causes, such as changes in the solar radiation, the circles of Mikhailovich, and volcanic eruptions. These things were known since the era of philosopher Aristotle, who said thousands of years ago that the same parts of Earth are not always moist or dry, but they change. We must suppose these changes to follow some order and cycle. Climate change is linked to severe weather conditions, hydrological distractions, droughts, forest fires, floods, and water scarcity in terms of influence the hydraulic cycle and thus the river flows. And the water cycle is something that we need to be aware of. The water is a renewable resource circulating on the planet in a continuous state of flux. That is why we need to manage it more properly. We see the disaster events by type, and we see that disasters like floods and droughts have the highest percentage, and of course the higher cost. Droughts over the Mediterranean region by means of the standardized precipitation index. We move to drier conditions in eastern Mediterranean and Greece. The dryness aridity comes from the east to the west. We study all these indices. These are extreme indices we use in our climate models in order to be able to predict droughts in the future. You see the dry days in the Mediterranean. For 8.5, the extreme scenario, southeast Mediterranean, is the most vulnerable in droughts. We have changes in precipitation intensity, runoff by the end of the 21st century, and we have problems with the waters of rivers. The challenge is water scarcity. Water scarcity can be dealt with by providing water supply ways that are years ago well known, 4,000 years ago, was the rainwater for harvesting was a very popular technique through the world. In our country, it was very popular in the Cyclades, and it is now another modern approach. These are rainwater harvesting systems, traditional cisterns in Koufonisia, Folegandros, and elsewhere in the Cyclades. The modern systems of harvesting, water harvesting, are very popular nowadays as well, and are a low-cost alternative during dry periods. In that way, you see a modern RWH, an installation that can do this process and reuse the water, not drinkable water, but for the toilet or other uses where potable water is not needed. We can carry out studies, and taking into consideration the simulations of climate models, we can calculate exactly in each home, hotel, the process and the amount of water needed to be collected in order for the house or the hotel to be self-sufficient. Thank you that you saved some time. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome Mr. Haris Sachinis, Chief Executive Officer of EIVAP, and we would like you to share your points of view with us. Thank you very much for the invitation. I am a bit stressed because we have a lot of things to do ahead and how to manage water best. We don't have time. We need to make efforts all the time. I will focus on three things. I will talk about actions because Greta some days ago said we talk much, but we do not. We do less. Now I will talk about actions, how we recycle water and spend it. The second has to do with energy consumption linked to water. So we want in 10 years by 2030 to be zero carbon water ratio. And the third, which one is a glue between these two, is digital technology and all these smart things that link. These three pillars are quite important because what is linked with water, environment, and digital, these are main pillars of RRF, the money, the funds distributed for the environment and for the resilience. And it is important because these projects cost money. If we didn't have the RRF, we need to increase the price of water because someone has to pay. So we try by getting money from RRF and by lowering our operational cost to prevent increase in water price. So we want clearer water, zero carbon water without increasing the price of water consumption. That is actually what stresses us the most. In each of every sector pillar, I will say a couple of words. Water cycle first. Those of you who are in Athens, the water you drink in Athens comes from mountainous Navpaktia. It is clear, clean water, and we do not spend any energy to transfer it. We have issues because until now in our organization they replaced 0.5% of the networks each year. That means to replace the whole network would take 200 years. We increase the speed of replacement at 2% in order to avoid losing water. We don't lose a lot of water in Athens. We are in the average, but we want to decrease it below 20%. We will improve the network. We use the water, then it is wasted. The new waste processing centers built in Eastern Attica. If you can understand, we have 400,000 people in Western Attica that have private waste tanks which actually contaminate the horizon and the sea. But by using water waste management processing plants, we will be able to process the water and use it. And probably by recycling it, we will be able to drink it. We do other actions as well, like sewer mining. We take waste water and we water some greenhouses, and we try to include traditional or ancient knowledge and adjust it. So we will use an ancient
μπλέκονται μέσα και 7 δήμοι.
Aqueduct.
Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό.
Aqueduct, and we will use it for watering the parks to decrease the temperature of Athens. So we process the wastes, water, and we have full recycling. This is an example of circular economy. the energy issue. We have done a plan on zero carbon water. We need to see our facilities and what we are going to do with the pumps, the buildings. So we have a plan for electric vehicles. 14% of the energy we use is from our own sources, small hydros, or biogas produced by the waste water plants, smart grid. We will do a lot of things to certify the whole water management, smart meters for the same reason, but we will see how we manage the customers. We need to persuade people to use digital applications. We can do everything digitally. If they can do things digitally, they won't take their cars, they won't emit carbon to the atmosphere, etc. With all this and the know-how we do have and acquire all day, we want to implement it elsewhere in Greece and abroad. We have real ESG goals and an integrated governance. Do you feel that these efforts that have to do with the technical management and decrease of your footprint regarding the cohesion, support of the environment, etc., do you feel that they pass to shareholders? Do shareholders understand that as a main benefit to them that goes directly to them, or they see it as a means of beautification? Well, it has a benefit. Of course, companies that are high in ESG ratings can get finance, and they are eligible for RRF, and that is to the benefit of the shareholders, the consumers, etc. I think EIDAP has the second lowest water price all over Europe, and we want to maintain that. That is our daily effort in EIDAP. So we have a benefit for shareholders, and it is a real benefit. With the new regulatory framework, on the other hand, the investments carried out, shareholders take a return from the investments you make. We try to find this balance. What will be with own capital, with RRF or EIB or other kinds of funding. This is the balance we need to keep. So you told us about the ERC project we got, and we examined the design of next generation and of water system, and I believe that EIDAP is open to science in a way, in a clear way. That is what helps it to have good performance and fast uptake of new technologies. I believe that you are a different company, more advanced, the more successful efforts in this more private part of Greek reality. Before I go to Athinaiki Zithopia, I will go to Greenpeace.
My dear friend, Nikos Harlapidis, is here. His name has been linked with Greenpeace. and he's a person who has set sustainability and the environment in our daily lives here in Greece, and I would like to have his insights on water management in Greece and the use of water in various industries, not talking just about drinking water. We're not just talking about watering the plants and the use of water for the resilience of the system. Thank you very much for the introduction. I was a bit shy, that's why I was drawing stuff on my paper in order to not to feel reddish. So, Greenpeace, actually the story of Greenpeace this year is our 50th anniversary, 30 years in Greece. Our history is intrinsically linked with water because we started from the sea. So, when we talk about hydrological cycles, it's not just about rivers. The overwhelming majority of water in our planet is not river water. We're talking about sea water. So there are certain directives against the disposal of nuclear waste and other waste in the sea. 30 or 40 years ago, this used to be the business as usual or even the state practice. It took many years and many people to go to jail or to be issued in order to stop disposing this waste in the sea. The same happens for internal waters. The fact that we have the Barcelona, or the London Treaty Convention actually, is the outcome of Greenpeace and the outcome of the efforts of many scientists who've been going hand in hand with Greenpeace for many years. So our discussion about water, and it was rightly introduced, we're now talking about that in the aftermath, in the wake of the pandemic. There are certain learnings that we have to keep, and maybe we can disagree on something, but let's find what are the easy teachings, the easy lessons we can keep. The first one, and that's linked with water management, is the role of science. It has been highlighted as it should. Political decisions should be taken on the basis of scientific criteria and not whatever we read online. So it's as if scientists said, please don't forget about us. Yes, it was quite bolder than that, because science is the one that should tell us what to do and how to do it. And this affects the climate, this applies to climate, to water, etc. Science is very clear. You have to do that. Whether you do it or not, it's up to the politicians. And of course, it's a matter of economy. The second point that also interests us has to do with the involvement of our society. The more the society was involved, the more the ties were stronger, the measures delivered. When there was a case of disruption in the involvement of the civil society, the results never delivered. As for the water cycle now, there are no limits. The idea that I will do something and nobody will pay attention to that, it's not valid. We were quite lucky, the humanity was quite lucky, and we didn't have so many epidemics turning into pandemics. This won't be the case in the future. You know what we say, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. It doesn't apply. We're just a big, huge global village. Many things happen and they go out, they don't belong to us anymore because they go public. And of course, the repercussions are global. The next teaching by the pandemic is that the way we live and the way we consume is not a way that might have some repercussions. It does have repercussions, measurable ones right now. And the final conclusion is that we have two parallel crises: the collapse of biodiversity and climate crisis. So all the above happen while these two crises occur. So we have to build a roadmap, a compass, also for water, because water plays a critical part for our life. So, okay, thank you, dear Mr. Haralambidis. That was a great introduction. Let's go now into chase. So, let me be absolutely sincere with you. I've been watching the water-related issues from a distance, and EIDAP indeed is one of the best case studies globally, if one compares it with other water companies and water management systems in Europe at least. So we keep on talking about drinkable waters, potable water. We're talking about the water we have in the networks, and the water we use in industry is much less than 30% of the total water we use. The remaining 70% goes to agriculture, according to the figures, right? To the extent we can rely on them. 87% of the water we use in Greece is used for agricultural purposes. So, okay, we can start shower in couples. No matter how a DAP improves their networks and tamper all of them and has no leakage, 87% of all our water resources will go to agriculture. So, next point. One might say that we have amazingly efficient watering systems in the agriculture, etc. Nobody has laughed about that. We don't have any of them. Nobody laughed. Yes, I was about to start laughing. Yes, we don't have efficient systems. We don't have customized cultivations, and we don't have tailor-made solutions. If you go to the plain of Thessaly with 50 degrees Celsius, you will see the watering becks using water that 80% of them is sprayed and vaporized before it reaches the ground. That's not okay. So, and allow me to say that in the RRF there is no discussion about that. No discussion about changing our agricultural methods. No discussion about changing the watering methods. So no matter how better a DAP becomes, the water company becomes, no matter how great Athenian Brewery is, the remaining is that it's the elephant in the room. Whenever we discuss about water, we have to talk about this elephant. We have one minister talking about water policies, and the other ministry, which is responsible for 87% of total water consumption, says nothing. I think it's as clear as that. So, given that water is life, it's a valuable resource, given that in southeastern, eastern Mediterranean, we are already suffering from water climate. If we keep on working with business as usual, as if we are in the 1980s, it's not valid anymore. So it's one's own personal responsibility to do what we have to. And this applies to the farmers, right? No. Do you want to say something more? No. Phoebe, you're absolutely correct. I draw a parallel line, which was a bit risky now. The experience from the transition in the post-lignite period, for instance, in Ptolemaiда, was a very useful paradigm, because we will have to do something of the same. Guys, we have to stop having cotton crops. We have to stop, let's say, turning all rivers of Greece into desert in order to keep on producing cotton. We have to discuss about the new tools, not just financial ones, the new technological tools with new experimental crops, etc., in order to do something else. So, besides all the above, and that's in the context of the climate crisis, we do know that when there is a crisis on, there are two priorities: food and water, not cash crops. So, a large part of your agricultural production has to be shifted. It's about producing foodstuff in a sustainable way. Let's discuss about breeding. Okay, we'll do that later on in the next session. Yes, you're absolutely right. If one helps farmers to produce their crops in a sustainable and smart way, then we are also able to create a brand new future for them, because they will be able to have their children involved, and we will be able to see Greece becoming a very successful producer, both for domestic use and for exporting agricultural foods. Otherwise, there will be resistance to change. If you don't have the resolution, if you don't have the solution for tomorrow, there will be resistance. I think we do try to do something about that. Is that correct, Mr. Georgakelos? Yes, we keep on doing stuff about that, and we believe we will do it. Tell us about Athenian Brewery. I didn't know the things you were supposed to discuss, but as you can see, we have a great link. Phoebe knew the line, the order, because she knew what you were about to say. So it's now my turn after you gave me an assist. So it's a great pleasure, it's a great honor to be a panelist among experts on water. I represent Athenian Brewery. We produce beer, but we are here to discuss about water management systems. So let's talk about water. Apart from the fact that, and that's the fun fact, or maybe the useless information of the day, 95% of beer is water. It's our main raw material. So the breweries themselves use water throughout the production process, from the first stage of fermentation of barley and then in bottling, etc. We use a lot of water. we use 3 to 5 liters of water in order to produce 1 liter of beer. So we are water users ourselves. On its own, this is a very important reason in order to have water as a main pillar in your sustainability strategy, if one has such a strategy like Athenian Brewery. So, apart from the things we have been doing in the past, there is also an interaction. Our interaction with the farmers, because farming is the #1 user of water in Greece. So we have raw material being produced in Greece. We have Greek farmers. We collaborate with them in the process, in the context of contracting farming. Farmers cultivate barley. Okay, this is a crop that doesn't need that much water. They also produce other stuff. Both of you said before mentioned the importance for these people to accept these new technologies, these new solutions, in order to build a future for their families. So it's both social and financial and environmental reason to be sustainable. All this led us to launch an initiative to build a new program to build a program on sustainable growth by means of highlighting right water management solutions. In order to do so, we need experts, because we are not experts. This is not our field. We were lucky enough to discuss with many esteemed members of the academia, of the research community. I'm glad to see some of them here with us today. So we collaborate with Phoebe Skoudouri's team. Under her guidance and with her collaboration, with her team's collaboration, we have a program I will present you in the coming 3 minutes. So our first choice was to focus this plan, because you mentioned before the plain of Thessaly. So we focused our program on Thessaly, because as all of us know, this is the most deficient water department of Greece. 87%, you said 87%. In the case of Thessaly, it's 94%. 94% of the water used in Thessaly is used for watering. The vicious cycle of water resource management in Thessaly, because of their effort to maximize performance, to maximize their yield, and at the same time avoid the degradation of the water system and the aquifer, leads to both failing to meet the objectives and having more and more ambitious targets to be met, and they keep on failing, etc. And this affects our people, because we have no less than 800 farmers involved in doing business with us. We're not talking just about farmers, not about barley producers only, and we want them to have all the prerequisites in order for the crops to be sustainable financially and in terms of agriculture. So we started a program. Phase 1, we carried out a second-tier research. Then the phase 2 involved mapping and analysis of the stakeholders, and this is actually the core of the whole thing, how to co-design processes, because we, the Athenian Brewery, together with our experts and the stakeholders, decided to join forces, because in the morning session you discussed about the co-design aspect, and that's what we try to achieve. We could have taken the easy road. So let's finance a study telling this or saying this or that, or maybe run a pilot project with one of our partners in order to demonstrate something that would have been maybe even better. But no, we tried, and we keep on trying. In the context of this program launched on March 2021, and it's scheduled to be completed by July 2022. It's because it's a very ambitious one. We want to bring all stakeholders on the same table, all the people involved. I'm talking about the institutional organizations, farmer associations, universities, organizations for improvement of land uses, and representatives of the innovation ecosystem in the wider sense. We need all these people who might have something to say about this co-design in a system innovations approach based concept, so that have something co-designed. Instead of having us designing something and then enforcing it, we want to co-design something. We want to have the feedback from all the stakeholders, and as a result, perform an exercise of synthesis with a final deliverable being a business plan. A business plan that will have to do with efficient use of water, protection of the Acheloos River, or some short-term or medium-term solutions. We're talking about solutions that have to do with water demand management. And this will affect farmers, real-time monitoring of water consumption, smart crops, watered in a completely different way. So all these things, if we put them together, we want to be done in a way that will support international goals, with the primary concern being having these solutions implemented in a way that's socially, scientifically, and financially accepted, because we're talking about an audience which is not very easy to accept things. You know, we have been working for them for many, many years. They're really valuable partners of ours, and it's important for us, for these people, to fully embrace what we try to do. We don't want just to put the finger, on them and say that this is what you have to do, do it. So that was my ending remark. And given that sometimes when somebody thinks about the crisis, the water crisis, and actually this is not a water crisis, it's a climate crisis. A component of that is water crisis, and it's a huge component. So if by means of private initiatives, if we can contribute even to the slightest point, it's extremely important. Thank you. If I may add something to what Mr. Charalambidis and Mr. Georgakelios said, I fully agree with you. Every drop of water is valuable, and we have to save it. So if there's something we can do, let me tell you that the Ministry of Development is planning a new set of dams, 20 or 30 dams for watering purposes. They will be tendered in the context of PPPs. It's not the solution, but it's a solution. It's not a solution, but it will help us a bit. So it's important to understand that water is valuable and we should not squander it. And of course, new technologies will be very helpful. Mr. Sahinis, would you like to have a EDAP involved in the co-design group we have? Yeah, most likely, most happily. So we have now an innovation and strategy division. We have some of our top people there, because we truly believe that innovation and technology because we have to give solutions to the people and make sure that the chain in its entirety is operational, because we have some really heated debates, because have people talking about diverting the Acheloos River. We have others saying that intervention should be minimized. So it's very important to have your say on that. Mr. Georgakelios, what are we going to do with the solution that will be the deliverable of this Athenian Brewery project? The solution, and I'm repeating myself, it's going to be a complete solution in terms of environmental, in technical, in financial terms. The first thing we have to do is to put it in place, because you know far better than me that there are many things produced as ideas and they're not implemented. So we have the solution to see it implemented, this business plan, and this will be done only subject to the collaboration of all stakeholders and all the people who have been involved with the design process. So we start with Thessaly, the region of Thessaly, but this means nothing. We will focus on a specific region at the beginning in order for this to be used as a pilot, as a case study, in order to disseminate this practice. If this moves forward and it's implemented, we want this practice to be used as a paradigm for the rest of the Greek territories, because the problem is bigger, but more or less it's a problem that everybody has to face. So we still have 5 minutes. Would you like to share with us a closing remark? I really love the panelists here. We have the academia, the academia and the public sector and the businesses. A business with a very important state-controlled part. 61% of the stocks are operated by the state. Yes, it's partially state-owned. So we have the state, the private industry, and we have an NGO, representative of the NGO. So I think all stakeholders are on the same stage. That's great. Let's start with you, Mr. Nastos. Of course, I agree with everything you said before. Water is in a crisis, in a state of crisis, and better water management is the only solution. However, allow me to say that this is just one side of the aspect of the problem, because the first side of the problem is lack, water scarcity, and water surplus. Water surplus, you have to think about that. For instance, sudden flood in urban centers. Over-concentration of water in urban centers creates on its own huge precipitations, microparticles in the air, and strong storms. So we have to redesign or maybe correct the mistakes we've done in our cities in order to avoid casualties and floods. I think water has been doing things about that. Yes, it's very, very important. Let me remind you what happened with Mandra. And most likely this will happen again because of the fact that these phenomena will be more and more frequent and more intense, of course. It's a huge issue. It's the other side of the water issue. Thank you very much. Maria. We discussed, we may talk about many issues. For instance, fragmentation of agricultural land is a very important thing. We have to take that into account in this co-designing exercise because we're talking about very small lots. The key for me is a holistic approach that will bring a solution. It's not just water in a state of crisis. It's one of the 5 main crises according to the European Water Agency. But in order to overcome this crisis, we have to discuss about our ecosystems, our power generation, the preservation of ecosystems, and the lands and the use of lands. So what's a natural environment? We have to see that in a holistic way, not in a segmented way. As Mr. Halabidis said before, when one minister makes arrangements about that, about water, and the other ministry, which is the main user of waters, is unable to follow, it's a huge challenge for us, the members of the academia, and of course the people who take part in the decision-making processes. We have to sit on the same table, discuss, and come up with solutions that the end user, the citizens, will be quite quick to understand the benefit. We have to prove every user that investing in a new crop, in a new modern watering system, according to which so you should stop watering your plants every day the way you do it. It will save us money, it will save us fuss, and it will save us a lot of production. So, Mr. Sachinis, water is valuable. We should not waste it, and we have to do that without increasing its cost. Nikos. Where should I start? What should I start with? So we discussed about the elephant in the room. Let's bring some more elephants in the room. We discussed about agriculture. There are best practices in agriculture and farming. So the next topic would be how to extrapolate and turn these good practices into mainstream ones instead of keeping them as a standalone project of a very successful CSR department of this or that company. How can we turn it into a more mainstream, that is? So, someone mentioned cyclads and how they used to collect water in the past. Let me spoil the narrative. In the cyclads or in other islands, there are golf courts being built, water pools being built. So maybe we should change the way we see things. The touristic model that we keep on promoting in a country that's being led to desertification, is it a new golf court with 18 holes? We have to align ourselves. We move either this way or that way. What's the planet we're living on? Yanis? Many things have been said, so let me close by saying the following. With respect to water, And with respect to other things, the starting point of the solution is to identify and resolve true problems, true challenges for true people or true communities. Real problems, tangible problems that will lead us to tangible solutions for the future. Thank you very much. That was a great ending for our session. Let's place the human factor at the center of this process of holistically managing water. Thank you very much.
Let's move straight along to our next session, which is a follow-on really from the one that I chaired before our break. We talked before about the importance of the circular economy, how it works, how we can aspire to getting there. But of course, one of the key things in the circular economy is that we can't carry on doing things the way we do them now. We can't build things the way we build them now. There's an element of transition in the way we design things, the way we build things, that has to be part of that transition. And that's what we're going to talk about next. And I'm delighted to say that we're pleased by we're joined by two very eminent speakers on this topic. They're both joining us from abroad, so they're both coming by video. We have Micah de Schoenmakere. I may have got that name slightly wrong, but it won't be far off. Project Manager for Integrated Policy Analysis at the European Environment Agency. And we have Pavlos Vlachos, who I'm sure I've got his name wrong too, Associate Professor of Marketing at the Alba Graduate Business School, the American College of Greece. Feel free, both of you, to correct me on the pronunciation of your names as you speak. I'm going to come to you first, Micah. Circular design, how do we go about shifting the way we make things to make them in a more sustainable manner?
Good morning, and thank you for the introduction. You were not that far away. My name is Mieke de Schoenmakere, but it's a Flemish name, so I can imagine it's a bit difficult for foreigners. So I'm representing the European Environment Agency, and I will give you a very short presentation. Can't see it right now, but anyhow, the European Environment Agency is a knowledge institute, and you can go to the next slide because I can tell you a long time about circular economy, but I will dive into what is important for today. We have produced throughout the years quite a lot of information, knowledge on circular economy. And on the next slide, you can see that the first specific report on circular economy, which was produced in 2016, went into what are we talking about? What is the concept? And on the next slide, you can see we talked about you saw that infographic, but for today's topic, what is very important is that we try to find out what information do we have these days about material input, possible indicators, and there you can see that the outlook it's quite okay. There is some data availability, which is quite logic because there have been objectives pushing people to gather information around materials, about waste, and so on. But if we move to the next slide, we also wondered, okay, what about eco-design? Do we know anything about that? And actually, Well, you can read maybe later on what's all the different questions we ask, but what is the most important is that the red part at the end, there is nothing, or at least at that time there was nothing we could find. And that was actually the reason why we developed a report specifically on circular design. And in the next slide, you can see the most important, well, a very important part, if you can move on to click further. Yeah, you can actually keep clicking because, stop, thank you. What have we done? What we try to find out is, okay, what trends do we see in product design, in circular design, and in which way might they contribute to circularity? And we could see some things, and for example, increasingly complex products, like you all have a smartphone, but then later on, if you have to dismantle that, it's almost impossible. Things are interglued, so it's not contributing to circularity. Then we found out that there were a few trends in design that could possibly have a very positive input for circularity, like modular design. Let's think about buildings. There are a lot of, the agency is based in Denmark, in Copenhagen. And here you can see there's a lot of building construction going on, and a lot is in modular design. So which is also later on, if you dismantle that building, you know what is there, you can take it apart in pieces, and the recycling afterwards is much easier. I'm not going to go in all details, but I will take one out where, for example, the contribution, the possible contribution to circularity is not that clear or might be a bit double. And I take out, like, for example, 3D printing. In some cases, it can be very interesting and very resources saving to have the 3D printing. If you know, for example, in medicine, could be very helpful. But what also happens is that 3D printers are being developed for consumers. And the question is, what do you do with that? Because in a lot of cases, you end up with products that don't have that great quality. And also because of that, it's very easy, or people just throw them away after having used them for one time. So you can imagine you are producing more waste in the end. So that's not what we want. Now, what you could also find, and that is in the next slide, another important part in that report was enabling product circularity. And I could give you a lot of information about the different elements in this slide, but there are maybe few things that I want to pick out of it. If you talk about circular design, it means that you need to think about your whole system, because it means you need to think about your resources, the input that you are going to use. For example, is it a recycled product? Do I have enough information? Do I have the infrastructure to build that product? Is there afterwards, or is there an economy for this product? Afterwards, is there a possibility, for example, to dismantle the product, or are there spare parts available? Because all these elements make that your system or your circular design will contribute to circularity. And of course, and this is also part of the discussion today, I do realize that if you are a business and if you want to change your business model to more circular products, it also means you take risks. It would be good to have some financial feedback, to have some input, to get the space to make mistakes, to learn from your mistakes. And of course, if you're successful, that's great. But a lot of small companies maybe are a bit hesitant to take the risk to go to circular products because of the risk, because in the end, everybody wants to make money. I'm going to stop for today because I don't want to take too much time up, because this is supposed to be a panel discussion. So thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to get some questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mika. An awful lot there on those slides, and I'm sure we'll come back to some of that after we've heard from Pavlos, again, Associate Professor of Marketing at the Alba Graduate Business School, the American College of Greece. Marketing is a key function in all of this, because somebody has to make the connection between the producers and the consumers and help them understand each other, and that's partly what marketing's about. So, Pavlos, give us your thoughts on this topic.
Alasdair, thank you so much for inviting me. You get my name correctly. It's Pavlos Vlachos. Thank you for that. Great stuff from Miki too. Really, really interesting points made. Well, my view today is about circular product design. Actually, I would like to share some information related to marketing, some evidence that we have with regards to whether firms greenwash. And this has to do with marketing, obviously, because, you know, firms talk, communicate their, or promise circular product design or sustainable product innovation. So we've collected some data, and unfortunately, I have some bad news to share. Actually, not sure whether it is bad news anyway, because this session is also about incentives. Anyway, what we find, we have econometrically rigorous evidence that firms greenwash when it comes to circular product design. That is, their talk exceeds their walk. And this seems to be an area where firms greenwash the most, that is circular product design. Specifically, in a paper we have with Professors Papagiannakis, Kassinis, and Kay, drawing on Thomson's Reuters data, we have crafted a novel index of circular product design, and we applied it to time series data, tracking 7,365 firms, 47 countries over a 15-year period from 2002 to 2015. The variable that we designed, that we crafted, ranges from -1 to 1, where above 0 and closer to 1, of course, means more greenwashing. Now, our findings and the bad news: environmental product innovation, greenwashing is 0.40. Again, 47 countries, more than 7,000 firms. Product responsibility greenwashing, namely greenwashing with regards to product quality, responsible marketing practices, etc., is 0.16. That is much smaller, still positive. That is, firms greenwash there too. Interestingly, what we find is that the firms, the sectors that greenwash the most when it comes to circular product design are agriculture and forestry and fishing. The score is 0.76 there, and finance, insurance, and real estate. Now, the good news. Again, this session is also about incentives underlying circular product design, and Miki discussed about that too. We have also econometrically linked circular product design greenwashing with firms' sales, and find that the relationship is negative and significant. So, therefore, as a marketing professor, what I'm stressing here and what we find is that customers, B2B customers, B2C customers, seem to penalize firms that do not keep their circular product design promises. And reversely, they reward those that do keep their promises. So it seems that firms have financial incentives to promise circular product design as long as they keep those promises. However, they do not seem to do that. So overall, the evidence shows, our paper shows that stakeholders should be cautious when it comes to firms' promises about circular business models, such as designing for recycling, extending product life cycle, and retaining product ownership. Now, concluding, I am certain that most of you are now thinking, what can we do about it? How can we practically deal with this kind of greenwashing? Because this is where we need to get, right? Regulation is definitely, and I'm sure economists is also would have some thoughts about that. Regulation is definitely an answer, but as you know, enforcement is tough. Well, another answer to this conundrum is technology. I serve on the academic network of a fintech recently acquired by FactSet called True Value Labs. Those folks apply artificial intelligence to data mined from over 100,000 trusted third-party sources. And they score firms 24/7, real-time, thousands of listed firms on ESG pillars, including circular product design, utilizing SASB's standards, the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board's standards. This innovation can deal with greenwashing because it is outside in. It's not what firms say about circular product design, but what they do. So no matter what you claim, what you actually do is what will be reflected in those kinds of scores. Now, concluding, some examples. Most of you would expect reputable firms like Apple to score high on product design and lifecycle management. Well, one of SASB's metrics too. Well, Apple, according to True Value Labs and this sentiment analysis that the firm derives through artificial intelligence, scores at the bottom 40% of the respective industry. Volkswagen, as another example, especially given the Dieselgate, also scores at the bottom 40%. Hyundai Motors, on the other hand, scores on the top 20%, less reputable, at least with regards to their promises about circularity, etc. And how about Tesla? It scores on the bottom 40% too on environmental product innovation. So overall, we need to be really careful. The incentives are there. Technology will disrupt. And anyway, hope this was interesting.
Okay, thank you so much, Pavlos. Before I sort of jump in, I'm again keen to invite any observations or questions that there might be from our audience today on the basis of what you've heard or on the basis of your own thoughts regarding the importance or otherwise of the circular economy and the way corporations are responding to it. So do we have any questions from our audience? We have a question over here, so if we could have the mic at this table.
Thank you very much. My name is Andrei Jake. I'm a co-founder and partner in Sporos Platform, which is the first impact investment fund focused on circular economy in Southeast Europe. Listening to the last intervention, talking about incentives, I don't find it so surprising that those large companies do not score low on circular economy, because the larger an entity is, the more inflexible it is. And such a transformation in production methodologies requires a lot of transformational change in those production processes. So smaller companies are more flexible and therefore can transform their manufacturing processes more easily than larger ones. But when talking about incentives, I don't really agree that technology is the answer. Because on one side, if we are to transition to a circular economy, that means that we have to address the 93% of the companies that make up the economy, which is SMEs. And if you apply regulations on SMEs, so a lot of red tapes, a lot of requirements, new requirements, in a field that they don't have even experience in, if you try to also monitor them through an Orwellian technology system, they will be even less incentivized to make the transition, to make the leap. So what we do, for example, we try to do that through guidance. So in the last speaker's example, in Pavlos' example, about how the small company that, not the small company, sorry, I forgot my turn of thought.
Was Tesla?
Yeah, no, when it comes to technology, I think the best thing to do is to try to explain to these companies what the actual advantage is. I mean, why did those companies lie about circular economy? I think that was the most important question about what you said in the beginning, right? Yep. Why did they have to lie? And especially when you identify the fact that if they maintained their promises, they actually benefited from that, how come they did not see that from before? Like, why would they promise and not respect their promises if it's more advantageous for them to actually keep those promises, right? Why do they greenwash if actually they reach a more suboptimal result by doing so, right? So we realized that instead of trying to discuss with the companies, especially with SMEs I'm talking about here, because that's the population that we're dealing with. If you're trying to convince them that circular economy is good for them, you have to explain it in terms that they understand. So SMEs are mostly family-owned across Europe, right? They have a familial infrastructure, structure, right? Sometimes going back even 2 to 3 generations. So to these companies, it's very difficult to convince them, you know, we have to save the planet, it's good for the environment, we're in a climate crisis. Most of these people have tops 150 employees, let's say 100, let's say 50. They think about their families, and they think a lot in short term because they need to maintain both the prosperity of the company and of those that work for the company. So the best thing to do is to try, from our experience, is to try to identify the exact advantages that they might gain from the transition towards a circular economy and explain it to them in terms that they can understand, in the sense that you have cost savings in this manner. You have new revenue streams coming from these waste streams. You can transform that into new revenue streams. That means that your employees can benefit from this much less exposure to toxic chemicals, and so on and so forth. So when it comes to SMEs, and I think we should focus more on SMEs and not Tesla and Volkswagen, these guys will come around when they want to come around. Usually they're just waiting for government financial incentives in order to change their production models, right? But if we are to transition towards a circular economy, we need to address SMEs. And when we address SMEs, the last thing that we should do is to try to impose more top-down surveillance on them to try to convince them to transition. And instead use incentives such as financing, accompanied always by advice. Because it's not even enough to just throw money at SMEs. They won't know what to do with it. They don't have the capacity to use that money properly and transition towards a circular economy. So wouldn't you say that actually the best incentives for SMEs and thus for an ultimate transition towards a circular economy would be advice instead of technology? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pavlos, let's get your response to that.
Well, absolutely agree with that. SMEs require a different type of approach and a different type of treatment, obviously. And if I were to add to the comment, I would say that a key problem why circular business models fail nowadays, and because sometimes they don't actually move on with this, especially SMEs, is because they don't align well their circular business model strategies with their capabilities and resources. So Mike discussed earlier the idea of how easy is to get access, the reverse supply chain, get access to the product to be recycled versus the easy to recover value from it. How easy is to disassemble, dismantle the product and the like. So firms and especially SMEs, they need advice, they need consultation on what the right strategy. Is it designed for recycling? Is it product life extension? Is it retaining product ownership? Just naming three of the key circular business model strategies. Which one of those or which combination of those matches their products, matches the peculiarities, the idiosyncrasies of their sector and of their product line? So absolutely agree with that. And to address another point that was made about why, since they have financial incentives, why they do not go about it, the answer is that managers are inflexible. Managers are too cost-focused. And they don't really, I'm not sure whether they appreciate change that much. And as Mike suggested earlier, to change, to go to a circular business model requires disruption, obviously. And managers, especially during a pandemic, especially during financial crisis and the like, they don't want to get involved, to get their hands on major changes on the organization. Although they should have, they should do that because it is during disruption that people should change. Managers broadly are most of the times myopic and inflexible at some point. That's my comment.
Okay. Speaking on behalf of managers that I've worked with, I couldn't possibly comment on their flexibility or otherwise. Mika, what are your reflections here on the points you've heard?
Well, I think I can totally support the idea, because if you would ask me what are the enablers for businesses to develop circular design, one of the first ones is knowledge. Like the person told, they need advice. And I would like to shortly talk about an example. I'm originally from Belgium, from the Flemish region. And there is a big movement going on, like where the government tries to not steer the whole thing, but has more the role of a facilitator, and is actually inviting also businesses, sometimes represented by federations, to come and sit around the table and actually sometimes also take the lead in discussions with the different stakeholders who are involved in, for example, construction or textiles or whatever, to actually discuss the problems so that each of the stakeholders can also indicate what their specific situation is, where they are struggling, and actually to try to find together solutions for this, and also to make them understand, all of them around the table, what are the different elements they need to think about when developing circular products or to change their business model into circular business models. And I'm not going to say that things are always going that smoothly, but it's great to have discussions and to share that knowledge, because that's also the way how they bit by bit will move forward with this. And I do agree, of course, some financial support is helpful, but indeed not just here's the money and do whatever you want with it. That's not going to work.
Okay, thank you. We have time for one more quick question. If we have a gentleman here at this table, there's a mic on its way to you. I'm very pleased, by the way, panelists, that you were able to hear that question clearly and give us such good answers. Yes, please.
Thank you, and thanks to the panelists. It's a very interesting discussion. I want to come back to something that went on in the discussion earlier, which is this distinction between SMEs. Are they more agile? Are they ultimately going to be, better placed to innovate and to design products in a circular way? Or is it, the large corporations that have an edge? My question is, a lot of the transformation value chains towards circularity needs to be supported by digitalization and lots of data, traceability, etc. I said that in the earlier panel as well. So presumably the transaction cost of doing business is going to increase. Aren't multinationals better placed to absorb, because of scale, absorb this cost? And will this not play out ultimately to the disadvantage of SMEs?
Thank you. Thanks very much. That's quite a sharp, focused question. So sharp, focused answers, please. Very brief ones from our panelists. Mika, you first.
Thank you. Well, I think that also at European level, also the Commission is quite aware of this. Really tries to stimulate a few things, and there is a whole discussion going on sustainable finance. I think it's not a surprise that a lot of focus has been up till now also on climate, but I know there are ideas to also have supporting mechanisms for, amongst others, circular economy. Of course, not just like I was saying, just this is the money and this is it, just take care of it. But where there will be some directions, I guess, guidance, and of course then initiatives need to be further developed. I also know that European Investment Bank is paying a lot of attention to projects on circular economy. I'm not the person who knows all the details, but I know initiatives are going on so that at least not only the bigger ones who have maybe money to invest will be able to do this, but that also others get the opportunity to be supported.
Brilliant, thank you. Pavlos.
I completely agree. I also know that the EU needs to pay special care to SMEs, and I believe they do. The many regulations that are keep on coming, they pay special tribute to the issues that SMEs face. Still, SMEs have an advantage, and that advantage is, as the commentator said earlier, is agility, and they should invest on that, obviously. Now, with regards to big firms, well, you know what they say. Spider-Man used to say anyway, with great power, great responsibility comes. So yes, this discussion about SMEs is really, really important. The EU needs to pay special attention to SMEs, but big firms, they also have a big role to play here too.
Great, thank you very much indeed. I mean, it's half an hour barely allows us to scratch the surface on this really important topic, but you've made heroic efforts, both of you. I'm very grateful to you. Please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, you're welcome, thank you.
Okay, we shall move on to our next panel, which is also relatively short. We're talking now, it's quite a sort of switch in focus. We're talking about biodiversity. It goes without saying these things are sort of fairly obvious that the Earth is the only planet we know of anywhere with life on it. Thankfully, it still has quite a diversity of life on it as the only one, but it is being destroyed at an alarming rate, and I think the destruction of biodiversity has been identified as big a threat to human survival as climate change, but I think we probably all agree that it gets an awful lot less attention. The experience we're in the middle of with COVID perhaps is swinging the needle a little on that, but it's certainly the case it doesn't get the airplay the climate change gets. So I'm delighted really to be joined on the stage by Dimitris Karavelas, who's the CEO of WWF in Greece. You're very welcome. And we also have a recorded message, which we'll go to first, from Anne Larigoderi, who's the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. And the good thing is that because it's a recorded message, she can't correct me on my pronunciation of her name, so I get away with that one. Shall we go to the recording, please, from the Executive Secretary? Thank you.
Greetings to all. My name is Anne Larigoderi. I'm the Executive Secretary of IBES, the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. IBES is to biodiversity what IPCC is to climate. This is a great session. It focuses on the important interlinkages between the origin of pandemic and biodiversity and nature. I would like to draw 4 remarks from a recent report that was published by IBES, which focuses just on that, on the interlinkages between pandemics and biodiversity. That report was based on 700 of the latest publications on this topic. So my first point is about the ecological context for the emergence of diseases and pandemics, which should really be better understood. So pandemics, what are pandemics? They are microbes that are found in nature, often on animals, and also often in biodiversity-rich regions, typically the tropics. Pathogens will spill over from infected animals into people when humans are brought into close contact with infected animals. There are currently about 1.7 million viruses out there in nature, circulating in the wild, including an estimation of about 600 to 800,000 of those which have the potential to infect people. My second comment relates to the direct cause of the emergence of diseases. Those are known and they are spelled out in the IBES report. The main one is a large-scale land use. We're talking about massive deforestation projects. And the second cause is wildlife trade of pests, for example, around the world. Those two drivers provide intimate contact between wildlife and humans. But of course, there are underlying causes to these emergencies. And it is, of course, population growth, but it is also our consumption patterns, the decisions we make, our behaviors, our lifestyles. And so deforestation, which I just mentioned, as the main direct cause of the emergence of pandemics is driven by what we do, particularly by the need to raise cattle for meat or to produce palm oil for our food. And wildlife trade is driven by our own demands for pet, for food, or for medicine. And my fourth and last point is about options for policy and actions which do exist. So I would like to highlight a few for you. We first need to massively invest in the prevention of the emergence of diseases, in addition to curing the disease once it is with us, once it has emerged from its environment. It makes sense financially. It's been estimated that preventing pandemics would cost between $22 and $31 billion annually, which is 2 to 3 orders of magnitude, 2 orders of magnitude less than the damages that the pandemics produce, and of course not to mention the immense human tragedy that they cause. We need to put in place surveillance systems to monitor the emergence of viruses, potentially of diseases, in order to, for example, know where to focus human activities and not to put them in hotspots of emergence. We also need, and that's my last point, to build new institutions to face these new problems in order to bring communities which have not traditionally worked together. I'm talking about the medical community, the medical doctors, also the veterinarians. They need to be brought together institutionally with environmental communities, the forestry services, and also conservation communities together that would equip us better to prevent future emergencies. This really fundamentally is the vision of the One Health approach, which now needs to be implemented, and I'm happy to see that there are such institutional initiatives which go in that direction, but of course we are all aware that much more investment is needed in this area. So I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. That was excellent. Very, very clear. So let's move on, Dimitris, to you. WWF in Greece. Obviously, this is right up, right in your ballpark. So, the importance of biodiversity, the pace of loss, and the stark reminder that we've had of how important it is given the pandemic that we're going through. Give us your thoughts on this area.
Well, let me just start by thanking you for the invitation. I'll start with a few thoughts and maybe we can open that up for discussion. The first point I wanted to make is, you mentioned in your introduction the climate change issue, the climate crisis. The reality is that we have two crises that are mutually, I would say, reinforcing each other. They're two sides of the same coin. There may be separate conventions on these issues, there may be separate political processes, but I think they're equally important, equally urgent, and we need to see how we can actually bring together the discussion on these two issues. On the urgency of the biodiversity loss, the data is absolutely staggering, and IPBES has done a very important report on this. In 2020, we published our Living Planet report. Just one statistic I will share with you, and that report refers to a 68% drop in wildlife populations in the last 50 years. Now, do we care? Is the question. Well, we should. Following on from what we just heard, I think it's important to recognize that beyond the ethical side of this, beyond the intrinsic value that nature and biodiversity has, we actually see that healthy nature is directly linked to our own health. And the information that we just heard, something like 800,000 viruses that could potentially infect man, and we're only witnessing one right now in the COVID-19 case. So it is in our best interest to understand that link. Just to follow on from that argument, I think if we look at the business side, the economy side, the World Economic Forum published a report, I think, last year, analyzing that over half of global GDP is actually dependent on nature. It underpins our global food security, our nutrition. It provides us with critical services, but it's actually disappearing before our very eyes. Do we care? Do people care? Does society care? Well, if you had asked me that maybe 20 years ago, I would have responded, no, not really, not as much as they should. But I think the reality is, throughout the world, and in Greece as well, things are changing there. There's a lot more interest, a lot more concern, a lot more worry about this issue. And you will know, of course, Alistair, that WWF commissioned research that was done by the Economist Intelligence Unit a while back, working in, I think, 54 different countries. The research covered about 80% of the global population. And the results there were actually quite interesting. There was a substantial increase in awareness and engagement, especially in Asia. Substantial changes in consumer behavior, and also a growing public demand for concrete action. So the science is actually very clear. The public is finally beginning to take notice and look for action. I think the other question, of course, is how do the politicians feel about this? Where does biodiversity sit on the political or on the corporate agenda? And here I would say that we have a mix. On the one hand, we're seeing this featuring more in discussions, featuring more on the political agenda, but there's still a big distance between the rhetoric, the pledges, the commitments, and action on the ground. And I think action really at this stage in time is the key word. So what do we need moving forward? How can we address this severe biodiversity loss crisis? Well, again, I think this is as for climate, this is a critical year. And it's time, as climate has its own time-bound global goal, we think it's also very important that nature has the same thing. And for us, that goal cannot go to 2050. That would be too far down the line. We need a goal, an ambitious goal for 2030. And in our view, and in the view of many scientists and organizations around the world, what we need to work towards is securing what is called a nature-positive world by 2030. That means there would be more nature in the world than there is today. It's ambitious. It requires us to protect more nature than present. It requires us to transform the way we consume and produce, and really to redirect, I think, financial flows towards nature-positive economic transition. Can that be done? Well, it has to be done. And I think, as I said, the timing is critical. We know that this is the year of the CBD COP. Because of the pandemic, that COP has actually been broken into two sessions. One session, of course, in October, where we hope to be having the Kunming Declaration coming out, and one session in April or May of 2022. And that's where that agreement needs to be signed off. I'll finish off with one final point regarding Greece. Some of you might not know, but Greece is actually a true biodiversity hotspot. We have 36,000 species of animal and plants. Roughly 1/4 of all animals and plants found in Europe are found in Greece. 2% of global biodiversity resides in this country. And we actually have a number of endemic species, that is, species that are only found in this country. So we're a fortunate country, but that also comes with a lot of responsibility. And I think the analogy that I drew earlier on about this difference between commitment, pledge, and action is also applicable in the case of Greece. We have I think, something like 446 Natura 2000 areas, protected areas. Most of those areas, unfortunately, are still on paper. We have important commitments. Just recently in the IUCN World Conservation Congress, the Prime Minister committed to Greece becoming a champion for nature conservation, but at the same time, he also, to his credit, admitted that that isn't the case right now, and we actually have a ruling from the EU Court of Justice pending for Greece for problematic implementation of the Habitats Directive. So just in closing, I would say that we are at a critical tipping point at this stage in time. Biodiversity in nature is important not only for its intrinsic value, but for our own well-being. And it's in our best interest, both in this country and at a global and a European level, to take action here and now.
Super, thank you so much. Thanks. We talk about business and governments and their responsibilities and actions and such. In so many of these issues, we were just, as you would have seen, we were just talking about the circular economy. In so many of these things, the driver ultimately has to come from individuals, has to come from consumers, just people living their lives, have to develop a sense that they care about something. Then they push companies and they push governments and so on, and everything then can sort of follow. In the case of climate, I think, you know, you've said it, that there's been a transformation in people's popular perceptions, just everyday people, their perception of the importance of climate. Biodiversity is probably a little further behind, but in the case of climate, people are rewarding themselves with a sense that they're doing something by turning off the tap when they clean the teeth and showering together. I heard somebody suggest earlier on, which I would never do. Being English, we don't do that kind of thing. And you know, so there are 1,000 small actions that people take when it comes to climate. Is there anything of that kind in biodiversity? So are there sort of simple things that would remind people that this is important, so that it's a global, gigantic issue that is going to affect them? Actions that we could ask people to take on a daily basis that would give them that feeling of connection?
I think this is a very interesting question. The first thing I would say is, as citizens, we are voters. And so I think the first and important thing to mention is that it's important for us as citizens to voice our concern, to voice our awareness around that, and to make it so that there is political cost around inaction on these issues, that there is actual political credit in taking positive steps to save nature. And I think that's a critically important thing that sometimes we assume is there, but it's not. And so we need to be making that message clear. I think the other thing is actually in relation to our own consumption patterns. You know, whether we try to select, for example, organic food, whether we are responsible in the fish that we eat, in the season that we pick the right fish, that we look for certified products where those certification schemes exist and are credible, that we volunteer to do things in our own community, in our own neighborhood. Through the tragic fires that we saw this summer in Greece, once again, we saw thousands of volunteers stepping up and wanting to do things. Now, you know, in a crisis, that one might say that's only a natural response, but the reality is there are actually thousands of volunteers in Greece that do this work quietly before the fires have even broken out, and because of their work, we have less fires. So I think that there are a number of things, if we think about this, there are a number of things we can actually do. But I would really emphasize the fact that now is the time where we need to make our voices heard.
Right, okay, thank you. Are there any questions? We have a question at this table here, if we could get a mic over there.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah,
I'm Maria Papadopoulou. I'm the president of Natural Environment and Climate Change Agency, and I want to make some remarks with regards of Mr. Caravella's points. NECA, which is the acronym of our organism, has a proposal in the RRF for more than 100 million for actions and infrastructure towards the biodiversity. So it's the first time that an organism, a national level organism responsible for the protected area has that budget. And we hope, since there are some restrictions in the RRF, very soon be able to start working on these actions and be able to solve many of these problems that Mr. Garavelas has presented here, which are real. All these, the more than 500 areas, Natura areas are there. They need to be protected. We need to conserve the biodiversity, and we need to make actions about climate change. And NECA is the way to do that through the plan that has and the RRF money. So that's to make a remark regarding that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would just add, it is an amazing opportunity. That amount of funding doesn't come every day. And as Ms. Papadopoulou said, there's a new structure now in place in Greece. And so, we wish you all the best in making this happen. That amount of funding, I think, is critical for Greece. And so many protected areas exist in this country because our biodiversity is so valuable. And really the challenge now is let's do something about it and let's effectively manage these areas.
Okay. To go to the European level, so you talked about Greece. It was fascinating to hear about the diversity picture here in Greece and the threats posed to it. Moving away from the sort of nation state by nation state view of this, how does Europe's response look to you institutionally?
Well, yes, in the EU, we're all looking to the EU for leadership, both on the climate discussion and the biodiversity discussion. And of course, the EU has recently adopted the EU Biodiversity Strategy to 2030, has adopted long overdue, in our opinion, targets on issues like protected areas, nature restoration, organic agriculture, et cetera, et cetera. The strategy does have its shortcomings. For example, it doesn't address the issue of consumption in the EU, which is directly linked to all this. But it can be a very, very important mover in this process. And I think beyond what is being agreed at the EU level, and of course it's important to see how we get the financial flows moving in the right direction, how RRF, for example, can assist rather than undermine that process. I think there's also the critical role of the EU to play in those global negotiations. If the EU stands up and says, listen, we're willing to go beyond this, and we do believe in this goal of nature positive by 2030, I think that's very, very important. So, we're expecting a lot, I would say, from the EU, beyond just what the strategy in itself says and what it translates to for countries like Greece or Spain or Italy, et cetera.
Okay, and for the EU to sort of craft this response, is there a consensus among member states on what the issues are and how important they are? Does that consensus exist?
Yes and no. I think there are, again, as in the climate discussion, some countries that might want to drag their heels on this, and others that are really willing to push forward. But as you know, in international negotiations, it's very, very important for the EU to stand together as one bloc saying, we really need to be pushing for an ambitious agenda here.
Okay. Are there any other questions or observations from our audience before I go on? No hands up. Okay. What about then the global, we take this upper level to the global response? And I'm thinking, after the Second World War, the world sort of came together in this conscious effort that it needed to create a set of institutions that would allow countries to step back and let some kind of central organizing authority take the lead. And we created the UN and the IMF and the World Bank and these that have stood us in fairly good stead ever since. Do we have structures in place? I mean, presumably it's time now that we had structures that were specifically dedicated to our relationship as a species with our broader environment in the widest sense. Do we have those, and have we missed a trick, perhaps, by dividing up our focus on the natural world? Should we have a nature's UN, if you like? Do we need to rethink the institutions that we use globally to confront these problems?
I would say, Alistair, I think the critical point at this stage is not that much the structures, but the functions, the targets. Mm-hmm. And on biodiversity, we do have the Convention for Biodiversity, which is like the Climate Convention, a similar thing, a similar process. This is the year where all of the contracting parties come together and look at what they have achieved or haven't achieved in the last 20 years, 10 or 20 years. There's the big discussion around the post-2020 framework and what that's going to look like. So I would say the first priority is actually for the world to come together and agree on global targets, agree on where the funding is going to come from, agree on how do we deal with the rights of local communities, agree on how indigenous peoples are actually actively incorporated into this. I think those are the processes that are actually the critical processes. The implementation side, Ms. Papadopoulou mentioned the case of a national structure. I think in many cases it's for countries to see how they will deal with this. I would just add to that nature knows no boundaries. And so it is important that where those structures do exist nationally, we are looking at a regional context and thinking about, for example, in Greece, what is our role in the broader Balkans? What is our role in the Mediterranean? How can we bring things together? And that's where other regional conventions, like, for example, the Barcelona Convention, are also important. So I would say the emphasis shouldn't be that much globally on the structure, but on agreeing on the same vision, the same targets, where the money will be going, the rules, so to speak, and then taking that down to regional and national implementation.
Okay, I want to finish off with I don't know, I only want to ask you one question, and I have two in mind. So if you promise to be really brief, I can ask both of them.
I'll try.
The first one is, there's been this sort of broad movement in consciousness, I think, around the world, a greater acceptance of the threats that we face in biodiversity and in climate. But there's also been a backlash. And I think, if anything, at the moment, that backlash, minority though it may be, is gathering strength. Do you agree with that? Is that something that you observe? Are you concerned?
No, I think it's important to hear all sides of the story on this. But I think, again, if I made the comparison to 10 years ago or 20 years ago, I think there's a lot more concern for action around nature than there was in the past. And I think my only concern or ambition is how do we turn that awareness into bold political action.
Okay, well, you've sort of half answered my second question, which is probably good. It saves us a bit of time. And my second question is, well, a sort of theme of this conference really has been the crisis of COVID and how it's been turned in many, many different areas into an opportunity to refocus. Is that something you see?
Yes and no. I think there's certainly more concern. I think people are understanding the link between, for example, the pandemic and our respect for the environment and the nature and our link to that. At the same time, if you look at the RRF, for example, and what that's made of, we would have liked more that to be reflected more inside the RRF. The sort of 37% threshold that's inside the RRF towards green transition, towards carbon neutral economies, et cetera, it's good, but it could be better.
Super. Thank you so much, Dimitris. It's been a fascinating discussion. Please join me in thanking Dimitris. Wonderful. I suspect we'll be wanted for a photograph. Okay, let's get things going for the next session. I will sit down because I get in the way of everybody if I stand up. We're now going on to look at another absolutely critical topic in the subject area of this conference, which is renewable energy and its role in assuring sustainable development. We have a super panel to join us, and I would like to invite them up onto the stage without further ado. We have Georgios Amairas, who is the Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy here for Greece. We have Socrates Famelos, the former alternate Minister of Environment and Energy for Greece. And we have George Peklivanoglu, who is the Vice President at Unis Energy Group and the former Chairman of the Wind Energy Committee at the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. And we also have Dimitris Manolis, who is the Division Head of Operational Support and Communication at DEPA Commercial. So, gentlemen, if you'd like to come up and join me, choose a seat. Good morning. It's good. Good morning. Good afternoon. It's good to see you.
How are you?
Hi, I'm well, thank you. Come and join us. Excellent. Good. Okay. Well, this is another of these.
So we put the mask off.
You can take the mask off. Yeah. This is another of these topics where there's a big distinction between the world we want to get to, and that probably we're generally agreed on what that world is, and how we get there, which perhaps is a more contentious issue. So let's start then, Deputy Minister, with you, Mr. Amairas. Give us your thoughts on the role of of renewable energy in achieving sustainable development. Shall we start there?
Okay. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Καλησπέρα σε όλους.
Good afternoon, everyone. Here we have to do with two interesting factors. The first is climate crisis. We in the Ministry of Environment, we have stopped using climate change, but we talk about climate crisis. And the second factor under the DARAR is how to maintain biodiversity. Every preservation and protection of biodiversity is a small victory against climate crisis. Allow me to say a few words on what we do in the Ministry of Environment and we run right now. And in some of them we have taken the lead from Mr. Famelos when he was minister, to prove that there is continuity in the state, and that is how things should be. Talking about biodiversity, we need to know actually how many plants and animals in this country. Now that we have the new census, in the previous census in 2011, we had Spyros Papadopoulos, an actor, saying, "We are beautiful, but how many are we?" So what did we do? With the cooperation of FIPECA, the Organization for Climate Change and Biodiversity. It is an umbrella institution under which the Natura organizations will be included, and it is meant with scientists. With the cooperation of FIPECA, we create the digital book of species. We register with this Greek scientific community. We register all the species of fauna and flora, how many, where they are, and then we will try to see how to protect them. We do not expect that book to finish first. We have signed 8 ministerial decisions with action plans, practical ones, for some species of animals. And of course, if I'm not mistaken, ministerial decision with action plans to protect 21 biotopes and forests in Emos, Rhodope, the pine forests in various areas, and protection of Monachus monachus, the wolf, and other species. There is another aspect we have experienced with the wildfires in August. We saw that huge forests were destroyed, but the scientists say that 90% of these forests will be restored because they come from pines. And in some areas, I was sent some pictures a month later, we see some green in these destroyed areas. So our priority is the National Plan of Reforestation, financed by the Recovery Fund with 200 million. We change on our orientation. We place, we focus on the burnt ecosystems. 90% of the forests will be restored. That is what the scientists say. But there are 3 different kinds of forests in Evia that needs our protection. Black pine and some other species. We carry out specific studies. If nature cannot restore things alone, for us to intervene. Depending on the conditions, in November, we have pilot reforestation in 3 areas of Greece, in Rhodope, a mountainous area, in Attica, and in Macedonia, Central Macedonia. In Rhodope, we have carried out studies to plant black pine in Parnitha. We should plant a species of pine which is indigenous to the area. We will use satellite technologies, modern monitoring tools to see how the forest is restored. And we will jump into conclusions in order to use these conclusions in next year's reforestations. There are some other things I would like to share with you if I have some time. The first is the Marseille Declaration of the Prime Minister in the framework of IUCN for the blue biodiversity. The Prime Minister was committed, and we are trying to make it reality to protect 30% of our seas, of Greek seas, 1/3 of which, 10% of which, will have total protection. No anthropogenic activity there. It is supported by a lot of Mediterranean countries. We have associations and partnerships with other Mediterranean countries to do so. Another project underway is the first hospital of wild animals in Greece. We have a lot of NGOs in the field, helpless, most of them. Other operate with a regulatory framework, others do not. So what did we do? Besides the regulatory framework, we tried to find, and we do found an area where the first hospital of wild animals will be introduced. It will be in Penteli, 42 Stremas, where there was an exceptional stone building. This has a background. 25 years ago, 23 to be exact, it was this building was given to Elgo Dimitra, a state organization, and for 23 years we had a building and an area which was concessed to a state organization, and the state did not use it. So we got it from this organization, And we have studies underway for the building to receive the wild animals and how to protect them. Here we have NGOs being the protagonists, doing the work on the field, and something else. And I don't know if I take a lot of your time. In the recent ministries meeting, we discussed of how we can have pollination and the wild pollinators, for example, bees that protect biodiversity via pollination. In cooperation with the beekeepers, we have prepared certain catalogs with areas of Greece where we will have bee parks and we will have specific plants there to facilitate not only the beekeepers, because we will have trees and plants that flourish on different seasons. And what I said earlier about Mr. Famulus, we have exceptional biotopes. We have the UNESCO network of biotopes, and I see Mrs. Maria Papadopoulou from IFEPECA down there. We have agreed that we are moving forward. We went with Mrs. Papadopoulou and Mr. Triados to Lesbos, the island of Lesbos, where we have this stone forest. We have other parks like that. We did not have a regulatory framework of how do we recognize an area as a geopark. Mr. Famulus have started that, and now we are trying to finish with that. So, yes, give me a minute. The last thing I want to say, which is quite important, is how to protect Natura areas. We have underway 11 environmental studies. The first step, the scientists take Natura per Natura and say what can be done with these areas or not. We are accelerating these steps, not because the EU demands all those things, but because if we don't know how to protect the areas, how to take the steps forward. We proceeded with the environmental protections. Thank you very much.
The Minister has given a sense of continuity, a role that you've played in forming a foundation here. Would you like to take us on from there, please, Mr. Famulus?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation and consistency of organizing such discussions. I will agree with the Minister that climate and biodiversity cannot be two different strategies. They are combined. Climate affects biodiversity, and if the biodiversity is affected, climate is also affected. When we try to support climate, we support biodiversity, and when we have policies for biodiversity, we work in favor of the climate. Nevertheless, in our country, we need to start from the basics. What is a climate policy? One climate law. Unfortunately, it is in delay. So we haven't used legal tools with policies for the climate. It's not something that Greece has to do. It is a global issue. Climate neutrality. What is the target? Alexis Tsipras back in 2019 has been committed about climate neutrality. we have submitted as Greece the 2050 project until then, but the steps are not clear. We have agreed to have climate neutrality through Mr. Mitsotakis in 2045, which means that we need to replace fossil fuel with renewables, but we need a new plan for energy and climate in Greece. The Commission targets have changed, and moreover, I would like to say from starters that we cannot have this plan for climate and that includes a lot of the use of natural gas. I think that it's not in favor of Greece to use natural gas replacing the traditional fossil fuels. There is this, nevertheless, social feeling of a reaction against renewables, and that has to do with biodiversity. That is the title of our meeting. What are the tools we can solve this issue? Urban planning for energy production companies. We have an urban plan for renewables of 2008, which is an obsolete right now. It does create a lot of problems. We have started a new urban plan for RES that has some specifications for diversity and the protection of the environments or the landscape. Now we have heard that the government is going to review it. I think that we are running out of time. The government is delaying things. While we have a lot of problems in spatial planning and urban planning, we have the deregulation in licensing for RES, a tsunami of applications, 10 times fold of what we need as Greece. Nevertheless, we have, because of that, contradictions. Citizens see that we have a lot of RES, whereas in reality we need more. There is this feeling, don't bring other projects, but we need twice as many, but the amount of application is tenfold. And now we have a lot of opportunists taking advantage of this new licensing framework. And then we have the president of regulatory authority on energy, that we need a new law on spatial planning. The president said that the model of deregulation in RES can burn this market instead of supporting it. And I wonder, the environmental part of the ministry delays the special environmental studies for Natura 2000. These studies had been signed by me. 17 million euros awarded since 2018-2019. But today, we are in 2021. These studies have stopped and their specifications have changed. This law about deregulation linked to RES undermined Natura areas. By delaying these two frameworks, the environmental and spatial planning, that means that we have a lack of rule of law, because the state is uncertain, the society is uncertain. So there is no rule of law when we focus on environmental issues, and while the government talks about accelerations, we see freezing and we have been convicted by the EU because we are delaying. There are presidential decrees that are delayed concerning the protection of certain areas. And then we have a new framework about soft investments in Natura. But things cannot move forward like that. In the past, we have the cadastre, we have the forest maps underway. Now all these are lagging behind, and we have some opportunistic legislation to protect the interests of some individuals. What has happened in Evia is a mistake. RAE was accused for giving licenses from a government that did not postpone the licensing. And for the other tool, which is called subsidies of energies. Today we will have a new amendment. So what we need today is an integrated approach protecting the rule of law, but giving also opportunities for development as well. And let me say it in another way. We can have this transition with society along. In order to have the society along this transformation, society should be aware of what is happening. Otherwise, this transition will be for the few and not for the many. We need to have a state that would say, since I want to protect public interest, which is green transition, I guarantee as a state that all of us will move together. No one will be left behind. We agree with that. It's difficult, but we need to have society together with RES. In our program, we say 50% to be self-sustaining communities for production and consumption. So we will have agreement on spatial planning and cheaper prices. That is what we suggest, a green deal with a society that should include everybody in the productive model. And we should leave opportunists aside. Thank you.
Very, very briefly, I do want to give you an opportunity to respond, but I want to make sure we get our...
Okay, so go ahead
I'll
with
go
the
with
others.
them, and then
yes,
we'll come
please.
back to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's move on then to Mr. Peklivanoglu from Eunice Energy Group. Your thoughts on this area, please.
Thank you very much. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση στο σημερινό event.
I would like to thank you for the kind invitation. It's quite interesting to see what is the pathway that the government opts to follow and what the politicians have to say. But let me give you now the viewpoint of the R&D world, the private initiatives viewpoint in the field of green transition. Now, in Eunice, we try to lead the way, not just at a national level, but also at an international and European level, of course. We always try to be at the forefront of innovation in terms of services and products, and I think it's quite right to start talking about the future perspectives, discussing about the basis of this effort, which is circular economy. So on the basis of the concept of circular economy, technology companies have to be able and anticipate new demand and come up with innovative products to meet these new requirements. So Having said that, and given that the evolution of circular economy is ESG, we have to create products and services that will meet environmental, social, and governance-related criteria, so that we are compatible with the developments. And let me repeat myself, the developments in the international arena, because Europe and the world do not have the same growth. The pace of growth is not the same, and technology companies have to be present internationally speaking. So in UNIS, we are currently implementing a comprehensive plan on green transition. We have hybrid stations like the first smart island, as we call it, in Tilos. It's the only green island operating for the past 3 years with such a unit in place in a very successful way. And we have been collecting interesting data on how smart islands, green islands, and batteries operate in such islands. We have the first Greek small-scale wind turbine constructed also in Greece, which is also a part of the new world order when it comes to power generation, and for the first time, design, production, and the dissemination of Greek EV chargers. Actually, these are the most successful ones in the Greek landscape, and we're about to start exporting in the Balkans and everywhere. So I will tell you exactly how these things are linked to the ESG and the circular economy, this debate. Of course, what you've just seen is just the small-scale, let's say, solutions that we have with respect to the green transition, which will then be upscaled, like large-scale central storage systems in Greece, or international interconnections. And the final point, the clear vision that new energy companies have to have, which means going 100% clean. That's why we believe that these energy companies have to be renamed into technology companies, because this is what they're supposed to do. And this is the future, 100% clean and green. Our proposal about the green transition and the democratization of energy is the keyword autonomy. So we came up with the UNIS Αυτονομώ solution. Αυτονομώ in Greek is the verb of becoming autonomous. So this solution is about turning residences and businesses into energy autonomous units that goes hand in hand with new with a standalone independent system, power generation system, and a standalone EV charging station. This goes well beyond simple power generation. It's a solution that gives a reply to everyone with specific needs in their daily lives. Let me remind you that residents close to a forest area might get burned not because there is no water available, but because they don't have the electricity needed in order to turn on the pumps and send water to put down the fire. And that's why we have a central infrastructure in place, and we have no independence, no autonomy, in order to make sure that every residence, every point of interest, as we call it, we have energy independence. And this is what we implement using the UNIS Αυτονομώ systems. They have been tested very successfully, and practically what we can do is two things at the same time. A, we turn the consumer into an independent unit. It's not that he won't pay, no. It's a way to make sure that he won't be an additional burden to, it's a way to decongest the grid, which will be extremely important for the day after, the day of electric mobility, because we will have to use the grid in order to charge all these vehicles. At the same time, we're able to save energy and to save costs. And of course, optimize our performance, our ESG-related performance. I'm not going into detail about the way this solution will improve our performance in every criterion, but it's important to understand the mindset, the way of thinking. Every solution has to be rated according to the ESG performance. This is goal, this is the way we design and we come up with new products. The R&D philosophy now has to be based on the main principles of ESG. Another point, very important one, has to do with electric mobility. I mentioned before design for producing and installing charging points. This is a snapshot of the network. Until today, we have already installed a large number of chargers in a very democratic way, because charging is not a toy for municipalities. It has to reach the most remote island, the most remote village on the mountain, so that this will allow people to purchase an electric vehicle. At the same time, we have to think of the following. EV chargers installed by infrastructure investors, one of which is Blink, a US company investing heavily in Greece, they have to rely on products which are compliant with the ESG guidelines, while at the same time making sure that the grid is fed with green energy. Only if this if this plan is implemented, only then are we able to say that we are fulfilling the ESG criteria. A very important part in the project of building this infrastructure has to do with how we design the equipment itself. We have to take into account that EV chargers represent strategic investments. So we have to design this these infrastructures in a way that we will be able to operate them in the long run. Because the last thing we want is to have, after 3 years' time, loads of useless equipment because there will be some brand new charges that will be introduced. If we find ourselves before such an eventuality, this means that we have not changed our mindset. This means we failed to change the way we think. So we propose something different. Greek added value. We propose the so-called full repairability, which means all parts used on site will be repairable, will be scalable, will be always open to upgrade in order to enter the green transition era without creating a new generation of waste. We believe that Greek companies have amazing capabilities to export know-how and export the products. I think that since we were able to do it, everybody can do it. And we do need this initiative, this innovation, in order to enter the brand new era of green transition.
Along to Mr. Manolis. I'm really keen that we get back to the Deputy Minister to give him his opportunity to respond to what he's heard. But let's hear from you on as Head of Operational Support and Communication at DEPA Commercial.
I'll use the podium.
Okay.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation. I'd like to personally thank Nectaria for this kind invitation. I'll try to share with you some slides in order to briefly present the initiatives taken by the DEPA Commercial on the field of sustainable development, which is the topic of this conference. So at the top of our priorities, of the global agenda, I mean, making the transition into a low carbon emissions economy is a necessity, it's not a choice. Reducing the greenhouse gases emissions is a sine qua non should we want to contain climate change at a level that will not undermine future prospects and the welfare and the well-being of our children. So the National Plan on Climate Change and Energy show that sustainable growth and green entrepreneurship is a one-way street. The energy sector has to and may play a very important role and provide the environment with specific benefits like protection of biodiversity. For instance, natural gas has 25 or 30% less CO2 emissions compared to diesel, compared to oil. If you compare that with lignite, we have an additional 25 to 30% CO2 emission savings. For businesses, green entrepreneurship is intrinsically linked with better P&L, and as a result, better prospects for growth and stability. The ESG criteria determine green entrepreneurship and become more and more influential also at an institutional level. They now have a higher value, the same like financial KPIs, both in terms of the credibility of a company and the financing of its projects. For DEPA Commercial, green entrepreneurship is a top priority. In Greece, the new National Plan on Energy and Climate Change brings the lignite phasing out closer and improves the target set for clean energy production. The European Green Deal is even more progressive. It lays the foundations for a climate-neutral Europe starting from 2050 onwards. A sustainable energy transition is a priority for DEPA Commercial, and we move swiftly towards the transformation of our company into a vertically expanded energy company. Of course, we apply the ESG criteria and the energy and the green entrepreneurship related criteria that will allow us to become a structure, a unit that will be quick to adapt to the ever-changing needs of both our society and the market. The new program for development that we currently carry out incorporates ESG criteria in our strategy, which is for us the only solution. It's the only way forward. DEPA Commercial keeps on investing on a sustainable future. Natural gas is our core business. This has been the case for many years and it still remains our core business. We use state-of-the-art technologies like LNG and small-scale LNG and compressed natural gas. We expand the use of natural gas throughout Greece and well beyond the already installed networks. We keep on deploying a natural gas station network branded Physicon. We invest on a sustainable future in order to disseminate the use of natural gas, this transitionary fuel, in more operations. We take part in co-funded projects, for instance, Blue Hubs, Poseidon-Net. We also contribute in the new in the Alexandroupolis FSRU, and of course we decided to move forward with building a new ship to transfer LNG, the so-called LNG transferring bunkering transfer ship, which will be, let's say, docked in Piraeus in order to be used for bunkering other ships in close to Piraeus. Also, DEPA Renewables has a portfolio of more than 200 megawatts by means of taking part in existing solar parks or solar parks under construction in Western Macedonia. So we are laying the foundation for the transition into the era of purely green, clean fuels like hydrogen. Natural gas is the bridge for our transition into the new era. International developments highlight the importance of natural gas, and it's not accidental. It's eco-friendly fuel compared to all other conventional fuels, quite energy efficient and very low cost, relatively speaking. And of course, there is a very well-tested and proven technology for its storage and transferred use. And of course, it's a great fuel to be used in order to mitigate the great fluctuations in the prices, fluctuation in prices of fossil fuels. It's the bridge into the new era of delignitization. In the coming years, demand is expected to grow from 75 terawatt. We will reach, apologies, he said 15 terawatts, and we will go up to 70 terawatts in the next 10 years. Of course, natural gas will be also used in order to promote hydrogen-based fuels which have a zero carbon footprint in the environment. Also, our company plays an important role in promoting clean alternative fuels, because in order to have a climate-neutral Europe by 2050, which is the goal set by the Green Deal, it is necessary to start building reliable alternative energy sources apart from the renewables. Hydrogen is one of them, and of course DEPA Commercial plays a starting role in creating the circumstances so that this ecological fuel may be marketed in Greece. DEPA Commercial is a founding partner, and it's the only Greek company with a vice president holding the vice presidency for the European Alliance for Clean Hydrogen. We actively participating in drafting the regulations and promoting initiatives. At the same time, we coordinate the very important European Common Interest Project, the so-called White Dragon. Should this project be implemented, it might become a European-wide case study for the use of alternative and renewables for energy power production, and of course the use of alternative fuels for teleheating and other purposes, especially in the region of Western Macedonia. Hydrogen is the future, and it is the spearhead of our efforts to have the so-called decarbonization. Taking on this project, the White Dragon, by our company is a huge responsibility for us, and at the same time it represents a huge opportunity because it will allow us to build and to come up and develop hydrogen-related technologies in the future, and of course this will have a very important social and financial footprint. At the same time, we will attract new investments on clean technologies. It will create a large number of new jobs, and will turn our country into a pioneer in Europe in hydrogen technologies. Moreover, it will demonstrate that Western Macedonia is a great springboard for the introduction of such technologies and replacing the lignite-powered plants in full, and as a result fully changing the energy, the mix of energy production in Greece. In the context of White Dragon, we will design the construction of a purely hydrogen-fired plant in Greece in order to satisfy the needs of the big accounts like refineries, fertilizer production companies, etc. So we will be able to support their operations, including White Dragon into the list of European projects of common interest shows how comprehensive this project is. DEPA Commercial, at the same time, has already entered the new era of clean energy by partaking actively in the renewables market. We have a portfolio of 200 megawatts already. We have 49% of the North Solar share capital, a company developing solar parks in Western Macedonia of a capacity of 500 megawatts. This is an investment serving the national targets of decarbonization and the lignite phasing out. This installed power means saving 350 tons of CO2 not emitted in the atmosphere. At the same time, we strengthen all efforts to have a fair and just and smooth transition of the regions affected by the decommissioning of the lignite power plants by creating new jobs and by supporting local communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that the ambitious environmental and climate change related targets set at an international level, both for 2030 and in the long run for 2050, will achieve in drastically reducing greenhouse gases emissions and set and place Greece at the center of international developments. In DEPA Commercial, we are methodically working towards this direction. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. We have used up all our time, but I promised the Deputy Minister a right of reply, so I'm going to give him that, and you'll just have to wait for your lunch. It won't be long.
I will be very short. Thank you very much. Θέλω δύο-τρία πραγματάκια να πω κάτω.
Two things I want to say, dear friend. The climate law It is a priority of our government. The blueprint is ready. You will see it soon in the Parliament. It is in the different committees submitted right now. Well, we'd better see the bigger picture. Sometimes I have the impression that Syriza, the opposition party, is moving back and forth of what they need and what they are obliged to say to actually please the voters. Syriza, before the elections, invested in Ptolemaida, in lignite plan. Mitsotakis, what investment? For Unit 5. You are making a mistake there. You have invested in lignite. The evidence. 1-2 years ago, Mitsotakis say, I will speed up the lignite economy. You were against. We do not support the lignite phase-out effort of the country. Mitsotakis thought quite smartly. The ton of emissions of coal cost 20 euros in the past. Now it's more than 50 euros per ton in RES. First of all, you say that RAE gave licenses for wind turbines in Evia. No, it gave a production...
Ως ένας μαραθώνιος. Και υπάρχουν ενδιάμεσα πάρα πολλά άλλα στάδια. Οι ειδικές μελέτες, το ένα, το άλλο, φτάνει.
And he gave some production licenses, permits, but these of permits are not finally licensed. And you said the special environmental studies have stopped. Of course, they haven't started during your time, but we have accelerated quite soon. They will be fulfilled in the next month, ready for discussions for consultation. And when Article 8 of the ministry that talked about mild investments in Natura, what does this article include? In order to have an approval of such a license, two main steps should have been taken. To have environmental study number one, and then to go to the villages. A lady met me there, an active lady, and talking about wind turbines, told me the following: okay, they are okay to be there, but we need to have an infrastructure. We don't give licenses just like that. And she said something very substantial, and I communicate that to you. If you don't want fossil fuel, if you don't want turbines, what do you want?
Continue this debate for quite...
Sorry, but I have to answer.
And then I will have to answer back.
1 minute only.
No, I'm sorry, we can't do that.
No, 1 minute only.
Okay, I'll give you 1 minute.
1 minute.
And then it's done. And you don't get any more.
No?
I'm sorry.
No.
I would like to make a suggestion to move forward. We have clear views about what we are missing concerning policies. Our country is before the dilemma of offshore wind turbines, but we have stopped the sea spatial planning. Without that, we cannot move to offshores. But we are moving forward with that, Mr. Amiras says. The second thing I want to say, as in the pandemic, we saw how valuable are national health systems. We don't want to see how valuable public control is in this kind of projects. in Greece, the government sells all energy tools, and of course, DEPA commercial is under sale. Tell Mr. Skrekas that RAI hasn't given, well, it has given permits, not licenses. It is important. When RAI gives a permit, that means that the investor can invest and put a wind turbine. Well, they were permits, not licenses. So we need to be more serious, and the state should be more strict. Thank you very much.
Lunch. I want to give a final word to two commercial representatives. In both of your cases, I want you to draw down into a single point. Now, I'm a journalist, so this is the kind of stupid thing that I do. I want you to reduce to a single point your one preferred goal, your one preferred policy that you would like to see that you think would transform your ability to move us towards a sustainable development plan. One thought each. Let me start with you.
Πιστεύουμε πως κάθε κίνηση που θα πρέπει που θα γίνει από τώρα και στο μέλλον σχετικά με την πράσινη μετάβαση πρέπει να προμοτάρει όλες τις προσπάθειες που καλύπτουν τα
all efforts covering the criteria and give counter motives to everything that gets us back. All policies should take us forward, not backwards, in products and services. I will totally agree. Adding that changes cannot happen from one day to the next. We need to support all things that we have built all these years.
Peaceful, quiet discussion. I'm going to call an end to this. I hope gentlemen may continue their conversation over lunch. And I invite you all to join us for lunch, and I'll see you afterwards. Please thank my panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Σας απασχολεί το μέλλον σας. Οι σπουδές των παιδιών σας. Η δημιουργία σημαντικού κεφαλαίου. Στην Εθνική Ασφαλιστική σχεδιάζουμε μαζί και υλοποιούμε τις επενδυτικές σας ανάγκες με το Full Life Plan από μόλις 70 ευρώ το μήνα. Επενδύστε από σήμερα σε ένα άνετο μέλλον με το Full Life Plan από την Εθνική Ασφαλιστική.
DEPA is the company that introduced natural gas to the Greek market. In 2020, DEPA split its activities into 3 new companies in order to optimize its operations. DEPA Commercial is a modern and competitive group of companies with a dynamic presence in the energy sector and substantial contribution to the development of the Greek economy. With the continuous expansions of its natural gas infrastructure, DEPA Commercial is aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, covering more and more regions of the country. The company participates in international projects which turn Greece into a regional energy hub, safeguarding at the same time the diversification of supply sources and routes to the benefit of the country and consumers. The 3 main activity axes of DEPA Commercial are natural gas commerce, international infrastructure, and participation in development programs. DEPA Commercial introduced CNG as a vehicle fuel in Greece. Physicon is the company's CNG brand. Fysiko Aerio is a 100% subsidiary of DEPA Commercial and one of the biggest natural gas suppliers to end customers in Greece. DEPA Commercial is the main importer of pipe and liquefied natural gas, LNG, in Greece. The company's experience in the domestic market ensures the optimal coupling between international supply and indigenous demand. The company is also one of the main partners of the Poseidon Med2 project, aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. DEPA Commercial participated in the Synergy project, which was completed in March 2020. The Synergy project is a holistic approach towards the establishment of a natural gas system in Cyprus, aiming to end the energy isolation of the island by establishing strategic synergies between the sectors of energy and transport. Supergreen aims to bring forward a holistic approach towards the electrification and utilization of alternative fuels of shipping in Greece by implementing innovative technological systems based on a market-oriented approach. The action relates to the construction and operation of one hybrid LNG and electric propulsion system catamaran vessel that will connect the core TEN-T port of Piraeus to other ports of the comprehensive TEN-T network. The action also involves the purchase of 2 LNG semi-trailers for the refueling of the hybrid catamaran vessel. Blue Hubs upgrades important parts of the Orient East Med corridor, by providing LNG and CNG bunkering and refueling facilities in the core 10T ports of Piraeus and Heraklion in Greece, and the core 10T port of Limassol in Cyprus, and by setting a new intermodal sea-based system integrated in the logistic chain. DEPA Commercial is also constructing an LNG bunkering vessel to ensure a critical level of LNG supply and unlock the demand for LNG. The company is a member of the Research Consortium for the Implementation of the Secure Gas Project, funded by the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program. DEPA Commercial plays a key role in the transition to a new clean energy era. The company is the co-chair of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance and coordinates the White Dragon project that combines use of renewable energy sources with green hydrogen. The company is setting all the conditions that will transform Greece into an energy hub for the whole region of Southeastern Europe.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Σας απασχολεί το μέλλον σας. Οι σπουδές των παιδιών σας. Η δημιουργία σημαντικού κεφαλαίου. Στην Εθνική Ασφαλιστική σχεδιάζουμε μαζί και υλοποιούμε τις επενδυτικές σας ανάγκες με το Full Life Plan από μόλις 70 ευρώ το μήνα. Επενδύστε από σήμερα σε ένα άνετο μέλλον με το Full Life Plan από την Εθνική Ασφαλιστική.
DEPA is the company that introduced natural gas to the Greek market. In 2020, DEPA split its activities into 3 new companies in order to optimize its operations. DEPA Commercial is a modern and competitive group of companies with a dynamic presence in the energy sector and substantial contribution to the development of the Greek economy. With the continuous expansions of its natural gas infrastructure, DEPA Commercial is aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, covering more and more regions of the country. The company participates in international projects which turn Greece into a regional energy hub, safeguarding at the same time the diversification of supply sources and routes to the benefit of the country and consumers. The 3 main activity axes of DEPA Commercial are natural gas commerce, international infrastructure, and participation in development programs. DEPA Commercial introduced CNG as a vehicle fuel in Greece. Physicon is the company's CNG brand. Fysiko Aereo is a 100% subsidiary of DEPA Commercial and one of the biggest natural gas suppliers to end customers in Greece. DEPA Commercial is the main importer of pipe and liquefied natural gas, LNG, in Greece. The company's experience in the domestic market ensures the optimal coupling between international supply and indigenous demand. The company is also one of the main partners of the Poseidon Med-2 project, aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. DEPA Commercial participated in the Synergy project, which was completed in March 2020. The Synergy project is a holistic approach towards the establishment of a natural gas system in Cyprus, aiming to end the energy isolation of the island by establishing strategic synergies between the sectors of energy and transport. Supergreen aims to bring forward a holistic approach towards the electrification and utilization of alternative fuels of shipping in Greece by implementing innovative technological systems based on a market-oriented approach. The action relates to the construction and operation of one hybrid LNG and electric propulsion system catamaran vessel that will connect the core TEN-T port of Piraeus to other ports of the comprehensive TEN-T network. The action also involves the purchase of 2 LNG semi-trailers for the refueling of the hybrid catamaran vessel. Blue Hubs upgrades important parts of the Orient-East Med corridor by providing LNG and CNG bunkering and refueling facilities in the core TEN-T ports of Piraeus and Heraklion in Greece, and the core TEN-T port of Limassol in Cyprus, and by setting a new intermodal sea-based system integrated in the logistic chain. DEPA Commercial is also constructing an LNG bunkering vessel to ensure a critical level of LNG supply and unlock the demand for LNG. The company is a member of the Research Consortium for the Implementation of the Secure Gas Project, funded by the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Programme. DEPA Commercial plays a key role in the transition to a new clean energy era. The company is the co-chair of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance and coordinates the White Dragon project that combines use of renewable energy sources with green hydrogen. The company is setting all the conditions that will transform Greece into an energy hub for the whole region of southeastern Europe.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Σας απασχολεί το μέλλον σας. Οι σπουδές των παιδιών σας. Η δημιουργία σημαντικού κεφαλαίου. Στην Εθνική Ασφαλιστική σχεδιάζουμε μαζί και υλοποιούμε τις επενδυτικές σας ανάγκες με το Full Life Plan από μόλις 70 ευρώ το μήνα. Επενδύστε από σήμερα σε ένα άνετο μέλλον με το Full Life Plan από την Εθνική Ασφαλιστική.
DEPA is the company that introduced natural gas to the Greek market. In 2020, DEPA split its activities into 3 new companies in order to optimize its operations. DEPA Commercial is a modern and competitive group of companies with a dynamic presence in the energy sector and substantial contribution to the development of the Greek economy. With the continuous expansions of its natural gas infrastructure, DEPA Commercial is aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, covering more and more regions of the country. The company participates in international projects which turn Greece into a regional energy hub, safeguarding at the same time the diversification of supply sources and routes to the benefit of the country and consumers. The 3 main activity axes of DEPA Commercial are natural gas commerce, international infrastructure, and participation in development programs. DEPA Commercial introduced CNG as a vehicle fuel in Greece. Physicon is the company's CNG brand. Fysiko Aerio is a 100% subsidiary of DEPA Commercial and one of the biggest natural gas suppliers to end customers in Greece. DEPA Commercial is the main importer of pipe and liquefied natural gas, LNG, in Greece. The company's experience in the domestic market ensures the optimal coupling between international supply and indigenous demand. The company is also one of the main partners of the Poseidon Med-2 project, aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. DEPA Commercial participated in the Synergy project, which was completed in March 2020. The Synergy project is a holistic approach towards the establishment of a natural gas system in Cyprus, aiming to end the energy isolation of the island by establishing strategic synergies between the sectors of energy and transport. Supergreen aims to bring forward a holistic approach towards the electrification and utilization of alternative fuels of shipping in Greece by implementing innovative technological systems based on a market-oriented approach. The action relates to the construction and operation of one hybrid LNG and electric propulsion system catamaran vessel that will connect the core TEN-T port of Piraeus to other ports of the comprehensive TEN-T network. The action also involves the purchase of 2 LNG semi-trailers for the refueling of the hybrid catamaran vessel. Blue Hubs upgrades important parts of the Orient-East Med corridor by providing LNG and CNG bunkering and refueling facilities in the core TEN-T ports of Piraeus and Heraklion in Greece, and the core TEN-T port of Limassol in Cyprus, and by setting a new intermodal sea-based system integrated in the logistic chain. DEPA Commercial is also constructing an LNG bunkering vessel to ensure a critical level of LNG supply and unlock the demand for LNG. The company is a member of the Research Consortium for the Implementation of the Secure Gas Project, funded by the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program. DEPA Commercial plays a key role in the transition to a new clean energy era. The company is the co-chair of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance and coordinates the White Dragon project that combines use of renewable energy sources with green hydrogen. The company is setting all the conditions that will transform Greece into an energy hub for the whole region of southeastern Europe.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Σας απασχολεί το μέλλον σας. Οι σπουδές των παιδιών σας. Η δημιουργία σημαντικού κεφαλαίου. Στην Εθνική Ασφαλιστική σχεδιάζουμε μαζί και υλοποιούμε τις επενδυτικές σας ανάγκες με το Full Life Plan από μόλις 70 ευρώ το μήνα. Επενδύστε από σήμερα σε ένα άνετο μέλλον με το Full Life Plan από την Εθνική Ασφαλιστική.
DEPA is the company that introduced natural gas to the Greek market. In 2020, DEPA split its activities into 3 new companies in order to optimize its operations. DEPA Commercial is a modern and competitive group of companies with a dynamic presence in the energy sector and substantial contribution to the development of the Greek economy. With the continuous expansions of its natural gas infrastructure, DEPA Commercial is aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, covering more and more regions of the country. The company participates in international projects which turn Greece into a regional energy hub, safeguarding at the same time the diversification of supply sources and routes to the benefit of the country and consumers. The three main activity axes of DEPA Commercial are natural gas commerce, international infrastructure, and participation in development programs. DEPA Commercial introduced CNG as a vehicle fuel in Greece. Physicon is the company's CNG brand. Fysiko Aerio is a 100% subsidiary of DEPA Commercial and one of the biggest natural gas suppliers to end customers in Greece. DEPA Commercial is the main importer of pipe and liquefied natural gas, LNG, in Greece. The company's experience in the domestic market ensures the optimal coupling between international supply and indigenous demand. The company is also one of the main partners of the Poseidon Med2 project, aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. DEPA Commercial participated in the Synergy project, which was completed in March 2020. The Synergy project is a holistic approach towards the establishment of a natural gas system in Cyprus, aiming to end the energy isolation of the island by establishing strategic synergies between the sectors of energy and transport. Supergreen aims to bring forward a holistic approach towards the electrification and utilization of alternative fuels of shipping in Greece by implementing innovative technological systems based on a market-oriented approach. The action relates to the construction and operation of one hybrid LNG and electric propulsion system catamaran vessel that will connect the core TEN-T port of Piraeus to other ports of the comprehensive TEN-T network. The action also involves the purchase of 2 LNG semi-trailers for the refueling of the hybrid catamaran vessel. Blue Hubs upgrades important parts of the Orient-East Med corridor by providing LNG and CNG bunkering and refueling facilities in the core TEN-T ports of Piraeus and Heraklion in Greece, and the core TEN-T port of Limassol in Cyprus, and by setting a new intermodal sea-based system integrated in the logistic chain. DEPA Commercial is also constructing an LNG bunkering vessel to ensure a critical level of LNG supply and unlock the demand for LNG. The company is a member of the Research Consortium for the Implementation of the Secure Gas Project, funded by the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program. DEPA Commercial plays a key role in the transition to a new clean energy era. The company is the co-chair of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance and coordinates the White Dragon project that combines use of renewable energy sources with green hydrogen. The company is setting all the conditions that will transform Greece into an energy hub for the whole region of Southeastern Europe.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Σας απασχολεί το μέλλον σας. Οι σπουδές των παιδιών σας. Η δημιουργία σημαντικού κεφαλαίου. Στην Εθνική Ασφαλιστική σχεδιάζουμε μαζί και υλοποιούμε τις επενδυτικές σας ανάγκες με το Full Life Plan από μόλις 70 ευρώ το μήνα. Επενδύστε από σήμερα σε ένα άνετο μέλλον με το Full Life Plan από την Εθνική Ασφαλιστική.
DEPA is the company that introduced natural gas to the Greek market. In 2020, DEPA split its activities into 3 new companies in order to optimize its operations. DEPA Commercial is a modern and competitive group of companies with a dynamic presence in the energy sector and substantial contribution to the development of the Greek economy.
Α, ναι, σωστά. Σωστά. Καλό σας απόγευμα. Ξεκινάει.
Good afternoon. Let's go for the toughest session of all. After the lunch break, it's quite tough to be back and focused, but I think that the agenda of this session will keep your attention focused. So, the title, Electric Vehicles, Green Enough? We have 3 panelists, the 3 esteemed individuals who will shed light on this topic from their own viewpoint. Let me welcome Professor Athanasios Kyriazis, Secretary General for Research and Innovation from the Ministry of Development and Investments. Then we have Mr. Evangelos Bekiaris, the President of the Hellenic Institute of Electric Vehicles, and also the head of the Sustainable Mobility Institute and member of the ESETEC, and Mr. Spiros Kergis, he is the manager of the New Technologies and Alternative Energy Sources Division of the Hellenic Petroleum Group. Let me welcome all 3 of you. We have 40 minutes at our disposal. So, using the order of invitation, you may share your thoughts using the podium or maybe the slideshow. You have 5 or 6 minutes at your disposal. We're going to have a first round of contributions, and then we will have a discussion. Of course, the floor will be open to the attendees for your questions. Otherwise, we will move on with our own. Dear Secretary General.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Hello, it's a great pleasure. It's an honor for me to be here with you in the 5th Sustainability Summit organized by The Economist. For this panel discussion entitled Electric Vehicles, Green Enough? I will focus on innovation and entrepreneurship. This is not my subject matter, so allow me to share some thoughts about how entrepreneurship and innovation is being interpreted by the new Secretariat, the General Secretariat for Research and Innovation, and of course I will develop on some of the things we have in the pipeline. So, the first pillar of our General Secretariat actions is the establishment of the Register of Startups, the Elevate Greece platform that is made of the General Secretariat for Research for Innovation, which is also a point of attraction of major investors, the so-called angel investors, major capital funds and others, but also a point of attraction for specialized and skillful experts. At the same time, we have already established a new tax-related incentives towards angel investors ready to invest on the members of the startup register, plus the tripling of the extra discount of for expenses of companies investing on R&D, and of course the simplification of all licensing procedures. We want to heavily emphasize on research and innovation coming from the business world. However, our Secretariat's portfolio also includes other actions reflecting our mindset. We want to boost the startup ecosystem. That's why we have the first PPP on this issue in Athens. That's why we're going to use the old premises of the Choropi factory in Piraeus and the Thesintech premises already in Thessaloniki. Characteristically enough, we have innovation clusters already announced that are currently in their second stage. We're about to go public with the results for these clusters and the competence centers for which the results are already available, and we already have 12 such cooperatives in operation. It's important to have the technology, the knowledge transfer offices in the Greek universities. We do have them in 12 of them, and quite recently the General Secretariat invited all universities and research institutions to establish these technology transfer offices, and more specifically to develop and deploy both structures, infrastructures and processes to support the people working in these offices. Our aim is to have a mature ecosystem of innovation so that in the most efficient and effective way we will be able to use the results of the research carried out in our countries, universities and research institutions to promote business-minded initiatives and the most important thing, to build close links between businesses and research centers. At the same time, within our Secretariat, we are finalizing the design for the 2021-2027 research and innovation strategy, part of which has to do with the strategy on smart specialization funded by the European structural funds, and it's specialized on research, technology, innovation-related practices, plus linking the above with the businesses, the digital transformation and others. Our Secretariat is involved in all these actions performed by the private and public sector, both as a supervisor of these bodies, plus as a manager, as an administrator of the project. We have to highlight that it's very interesting to highlight the 8 thematics of Pillar 3. We're talking about research projects on agro-food and food industries, sustainable development, health, drugs, ICTs, construction materials, transports, supply chain, tourism, culture, and creative industries. In our priorities, as outlined in the Smart Specialization Strategy, the issues of sustainable development, environment, and innovation. More particularly, we have already initiatives taken by universities, research institutions, and others to support the ambitious objectives set by the Green Deal and the equally ambitious targets set at a national level. So we have the National Network for Climate Change, CLIMBACT. It's a very important initiative with a societal aspect, and our main aim is to make this organization a pole of attraction for expertise and know-how and a consultant to the government on issues of climate change. And this network is made up of 3 stakeholders. The National Observatory of Athens is the lead partner. Also, we have research institutions being very active also in other levels and fields with respect to climate change mitigation, environmental protection, efficient use of resources, and carbon-free economy, transition to a carbon-free economy. We work closely with the Ministry of Environment in the context of the National Plan for Energy and Climate Change in order to upgrade our infrastructures, and we also have programs. Ερευνώ, δημιουργώ, καινοτομώ is the title, for which we have 37 common projects by universities and others, aiming at promoting solutions for climate change mitigation and natural disasters prevention. So, in the context of the NSRF 214-2020, our Secretariat has already tendered projects of 1.1 billion euros. The state spent for these projects, for the eligible projects, is 950 million euros. In the coming programming period, 2021 and 2027, we have a new horizon for R&D being deployed. The contribution will be increased, the state contribution will be increased, money coming from the RRF and the Just Transition Fund. We have to play a part there because a large part of the research for this transition is undertaken by us. And the new framework program by the European Union, Horizon Europe, offers new opportunities for enhanced mobility of the Greek research and the business community, both in order to claim funding, but also to use this funding to the benefit of our economy and our society. Our vision is to link the deliverable of research with entrepreneurship in order to improve our country's competitiveness and to make the transition into a more extrovert developmental model based on knowledge, knowledge which is sustainable in all aspects, that will further create good jobs. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for setting the framework of policy and finance. Mr. Bekiaris, President of the Hellenic Institute of Electric Vehicles. I have a presentation. It's not small, but I will try to make it small. I will get you directly to the essence, since we have limited time. So we need to reduce CO2 emissions, and the goals are rather ambitious in Europe. I will go straight to say that, as you can see, lately in 2018 and on, electrified vehicles penetrated the EU market. A percentage, as you can see, if you add plug-in electric and hybrid, they come second after the ones that use fossil fuel. And if we see Greece, from 0.3% in electrified vehicles to 1.5%. In 19, we have 8.1 without plug-in plus hybrid, and 2021 we have 20 2020, we have 18.9% penetration, and in 2021, we will have more penetration. The average in electric vehicles is 3.6 in Europe, so we are doing well, and e-bikes in Europe as well. Globally, we have a boom, and it's very good for Greece that we do have only small mountainous areas in our urban areas, so these electric skateboards are good, and bikes, of course, are very handy. The relevant legislation introduced Law 4710 of 2020. The law aims for a drastic reduction of average CO2 emissions, and incentives are given for taxes. Some smart ideas, nevertheless, can be used for in favor of the environment. And I would like to answer a couple of questions from my head. Are batteries okay? The lithium batteries, we will have a lot of volume and size. So lithium we have exclusively in China and in Africa. So we need to find alternatives. Batteries are not enough. You see the recycling cycle. Let's keep it at the back of our minds. Challenges for e-mobility. Does the cost of batteries fall? When e-vehicles will become cheaper, according to the cost of the batteries, they should have become cheaper, but it is a policy of the companies that invest in plants and need to be taken into consideration for some time. Yes, vehicles will become cheaper, but we don't know when. Especially in batteries, we have a saturation. Price has fallen, and here we will go to another kind of battery that will make the difference. And the operating cost is 35 to 30% less operating cost from the traditional vehicles. A lot of people ask something else. Will it be enough? No, there is no such a question. Last generation vehicles were up to 100 kilometers nominal. Now, the type of electric cars will be autonomous. Of course, you need to have a charge network, and I think the next speaker will give us more information on that. Another question is, if we charge them and we don't charge them from renewables, they are not so good. Yes, it's true, but they are good. If we see the circle from the well to wheel, we see that e-vehicles compared to the respective conventional one is better by 32%. It's more efficient. It consumes less energy. If both consume dirty energy, the e-vehicle is much better. In the network, we won't have e-vehicles in millions unless we include the policy vehicle to grid. And we need to have also batteries that can be old vehicle batteries. And recycling. You know, today it's not a big problem because how many e-vehicles do we have? Not many. In 40 years, that will be a problem. In 10 years, it will be one of the biggest problems because we will talk about millions of batteries which at 150 kilometers start dying. And in Europe, we have one recycling battery in Belgium, a huge opportunity for our companies, for Greece, and a big challenge for Europe. I rest my case by saying that despite the fact that Heliev saying I am here as representing Heliev, that includes agencies, 40 agencies, all importers, charging companies, universities, etc. And we do have some working groups, interesting ones, in infrastructure, vehicles, training, education. We have 3 ministries participating in this group, help us make e-mobility more popular in Greece. Thank you, Mr. Bekaris. And now, Mr. Kiadzis. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Hellenic Petroleum Group, we have heard a lot of institutional points of view, and Heliev president gave us the picture of e-mobility. Our world is changing fast, and the pandemic and coronavirus accelerated developments. That was the best of all. 2 years ago, we had discussions about climate change, but we were without so much zeal. We were talking about energy transformation, but things advanced, and even petroleum groups change, and we become we come at the front line of all developments, not because we feel the pressure of a regulatory framework and we have to do it. It's not only that there is a huge turn from the agency's financing. If you go to a bank and say that I have a project for hydrogen, green hydrogen, or if I have a project for e-mobility, green resources, money is there for you. If you say that I will build a refinery or something with gas, they won't bother at all. It is because you see that the future ahead goes that way, and it is linked to environmental criteria, proper government criteria. That is why, as a group, we have invested in innovation. We have thought of future fuels, which is a big electrification of transports is a big part, and it has to do with light vehicles, passenger ones mostly. Advanced fuel, biofuel, next generation fuel that will cover the needs of air transport or heavy vehicles like trucks, buses, etc. And as the process matures, we will have hydrogen introduced in transportation, which is a noble gas, to put it this way, that could help after a while transports, e-mobility. We have our affiliate, LP Future, the future of LP, which develops an exceptionally big network of fast chargers in our gas stations. We have, for the time being, 25 fast chargers around Greece, from Xanthi to Patras, in Chania, in Agios Nikolos will be introduced next week, Athens, Thessaloniki, Trikala, and Dimitris, we have introduced that in Trikala 2 days ago, and at the beginning of next year to have exceeded 50 points of fast charging, trying to give drivers a solution, allowing them, by drinking some coffee, to be able to charge their vehicles. Of course, we have the low charging mode of 22 kilowatts that you can find everywhere, and in cooperation with our partners and other parking points. An important issue which was mentioned earlier by Mr. Bekaris is that we need energy that should be green. The most important part is to have green electricity from renewables in order to have e-mobility today and hydrogen mobility in the future. Or our plans with our affiliate, we have announced a new plant of a combined cycle. It will use natural gas, but it will be hydrogen ready. As you can understand, our vision for tomorrow is a vision for economy of low CO2 emissions. To get the whole pictures in e-mobility, we try to facilitate charging and multiply the stations for charging. That demands electricity and power. We need to reinforce the grid. I inform you, in order to license and increase the capacity, we need to wait for months until the whole process from the DA is fulfilled to upgrade the grid. Believe me that it is easy to say that tomorrow I want to have 100 points of fast charges, but you are ready to do so. It's not a question of funds or lack of experience or knowledge, and you don't have the grid, the network, the infrastructure, and especially where you have density of population and higher demand for electricity. So we need to have the overall picture. We need to have green power. We need to have the grid and the fast chargers further down. That is my introductory speech. Thank you very much. I don't know if anyone from the audience has a question for the speakers, but let me ask a question first, targeted ones, and then I have a general. Mr. Kyriazis, you mentioned the funding allocated to various sectors and interventions in issues of infrastructure of various levels. Have you got a feeling from how much from this funding or institutional interventions focus on green growth and e-mobility more specifically? Do you place any emphasis on that? Until recently, for e-vehicles in research, not so many funds have been allocated, but with the new programming period and in the field of RIS3 with which we start our strategy, has the 8 sectors I mentioned earlier. They are the similar to the previous programming periods. We have adjusted them. We have included circular economy, green energy, and environment. We place emphasis on these 3. The second characteristic is, as our previous speakers said, it's not a one-way street. All these issues are not single and separately approached. That is why in the call for tenders that will be published soon, we will have synergies, because when we talk about the environment or energy, no one can forget telecommunication or computing, IT, etc. What we will focus on is to adjust to the call for tenders, help research centers and agencies, either public or private. I place emphasis on the private sector because in the private sector we don't have huge investments in research and innovation. That is why we place emphasis there. We will help them because we need to be adjusted to what will come later. This is our philosophy. If we see that some emphasis should be placed on innovation or research, we will do it. Secretariat General undertook the research sector or part of the research sector. We did that because we want to invest in the research for fair transition. We don't want to register or monitor. We need to help research towards this direction, not only in Peloponnese or Western Macedonia, but in other areas as well as Northern Aegean. And as you can understand, you have said that IT is everywhere. This is music to my ears.
Gary.
Mr. Bekiaris, I had a list of questions prepared, and you replied in many of them in your original contribution. I'd like to stick to the following. What do we expect from the research on batteries? What are the next breakthroughs? Will it be the size, the speed of charging, recyclability, the weight? Because there was a startup once in Israel saying that no, you won't wait 20 or 25 minutes for the battery to be charged full. There will always be one battery already charged. We will just replace it and off you go. We are quite far away from this point, is that correct? You're talking about Better Place. They started fine, but they went bankrupt. They went out of the market because the solution was not mature enough. The reality is that I don't believe that lithium batteries, because of the particularities of lithium itself and because of the innate characteristics of these batteries, will be the solution. Of course, research on batteries is very intense, and it's the first time that the European Union has earmarked a huge amount of money in the next framework for this research. We have Eurobat, the European Association of organizations involved with research on batteries. We're talking just about 10 organizations, one of which is Greek. So let's keep that in mind. I believe that batteries, and of course I include the recycling, and generally speaking the electrical systems of EVs will be the Greek El Dorado. Greece has lost the bet of e-mobility. There is no point in building EV factories with such a small market, but what we can do in this new, let's say, era of EVs, we can become a tier 2 or tier 3 supplier. Like Bulgaria, we may have those companies providing the software or the submodules for batteries and EVs in general. Croatia currently holds 30% of the European market. Why not us? It's the size of the country, of course, and I welcome what the General Secretary said. And it's time to invest in a smart way in Greece, so that in the new reality we will be able to have a good standing. Mr. Kyrgyz, you discussed about the steps taken forward by the by the Hellenic Petroleum Group. And you said that we are currently working on the electricity industry for the post-hydrogen world, you said, or something like that. So the impression we have is that hydrogen is an intermediary energy source until we become fully electrified. That's something a bit easier to use. Yesterday, Jeff Sachs, in his introduction, said that we will turn everything electric, but some cannot become electric. They have to have hydrogen, like overseas shipping and some other heavy trucks. What's your take on that? Electric versus hydrogen, and what other things we cannot electrify in the near future? Firstly, currently we have e-mobility. Okay, we have the chargers. We plug the car and we charge it. We have the cars, we have the vehicles. And if you check the inventory of all major car makers, they all have EVs. Let me remind you that 50% of EVs currently being produced and used on the planet are in China. However, we are more into the European brands. However, hydrogen-fired cars are very, very few. For instance, Mirai, the model you can find in Greece, are no more than some tens, maybe 100 or 200 units. So there is e-mobility in Greece. It's something amazing for passenger cars and for urban transportation. If we have the network for large distances, it's good to use them, like in the case of Scandinavia. We can use them as a step to democratize electrification, which means the public involvement in this process. In the future, this will be coupled with energy storage systems, the so-called vehicle-to-grid scheme, or minor distributed schemes of, for instance, small solar parks or mini wind turbine at the rooftop. So it's part of the process that will make people understand that I can become part of the solution, I'm part of the whole thing, and let's move forward. Hydrogen itself, as currently, offers 3 applications. The one is the industrial one. The second one is about transportations and vehicles, which are very, very few, as we already saw, because currently we have hundreds of thousands of EVs and some hundreds of hydrogen-fired cars. Hydrogen also has a major challenge. Technological challenges. We're still hydrogen would be great if we were to use it in airplanes, because you cannot install batteries on a plane; it won't be able to take off. In shipping, it might be used, but it's not that calorific. Maybe you can have LNG with something else. We have the issues of hydrogen storage and transportation, of course. In our country and in Europe currently, the overwhelming majority, something like 90% of microchips go. 90% of the natural gas used goes to industry. So now, using natural gas for teleheating, or trying to build networks or some standalone units being charged by charging cars with hydrogen, will mean and will entail a huge cost for building these infrastructures, but this is not the solution. So the intermediary solution is electrification, and the ultimate one is hydrogen cars, and which means at the end of the day, it will still mean electrification, because you will be using hydrogen to fuel the fuel cells and then turn that into electricity. Great, amazing. We have 2 minutes. And given that the next session involves some links with abroad, I won't give you this generic question about the standpoint of Europe vis-à-vis Tesla, for instance. So you have 40 seconds, plus your please your final thought, a piece of wisdom, if you like, both in terms of innovation, research, education, etc. Dear Secretary General, what I would like to stress is to fully use the data we have available and the ones we get from the EU and the world, so that in the coming 10 years we will be able to change the state of affairs in Greece with respect to the environment, green energy, and all this data in order to build a better society, a better economy, a better life. So, we have a long way ahead. Mr. Bekiaris, electrification is not a panacea or a technological islet. It is, and it should be, part of the so-called smart cities. It's a component of clean and smart cities. Mr. Karagis, 3 words. Faster, easier, and cheaper. So we can be more reliable and move forward with replacing yesterday with a cleaner tomorrow. Thank you very much. That was a really inspiring this session. So let's move on along the guidelines given by our panelists. Thank you.
Άφησε κάποιος ένα... Γιάννη.
So, we now start the session on sustainable cities. We all know that if there's going to be a solution to the sustainability transition, cities are going to be playing a critical role. And this session will actually look at the link between sustainability and the impact that the pandemic has had on urban areas, what the shift to online work might mean for the big cities, and the role of digital infrastructure for promoting sustainable cities. Let me call to the podium Dimitris Papastergiou, President, Union of Mayor of Greece, KEDE, and Mayor of Trikala, who we know that Trikala has been on the forefront of digitizing the municipality. We also have with us, by link, Efremoglu Imamoglu, Mayor of Istanbul, and his counterpart, Kostas Bakoyannis, Mayor of Athens. Welcome to our conference. And we also have with us here George Tsapourounis, Corporate Affairs Executive Director, Wind Hellas, and Marnie McGregor, Head of Communications and Strategic Partnerships, Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. Welcome, Marnie. Welcome. So let's start with a brief presentation by Dimitris Papastergiou, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here today and start once again to go back to normality in a post-COVID era. Nevertheless, the pandemic still reminds us that it is here. Nevertheless, especially for local governments in Greece, is very interesting because we have three financing tools that can help us move forward. And I talk about Adonis Tritis program, Recovery Fund and NSRF, and a big challenge, which unfortunately we had to face the difficulties of the summer to understand how important the environment is in every aspect of our lives. The first thing that we need to see and do is to choose the ways to make use of the money available, especially in smart solutions and applications. These three programs allocate a lot of money, so we need to be very cautious not to spend money in applications and equipment which some months later will be useless. We do that in our country, applications that are rather spectacular, but they don't solve a problem. We need to work vice versa to see what the problems are and use the applications to solve them. In civil protection, we need to do the same. How, in other words, we can take advantage of the existing technology to prevent cases, to understand where floods might occur and try to prevent them. And mobile telephony has a role here to play. And congratulations to the mobile telephony companies with their networks supporting us in Greece. We have telephony, mobile telephones with higher speeds than the conventional telephony. So we need to prepare ourselves and see how how we will be able to save people via applications, and of course introduce environment as a factor. Gianina, Kalamata, My City, and others participate in an initiative for net zero cities. Nevertheless, it's difficult to do it, but the journey is interesting. I'm very happy to see my friends here, Ekrem and Kostas, and we need to try harder to have more sustainable cities as fast as we can.
The front runners when it came to using the internet for participatory democratic involvement of citizens in decision-making at the local level. Through your experience, could you tell us a little bit about developments on that front and whether they played a role during the pandemic crisis?
Είναι το πιο σημαντικό.
This is the most important, to be able, via technology and the applications existing, to involve the citizens in what is happening in our society. Citizens, I'm afraid, within the pandemic, before or now, they see a lot of things happening, political events, that they are indifferent to them. The secret is how, via technology and via applications, to ask their view, to make them participate, to feel that they are part of this political change in our society. And we don't have to ask them only for serious issues. It would be enough for them to ask them every couple of weeks what kind of color they would prefer to paint a school, or what kind of flowers we would plant in the main square. So in that way we involve them, and they don't feel that they are away from power. And we need nevertheless we need to see how to make people participate. We ask them if we want to make a street in trickle pedestrian. They voted for that, and we heard their point of view. I think that networks do play an important role, social networks play an important role, but technology need to be there to help us, and via this to allow us to get feedback with what we can do with our citizens.
Let me now move to the Mayor of Istanbul, Efremoglu Imamoglu. You have a few minutes to make an initial presentation, and then I will also ask you a few questions. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, my dear friends, Kostas, Dimitris, and Mr. Papandreou. Thank you very much, and all other esteemed participants. Good afternoon. Really, it's great to be joining you all today. Perhaps the most challenging consequence of the current COVID-19 pandemic is that it has hindered social and economic development on so many levels. Before the pandemic, during my first months as the mayor of Istanbul, we made sure to take serious steps to eliminate dependency on social aid. Nurseries, vocational training centers, employment services, and other projects were going on at full speed. Suddenly, the pandemic emerged, and 1 in every 4 households in Istanbul found themselves needing to apply to the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality for social aid. This was an unprecedented phenomenon. To solve this problem, we had to shift our focus from development to basic needs provision. But despite its many downsides, the pandemic also brought out the best in our social fabric. To give you an example, we launched a groundbreaking digital solidarity campaign called Pay It Forward, which provides a trusted online platform for hundreds of thousands of people to support each other instantly and anonymously. In this sense, the pandemic brought fellow Istanbulites closer to each other and boosted urban solidarity. In order to tackle growing forms of poverty during the pandemic, we focused on creating employment. The IMM newly founded regional employment offices found jobs for about 21,000 Istanbul residents. Of course, this is not enough. We believe that long-term problems need structural solutions. I will be happy to touch upon some of these briefly in the next minutes. While the pandemic has changed the nature of work and increased flexibility in some sectors, it has unfortunately brought about major problems in others. For instance, remote and flexible working schemes proved to be an advantage to keep Istanbul's deep-seated traffic congestion problem under control. However, this means little for service sector and blue-collar workers who cannot work online. Therefore, for the working classes, we sped up our public transportation investments while making sure we opt for low-carbon solutions such as the metro. Currently, Istanbul ranks number 1 in the world in terms of the length of the metro lines under construction. As such, we aim to provide fast, high-quality and environmentally friendly transportation options for all Istanbulites who need to commute every day. Given these challenges, we are facing looking at the things from a broader perspective. I must underline that I believe that sustainable development goals and the 2030 agenda are critical guidelines we should all be focusing on while discussing these matters. They must be of high importance to all politicians and policymakers. But I should also say that they are not integrated enough within the local agenda. Contemporary digital infrastructures may prove to be useful in achieving this ambitious goal. This is why we are setting ready to launch a new super app called Istanbul Senin, or in English, Istanbul is yours, which will enable all the Istanbulites to get instant information about city services. Most importantly, it will enable city residents to directly take part in the decisions that will design the future of Istanbul. Istanbul emphasis on participatory forms of governance, poverty, eradication, reducing inequalities, and prioritizing low-carbon transportation solutions all resonate with the SDGs, and I take pride in that. The Istanbul that envision is ready to pave the way for all local and global actors in a post-SDG world. Informed by this vision, I am looking forward to sharing Istanbul's knowledge, experiences, and know-how in these matters with all my counterparts around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And also let me correct your first name, which I mangled due to my spell checker, but it's Ekrem İmamoğlu, so sorry about that. It's actually very nice to hear both about this innovation with your online platform to show that during the pandemic you were able to provide a very critical service to your citizens and boost solidarity. Also, I see that participatory democracy is a key in the processes, and I like the fact, I think it's very important that you link that with the SDG challenge. Can I ask you, what role can cities play in driving sustainability that national governments can't do?
Yes, thank you. We know that since 2007, the number of people living in urban areas has surpassed those living in rural areas for the first time in history. This reality shows us that cities are both the actors and the victims of the most pressing global challenges, which are now no more complex than ever. For this reason, central governments are no longer in a position to overcome this complicated network of problems on their own with macro level policies. Local governments are the ones on the street every day, facing people firsthand, as well as the problems. Therefore, we will always need to produce customized solutions through the knowledge of the local. We need to listen to people and localize our sustainable goals in order to integrate them in every single local action. This means that we will be able to talk about a real change in the global agenda only when it starts from the local. Real change will happen only when central governments and cities join forces.
Thank you very much. So I see the importance, I recognize the importance that the local community and the municipalities are close to the people. So if you're going to get action, that has to come through essentially the municipalities. I will come back to another question after we have a round of presentations from the others. I'd like now to turn to Kostas Bakogiannis and ask him for his initial intervention.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to participate in this panel with Andreas Papandreou, who has proven that it is quite ahead his era with his work in SDSN, and my friend and President Dimitris, and of course Krem, whom I like. We work together to prove that what links our people is more important than what separates us. Since we have only 3 minutes, I want to share 3 messages with you. Number one, during the pandemic, and especially in the first and second lockdown, I would read a lot of articles from Greece and abroad that would say that this is the end of the cities. History has taught us totally different things. Empire State Buildings was introduced in 1930, 8 years after the Spanish influenza, and then we have the Spanish rebirth was after a disaster, but we need to understand nevertheless that the data has changed in the 20th century. To be quite frank, we planned cities for cars. In the 21st century, we need to design cities focusing on people, respecting sustainability and the environment. We forget one truth. Yes, we do have global problems that demand local solutions. It's easy to expect from Glasgow in a couple of months, from Brussels, Beijing, etc., to deal with climate change, but reality is that a great part of responsibility is on us. We must never forget that 70% of CO2 emissions globally are emitted from urban areas. The heat wave that we experienced in Greece last summer, causing wildfires, had one victim, the city of Athens, which for many days with high temperature reaching 50 or 60 degrees in Athens downtown. That means that local government should be clear in what it suggests and make use of the technological tools mentioned earlier by Dimitris. We talk about the new Marshall Plan, and alas, we should not repeat in Greece the mistake of the past. Number 3, in this framework, in this global framework, European framework, I would say that this is the moment of Athens. It is the moment of Athens as it was the moment of Lisbon 10 years ago. 20 years ago was Berlin, or 30 years ago Barcelona time. We have exited 10 difficult years, but we are stronger now. And now we should run to cover up the gap, to bridge the gap or the delay. So the municipality of Athens has 120 digital services offered to hundreds of thousands of Athenians. Another initiative of ours are pocket parks or bigger projects for green, and then we have social transition projects, because social justice is we need to create a net of protection for the most vulnerable. We have a new center for homeless and a new center for drug addicts, or the new clinics of the municipality that create a new model for primary health care in our country. Looking ahead, what we need to bear in mind is that we do have an opportunity. It is one of the opportunities that that arise once in a generation, and we need to move forward, all of us together, to take advantage, to seize this opportunity and give our cities the position they deserve.
I have followed your work and know how important for you the sustainability issues are. We have collaborated in the past, and we will certainly continue to collaborate in the future. I think you made some very important points. It's not the end of cities, but it's the time for rebirth of cities. We need local solutions for global problems, and the cities are on the forefront for that. And we do have essentially a new Marshall Plan, and it's key that we put these funds to the right goals. Now, a big issue that relates, I think, to any municipality, and of course relates to broader activities as well, is the issue of accountability. It's the question of essentially how the broader public can sense the work that's being undertaken and understand to what extent many of the goals that need to be achieved, the SDGs, are actually being achieved. We know that, of course, businesses are under pressure to undertake ESG and sustainability reporting, and to have that verified by auditing bodies. I think this is important also to ensure continuity from one mayor to the next, and also for the public to get a deeper understanding of what's actually happening. We often seem to be seeing, what's happened in our neighborhood, what's happening in a square, but we don't have a broader picture of all the activity that's taking place. I was wondering, is this something that is up front in how you're thinking about either generating indices for your progress or finding ways to ensure accountability on this front?
I think that the most trustworthy recipe for failure is for someone to be behind closed doors and not be out there to see what is happening with the citizens. Practically, we want to send a message, and we emit it in every occasion. It is not the municipality of Athens, it is the municipality of the Athenians. So the municipality is an obligation of the mayor, and 50% an obligation of the Athenians. By taking advantage of digital tools, I agree with Dimitris that social media, despite their toxicity, are rather useful. At the same time, we need to be open with institutional interventions. An example is Adopt Your City is a program with which we have cooperated with 135 institutions, agencies and companies, and with sponsorships we change the quality of our lives. I can tell you a couple of examples, something big like the Omonia Square, something smaller, which is also important, a small lab in a school. These programs, beyond these evident benefit, create a climate of cooperation, of consensus. We move forward, leaving the problems of the past behind and cooperate all together.
During the discussion to a few more questions, depending on available time. Now we've seen the view from mayors, from local communities. It's an opportunity now to see a little bit the view from the business world, and in particular telecommunications. We know that digitization is one of the main challenges, and potential revolution on the digital front is closely tied to the sustainability demands. George Tsaprounis, could you give us a brief overview of these issues?
Με μεγάλη χαρά. Πιστεύω ότι είναι πιο ξεκάθαρο από ποτέ ότι
I think it's clearer than ever that the most loyal, the most powerful ally of urban sustainability of big cities in this period is the world of ICTs. We're talking about the digital transformation, we're talking about all the things that transform our country, transform our city in a very rapid pace. And I was really, really glad to hear that Dimitris was amazed by this high speed attained, the Wi-Fi speed and the 5G speeds attained downtown Athens without the use of Tsipou, as you said. So 5G, fiber optics, all these new developments which we as a country have and promote very strongly are the things that will be used as the platform for the new applications. Because the only thing for certain is that no application may be a smart one, no application may deliver unless we have this infrastructure in place. And although in Greece, when it comes to mobile telephony, we are quite beyond the EU average, when it comes to fixed infrastructure, fiber optics, etc., we were lagging behind. However, we have accelerated the pace in the last years, given also the business plans by the telcos and the operators, also using European programs operated, managed by the Ministry of Digital Governance. We will further accelerate the pace because our country truly needs this infrastructure. Our cities truly need digital technologies, because this will be the stepping stone for the new applications to deliver. Applications in favor of education, training, health, the environment, communication between citizens, the eradication of social exclusion, etc. Because let us not forget that even within big urban centers, we have digital inequalities. We have certain areas which have a huge difference with others, and that's why we have to have collaboration between local authorities, the private sector and the public sector, so that through region-led or ministry-led programs, we will be able to decrease this digital gap. We are at a very good point. We saw that during the pandemic. Of course, it was a very difficult times, very hard times that we went through, but I cannot imagine how things would have been if it wasn't for these next-gen networks. We were trained using them, we were entertained using them, we communicated using them, so we used them in every way and we did fine. And given that we have seen that we can do it, I think we will speed up. The digital transformation train is a very, very fast one. We must not lose the opportunity to jump on board, and I don't know if we will have another chance. And as it was rightly put before, there is a huge new Marshall Plan, as it was, let's say, described. I'm talking about the RRF. Lots of funds earmarked for digital infrastructures, and it was rightly said by Dimitris that yes, having a smart city is great, but we have to select the right applications, the right solutions in order to resolve the true problems we have. It's not to use a smart application just as per se. We need coordination, we need communication with our fellow citizens in order to have a common understanding of the problems that these applications are intent to solve.
That we have the potential to use these new instruments and to make cities smart, but we need applications and the structures there to actually absorb these new potentials. The digital revolution certainly had a major boost during the pandemic. I personally, as a professor, was surprised how quickly entire regions, essentially the whole world, went on to digital platforms in teaching without, I mean, we had a few issues in the first couple of weeks, but it was impressive that we were able to hold the entire world online, schools, universities, and so forth. So you see that there's a capacity, a very strong capacity there. Now, all technological revolutions to date, except, for instance, the pandemic and the crisis situation, have been driven largely by profit motive. The challenge with the sustainability transition is that we have to go beyond the profit motive and change mindsets so that we actually drive innovation and applications that provide environmental and social dimensions of humanity's needs. How do you see that challenge for businesses coming from your perspective?
Είναι εξαιρετικά σημαντική η συνεργασία εδώ. Και για να πω...
Collaboration is of major importance. Let me take one step back. When in the first hours it was required to have a way to control the mobility of citizens, if it wasn't for the trust between the private sector and the public sector to come up with these 5-digit, the 6 numbers used in order to text message for wherever we were to move outside our house, then no solution would have been found. So the key word is collaboration, partnership of all stakeholders, and of course social dialogue. No businesses or the state or the local government are to make decisions or to take decisions on their own. All stakeholders have to take part of that. In the end of the day, this is what sustainability is about. It's about social dialogue. We have the application, we have the technology, we have the innovation in Greece, and actually we have amazing talents in Greece, some great startups, great ideas, and of course amazing applications. So if social dialogue develops the way it should, and if collaboration is delivered the way it should, then we have the magic recipe for a great outcome.
Sounds like a new paradigm of thinking in which different sectors of society don't see their role as independent from each other, but start working in cooperation and essentially co-design their future and their objectives. Now, Marnie McGregor, your opportunity to comment on what has been said so far and any other ideas you have.
Great, thank you so much, Kalisperas. I'm working with a group called the Global Covenant of Mayors, and all 3 of our cities here are actually signatories to the Global Covenant of Mayors. And we represent over 11,000 cities of all sizes around the world, and that's over 1 billion people. These cities are across 139 countries, and they have all committed, and you've heard most of this today, their part to solve the climate crisis, and particularly the focus that we work on, and you've heard from the Demos today, are the partnerships, both with the national governments, but also with business and academia and civil society. And I think one of the main takeaways is that cities are really looking for the access to data. So data has a lot of power and needs to have that application in appropriate ways, and innovative financing tools in order to have the capacity to advance some of these projects and rapidly scale up sustainable and resilient infrastructure. So we saw during the pandemic, and it continues today, that cities are on the front line of the most urgent crises. COVID-19 is still going on, and the climate crisis. And mayors, as we discussed today, know that these have to be addressed together, and other societal challenges. We know that this decade that we're in is really the opportunity to decide the future of humanity. We talked a little bit about cities being, during the pandemic, the opportunity for many, but not all, to work from home. And that created a very unique opportunity. I think we heard from Istanbul, and I know here in Athens, when I was part of the first lockdown, it gave that opportunity to be very smart and strategic with some of the roads, for example, and developing maintenance or repaving or pocket parks. Walking and cycling paths. I know many cities in Europe and other parts of the world. Athens is a prime example. We had Madrid, Pittsburgh, Hobart, Accra, Quezon City in Philippines, and more. We have seen traffic come back in a lot of cases in terms of the rising traffic volumes, but we also see with the Great Walk and other things that there's adaptation and listening to the public, listening to stakeholders, and adapting and adjusting. But we do know, I think the main takeaway for me and the work of the Global Covenant of Mayors, C40, and many of the other city networks is that we all know much more needs to be done urgently to meet the moment. We all are living the climate crisis on a daily basis, here in Athens this summer, Vancouver, California, Italy, Cyprus with the record heat waves, and the devastating fires now looking to the likelihood of flooding. And with COP26 coming up in just a few short weeks, cities are mobilizing, and there's the local work on the ground, but I think the importance is also with these global networks and how to exchange peer learning. But also there's 2 global campaigns that are happening with the Climate Champions, with the United Nations Framework for Climate Change, and that is called the Cities Race to Zero and the Cities Race to Resilience, and those are some bigger actions that I know many, net zero, we heard Trikala and others discuss that, and I think those commitments, in addition to the SDGs and other opportunities, are really the chance to kind of combine both the global big picture policies with the local on the ground action. Thank you.
Thank you, Marnie. So some very important initiatives at the global level, and you really do have from your experience of view, and of course from your present position of what's happening globally with cities around the world who are grappling with sustainability issues. What would you say your city role models are when it comes to promoting sustainability? Do you have certain cities in mind? Do you have certain actions in mind that come to you?
Well, I certainly don't want to pick favorites with this group, but I think that the boldness and the opportunity to be brave and step up. And in a lot of cases, we've heard about the citizens and the need for them to be involved and wanting to hear from them, and knowing, I think cities and mayors have a very good sense of what the public is, and sometimes ahead of others, of what they're looking for and what they'd like to see. But I think it's that boldness, and there could be those pilot projects and some of the infrastructure. I know it's not popular to take away parking and streets, road space, but those are in fact bold leadership opportunities. And even just by signing on to these commitments with some of these global city networks, I know, having worked in a municipality for many years in Vancouver, Canada, often there's some pushback of why aren't you dealing with Scopedia and the other issues? Are you necessarily on the front? Why do you need to be dealing with these global initiatives? But we know there needs to be both. And I think some of those bold activities, signing on to big global campaigns, but also demonstrating that things can happen quickly and make very, very strategic and quick interventions with infrastructure, that can be done. And I think those are the ones that we look to as kind of inspiration and role models. And there's many of all sizes. I think just to emphasize that it's not just the big megacities that have the capacity. Some of the smaller cities, even with very little capacity or financing, are doing some very innovative and sustainable things as role models.
Thank you very much. I think it was wise not to actually mention specific, but it's probably difficult also given the varied ways in which cities are involved. So it's not a clear hierarchy of
and I will say just different jurisdictions and different sort of authority, and the relationship to the national government often is very different. So you have a centralized government in some cases in Africa where they are very direct with control of the cities, whereas here in Greece, and different North America, it's very different roles and interventions and opportunities that cities have in different regions and countries.
Absolutely, both the issue of jurisdictions and where one has influence and also funding potentials and so forth is key. Okay, well now we go into the second round essentially of discussion. So I'll come back to Ekrem İmamoğlu and would like to ask, how can international cooperation at the city level enhance global efforts to address climate change?
Thank you again. The recent experience of the pandemic, as well as the rise of extreme weather conditions caused by the climate crisis, showed us how minuscule we are as humanity against the rage of our planet. But on a positive note, it also shows us how powerful we can be when we act together. These days, we are witnessing that no one is safe until everyone is safe. In this regard, city diplomacy plays a vital role. This is why we put special emphasis on working closely with other cities via international networks, especially the C40, Urban 20, and the Global Covenant of Mayors. And we were together with my friend Kostas last week. We shared all we knew. Most recently, we started a joint initiative between Istanbul and Balkan cities. We invited all Turkish metropolitan cities to race to zero as role model. I believe this will be a unique example for the rest of the world. This kind of works, what we do. We share borders, we share cultures, and we even share problems. Then why shouldn't we shoulder the burden together? This way we will be able to prove to the rest of the world that change will start from the local. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now turning to Kostas Bakogiannis. Cities play a critical leadership role in climate adaptation and decarbonization on so many broad fronts that this entails. Essentially, this is a canvas that captures every aspect of the municipality's work. And these are big demands, especially in times of crisis, like the pandemic, which could potentially distract from the broader vision that one wants in terms of sustainability. How does a city build the capacities, often stretched for the standard needs of a city and basic services, to live up to that kind of challenge?
Κάθε κρίση είναι και μια ευκαιρία. Και αυτό νομίζω το ξέρουμε πάρα πολύ καλά εμείς.
We know very well that every crisis represents an opportunity, and we do know that very well in the case of Greek local authorities, because in the past 11, 12 years we have had a big share of crisis, and it's a shame not to have crisis left unexploited. So, what I said before is that we implemented certain policies on public health which allowed the city of Athens to be characterized as an international best practice, an international case study by the World Health Organization. I also mentioned the issue of green transition. Once again, let me give you a tip. Our platform is eservices.cityofathens.gr. But let me highlight and stress the issue of green transition, because this is the big, what is at stake right now. Because green transition in cities is not something theoretical, something vague or abstract. It's something absolutely practical, especially in the case of the city of Athens, which sadly, because of the financial crisis and the inertness of the past years, areas of green space have been deserted to a great extent. So what have we done? We have quadrupled our budget for green spaces. For the first time in the history of this city, we are collaborating with a private organization. I think that there is a tangible change performed day in, day out. And in the coming years, we aim at redeveloping 14 green areas starting from scratch. That was the case with the Fix Park at Patissia, or the Loginos Park at Metz. We are investing on the so-called lungs of Athens. The National Garden, we have a huge infrastructure project there. The hill of Lykabetus. In a couple of months, I think early January, we will have the redevelopment of Akademia Platonos and the Strefis Hill. And of course, we are emphasizing greatly on releasing spaces. You know that in many cities around the world, the greatest battle is the one for square meters. What do I mean by that? And just for brevity purposes, how can we release quality green spaces to relieve it from cement and give it to the citizens? It's far from easy. It's a very difficult transition, but it's a necessary one. And we are already watching the positive consequences. It takes you have to be bold, you have to be courageous, you have to face resistance, but we have to be crystal clear about the future, which is around the corner, and it's coming up strong.
We fully appreciate the major challenge of turning roads, pavement that are privileged for automobiles into areas of green and pedestrians. So I fully appreciate that major challenge that you're confronting and dealing with. Turning to, again, George Tsaprounis, are there any particular ways that you see your company or companies like yours supporting actions at the city? Are there any flagship projects that either are already in place or that you're thinking about working in cooperation with municipalities?
I will give you 3 small examples from the tens of examples. The first example is with the municipality of Athens. We have cooperated with the mayor, and we introduced fast internet in the center for homeless people who feel alone, to have access with high free speed internet everywhere. We saw practically that month by month they double the traffic. So people hosted in the center, an excellent innovative effort of the mayor. These people are in need of their contact. This is linked to social solidarity, social cohesion, how technology can help that. Another example is what we did in Kalamata municipality, a metropolitan municipality, after the Capodistria project, has a lot of villages around. So we had the van collecting garbage, starting from the city to go to a small village to collect garbage. So we placed some smart sensors, and the municipality could see if the bin was full or not. If it was not full, the truck did not go there. So the fuel consumption reduced, the itineraries were reduced, so we need necessary applications in order to find results. A third example, and this is linked to the environment, are smart water meters. We spend a lot of water because we have old meters. We have meters, someone can steal water easily from them, or water meters that can be destroyed easily. With smart applications, smart meters give the opportunity to command center of the municipality to have full knowledge of what is happening in a park, in Ethnikos, Kipos, around the parliament, or wherever. These are small examples of applications that can have an impact on the city's sustainability. Technology has a lot of applications like that. We need to choose the proper ones. Nothing can operate without infrastructure of mobile telephony or other infrastructures.
Issues of sustainability. It's very important to mention concrete examples that really convey the sense to people, because we talk about the sustainability transition in broad terms. Once people start seeing it in terms of specific projects and understanding what that means in terms of their own behavior, I think that really conveys the message much more powerfully than the broad terms. Dimitri, again, given your long experience in these areas, what would you convey as the key lessons to some new mayor who's taking on a municipality that doesn't have experience, whether it's in digitization or in sustainability issues? What would you say is the main things to push forward?
Θα δανειστώ λίγο κάτι το οποίο είπε ο Κώστας νωρίτερα.
I will borrow something from what Kostas said earlier. We need to be bold. If we participate in government just to make things as usual, there is no reason to do so. But we are there to make the difference, the volume of cars, as Kostas said. And I would like to invite my friend from the mayor of Istanbul to come to Trikala and have a ride around the city using the bicycle in order to see all the sites of Trikala, the ancient one, the Byzantine ones, etc. When we brought the driverless bus in Trikala, we sent away some cars. But then we said, if this does not work, we will turn it into a bicycle lane. And now we can walk by the river, have a ride by the river and enjoy the landscape. And now we will have another 10 kilometers of bicycle lanes. And I think that it's hard, but we need to make difficult decisions. If we are interested in just be re-elected, let's do something impressive. But if we are interested in 2030 and we are interested in SDGs, we need to focus on long-term solutions and make our cities more friendly. We saw that during the pandemic. Less cars, better quality of life.
And optimistic note to end on. We need boldness and planning to move forward. I think we could carry on discussing for a long time. These are fascinating issues and you have much to convey, but time is pressing. I will ask you to stay just a while longer because we have a video presentation from someone that looks very much like me, but isn't me. It's the former Prime Minister George Papandreou and President of the Socialist International and member of the Leadership Council of the Global SDSN, and he'd like to send a message to the conference and us all.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear Alistair Ross, greetings from Strasbourg, where I am today. And as you can see, we have dedicated these days to discussing the issue of climate change. And I, in particular, have been reporting on the issue of participatory democracy and how that can be of great importance in dealing with the climate crisis, the climate catastrophe we're facing. And of course, the SDGs have provided maybe the most ambitious alternative for a new type of society, a sustainable one. And the SDSN, Sustainable Development Solutions Network, which is co-organizing with you, the economists, this very important conference, has been able to publish reports on sustainability, but also help in creating benchmarks and indices on this path towards creating sustainable societies according to what we have all signed, the Paris Agreement. But this is a very, very huge task. It's a major challenge and it's an urgent one. And that means that we need to have our citizens on board. This cannot be done simply from top-down decisions. It has to be owned by our citizens. I would actually say that because the changes are so many and so deep in our daily lives that have to be made in this green transition, there has to be a framework of principles if we want to make it succeed. I would say 3 basic principles. First of all, whether it's finance, whether it's the economy, whether it is new forms of production, it has to be based on social justice. We cannot have a transition where we have more disadvantaged, more heavy burden on the poor or the less capable, where we have greater inequality and more concentration of wealth. So the issue of equality and social justice has to be part of this Green Deal. Secondly, it has to be an educated process. We want informed citizens. We want educated citizens. We want environmental literacy, if you like. And that means a huge change in our education system, but also in our media, in how we work with experts, and how we're able to be informed about what are the new areas, skills, and types of societies we want to create. But that brings me to a third and very important element. This can only be done if citizens own the process, and that means a democratic transition. And I say that because we're talking about changes in the way we consume, the way we eat, the means of production, our energy, our health systems, our education systems, how we travel, how we build, how we have cities, our agriculture. These are massive changes, never ever attempted before in such a conscious and collective way globally. To get people on board, one way is through deepening our democracy. And we need to do this, otherwise we will have conflicts and violence and demagoguery. We have to have a peaceful transition, and only a democratic one can be a peaceful transition. That also means that we need to find new ways, or actually rediscover some of the old ways, harking back to ancient Greece and Renaissance Italy, such as participative democracy, such as citizens' assemblies and citizens' juries, but also using new technologies such as the e-agora. I'll give you an example. In 2017, Ireland chose 99 people randomly to sit and deliberate, and they had the power to talk to people and experts and government and NGOs and youth organizations, to sit and deliberate on the issue of climate change. They had something like 2,000 submissions of ideas, and they came up with 13 recommendations on many issues, from transport to agriculture to greenhouse emissions. Very surprisingly, they came up, 80% of these who were there came up with agreed with the idea that there should be higher taxes. They actually said, we will accept higher taxes on activities that are carbon intensive. So they created a consensus with these recommendations. And of course, this had become also, this 99 people who were involved in a national debate. And that, of course, influenced policy to make the most radical changes in Irish government's policies around climate change. Now, this is not only in Ireland. France has done it. Emmanuel Macron has created a similar citizens' assembly after the Gilets jaunes demonstrations. The UK has done it. Many other countries in the world and places and localities in Europe, Australia, Canada, the US, even in Asia. And now the European Union is actually creating citizens' assemblies to discuss, to bring in citizens randomly chosen to discuss the future of Europe in the Convention for the Future of Europe. And the COP26, which is taking place in Scotland, Glasgow, in a few weeks, under the UN auspices, there will be a global citizen assembly which will be discussing the issue of climate change. And of course, it is not just citizen assemblies, as I said. We could, for example, create online platforms where citizens can actually debate amongst each other with the help of experts, with the help of NGOs and many other organizations, youth organizations that could take part in informing and in helping the debate and the discussion, and then coming up to certain consensus on these big issues. However, that also means a leap of faith in people we trust. This is an organized way to bring citizens in, to have a voice, but not just a voice, but to have power. And these will work only if we are ready to allow them to influence our decisions as politicians, as governments, to influence the structures of power. That is when these citizens' assemblies and this participatory democracy can actually be effective and can create a momentum. So that was my report, which I discussed to you. I thought it was a very important aspect of how we are dealing with climate change, and it was unanimously voted on in this assembly. So I want to thank you for inviting me. I wish you success in your efforts. Very important. We need to continue this discussion, this debate. And again, my warm greetings from Strasbourg, France, the Council of Europe.
Well, thank you. That brings us to the close of our session. And before we do have the picture opportunity, I would like to thank again the speakers, and all a hand of applause for the speakers. Thank you very much for joining us. And unfortunately, you can't be part of the picture unless we do a digital Photoshop, but maybe we'll do that. Thanks again.
you want to go to the podium, or are you going to do it from here? Okay. You can speak in English or Greek. Okay.
Are we ready? Oh, yeah. Okay. I would like to starting by thanking the audience for being here at such a late time. It's a Friday evening, but we have such an interesting topic on the other hand. I want to thank a huge thank to the economists, Southeast Europe, especially Nektaria Passarivakis, for allowing the stage to such a young organization. It means it's a massive, it means the world to us. It's so important to be able to forward the message on sustainability via such an emblematic industry as a fashion industry is. But I want to also thank Alastair Ross from The Economist, the country's editor for The Economist, for honoring us with his presence and co-chairing this panel. And last but definitely not least, I want to welcome our speakers. I want to welcome Kari Zomers, which is her first time in Greece. It's a co-founder for the Fashion Revolution. Simone Cipriani, the head of the chair for UN Alliance on Sustainable Fashion, and founder of the Ethical Fashion at the ITC. Alexander Stutzman, the special advisor to the president of UN General Assembly. Chrissy Giannettou, our creative facilitator, lecturer at Birkbeck Central St. Martin's, and via Zoom, Anmar from Central St. Martin's as well. Just a few words on sustainable and ethical fashion, because we come across the term, but at the end, we probably don't even know what it means. Well, sustainable fashion is about environmental integrity and social justice. It's about interdependence of environmental, social, cultural, and financial systems. The emphasis, however, of sustainable fashion is on the environment. It's more through the environmental lenses, while the ethical fashion has the umbrella of the ethics, with the fountain store of sustainability overall. About working conditions, about the environment, about paradigm shift at the end, and our speakers will challenge what is, whether we can actually revolutionize via fashion, the fashion industry, sustainability, and take really sustainability inclusion and sustainability transformation to its next level through an iconic industry that spans from supply chain to end consumer, from carbon emissions and protecting biodiversity to working conditions, human rights, gender, and role models. So can this $2.5 trillion industry walk the talk and lead us to systemic change in the paradigm shift? But for that, I will ask Alastair Ross to ask our stellar speakers to come to the podium.
I think, given my record on pronouncing people's names, it's probably safest if you just come straight up. You've given a fantastic introduction, so let's have you up on the stage with us. I apologize to everybody for letting the panel down on the fashion front. We have such a beautifully turned out group with us. Sartorial elegance everywhere I look. Come and join us, choose a seat.
Particularly Alex. We discussed about that yesterday.
Well, I can't show any favoritism. Shall we go into a round of introductory conversation? So let's hear from each of you. I mean, I think Paulina has introduced this superbly. From my point of view, this is a gigantic industry. It's not just, you know, an industry like any other. It reaches into every part of every economy in the world and into the wardrobes of every family and every individual everywhere on the planet. It's absolutely extraordinary. And not only that, but it has a very, very powerful voice, which we see, you know, every year in the fashion shows and such. And yet, it is a very heavy polluter as an industry. Inevitably, perhaps just because of its size, but certainly some of the values that it passes along in terms of, season's over, get rid of all that, getting something new, fast fashion, all of this stuff. It's maybe not where we would expect to look for leading voices on sustainability, but of course, it's where we should find those voices. So I look forward to finding them today. Let me pass over first to Simone Cipriani, and give us your introductory words, please.
The 5-minute speech. There you get it.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Do I have a thing for the presentation or not? I can work without it if you want. So I'm Simone Cipriani. I created the Ethical Fashion Initiative, which is a program of the UN with an agency that is called the ITC. I don't see there we are. The Ethical Fashion Initiative is a large value chain that comprises a supply chain for artisans from very marginalized conditions, who come from very marginalized conditions in many sub-Saharan African countries and in Central Asia and in Afghanistan, for them to be regular suppliers of the lifestyle and fashion industry. And then you have an accelerator for emerging designers in Africa, you have Venture Lab, you have a blended finance facility, you have a lot of stuff in it. These are some of the customers that work with us. These are some of the brands that work with us. A value chain. Why? Because we wanted to see, when we created this in 2008, if it is possible to create a holistic concept of value, where you have business value, financial value, but you also have value for society and for the planet. As a matter of fact, value is a function of the investment that you make, of the capital you put at use. We all know that investment in classic terms is about the use of financial capital, and we have very clear metrics and tools to analyze what are the returns and all the rest. But there are two other forms of capital that businesses and the fashion business put at use, and they are the social capital and the environmental capital. And as you said before, Alistair, and also you, Pavlina, in these two domains, we in the industry provoke a lot of losses, a depletion of these forms of capital. In social capital, because of our labor practices. You know, labor is at the heart, at the core of social justice. The International Labour Organization was created in 1919 for social justice. Never forget that. And on the environment, on the planet, we are polluters. We emit a lot of GHG, greenhouse gas emissions, and then we use a lot of natural capital and all the rest. So is it possible to have a holistic approach to value creation that implies also, that remunerates also social and environmental capital? Keep this in mind. The returns of our investments, of the investments of the industry, go to shareholders. The losses in environmental and social capital go to society as a whole, to the stakeholders. So people speak about the stakeholder capitalism and so on, but in this case, it's not like that. You cheat the stakeholders and you get the money. So the idea was to test if this is possible, and so we partnered with the Association of the Italian Fashion Brands to test a new approach to value creation. Why the Italian fashion brands? Sorry, the Italian fashion brands, Camera della Moda, because the Italian fashion brands are the bulk of the industry, and also because they belong to many international fashion groups, French groups, American groups, and so on. So by mobilizing them, we mobilize a good slice of the industry for impact. And we decided together to have an approach based on ESG, not for the same ranking, ESG ranking and this kind of stuff, no, to see what kind of value we create and to capture this value in our sustainability reporting. So we defined a system based on two broad areas of work. One is due diligence. Assess the risks and the potential losses in social and environmental capital. ESG due diligence. Once you've done it and you can manage these risks and you can eliminate these risks and you can eliminate the losses, then another wide set of tools on corporate sustainability reporting. Now, of course, these things are based on international labor law, the ILO conventions, on the human rights covenants of the UN. They are based on all the main frameworks for action for this due diligence, the OECD, GRI, Global Reporting Initiative, Sustainability Accounting Standard Board, of course, the UN Guiding Principle on Human Rights and Business, the Sustainable Development Goals. and the Paris Agreement on climate change, which is another piece of international law which is extremely important, not to mention the forthcoming new directive of the European Commission on corporate sustainability reporting, which will shape the way in which we do it. So why did we embark on this? This process has been launched. We have created a system that, let me skip these boring things for you, a system that has several areas of work, many quantitative indicators, 283 quantitative indicators. But why this all? Why this focus first on avoid risks and then on trying to capture value in corporate sustainability reporting? Because corporate sustainability reporting, guys, is going to be as important as financial reporting. We were yesterday evening sitting in a beautiful table, and I think with your husband, we were discussing about financial reporting. Financial reporting is about the past. No, what I did in the past and what are the results. Sustainability reporting is about the past and how the past connects to the future. That's the importance of this. Do not be mistaken. All rating agencies are getting equipped to evaluate sustainability reporting. Fitch, Moody's, Standard & Poor's, they all have systems in place for this. And the new directive of the European Commission will make it compulsory in Europe. And then there is another important point, and I close it here. It's about consistency in sustainability reporting. Investors who need to evaluate sustainability reporting along with financial reporting do not understand it because it's too different. There are claims, the same claim can mean 25 different things for 25 different people. I give you an example. Climate neutral. You get people who do carbon offsetting, who claim to be climate neutral, and people who do carbon insetting. So these are two totally different things. It's like drinking red wine and white wine, and we all know red wine is better. So consistency for investors, consistency for consumers, value creation, what kind of value? Value for planet and society as a whole. The world of today is shaped by two global struggles. The struggle against inequality and the struggle against climate change. Let's engage in that.
Thank you. Thanks very much for those opening words. Let's move straight on. You raised some important questions, but we'll save those for the moment, and we'll move straight on to Alexandra Stutzman, Senior Advisor to the President of the UN General Assembly. Maybe that explains why he's always so well dressed. Would you like to give us 4 or 5 minutes? Your thoughts on this?
I would be delighted to do so. Thank you, Alistair. Thank you, Pavlina. It's always a challenge to speak after Simone. Thank God we're colleagues, so these are different aspects of the United Nations here, which is a very wide-ranging family, a little bit like the fashion sector, which is a very wide-reaching sector with many ramifications. So, as you said, Alistair, it's a huge sector which cannot just be ignored when we talk about this whole sustainability debate. Paradoxically, it's a sector which is extremely intimate to every one of us. I mean, you were making comments about the way we were dressed here, but I mean, isn't that the most intimate relationship we do have with textile or shoe wear? So do we allow this to be damageable to ourselves, damageable to our human equal beings, does it, or to the rest of the planet? This, I think, are the ethical questions that are actually coming to the front. And when you have those questions at a global level, it's very clear that if the revolution has to succeed, everyone has to play his or her part. And this is including international organizations who are the ones to set norms. I mean, Simone mentioned a few of those conventions, the old ones and the recent ones, whether this is in the area of labor law, of environment, of corporate responsibility. All this comes together at some point, and I would like in the few minutes that I have to show a little bit where the UN is trying to target this action in terms of consistency, in terms of coherence, because unfortunately international organizations are not always known for being particularly coherent. So I guess there is an awareness there as well to work into and merge that action into the wider system action, giving policymakers the tools to work to do their part of the walk and to then connect with consumers, with other stakeholders, with the private sectors, with the producers. So I'm here a little bit with my double-hatted EU civil servant / UN civil servant, which of course contributes to this. I would like to put this in the wider context of the decade of action on the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. If we're serious about achieving what we've set ourselves as member states, as policymakers for the Agenda 2030, so which is in less than 10 years from now, and the pandemic has slowed down a little bit the way towards those objectives, well, we better get our act together and we start looking at it. The UN has been on a system-wide basis creating the Alliance for Sustainable Fashion in 2018. I mean, you're part of it. It gathers about 10 UN entities and agencies who are trying to bring their chunk of work together, whether this is ILO for obviously work and labor standards related, but also the Environment Agency, the UNDP for the development side, human rights organization, but also bringing in other stakeholders like the Global Compact with the private sector, etc., etc. I mean, UNESCO, obviously, because education. So when we tackle a little bit, we see that actually the UN as a major convening power, because this is the legitimacy of it, can bring all those actors together. And the Alliance has been looking into very concrete projects throughout the 17 SDGs, because fashion is, in a way or another, related to all of them. Obviously, the eradication of poverty, I mean, Simone's project is an excellent example by putting the focus on local traditions, on crafts, how this can get actually communities and populations out of poverty by having another way of producing in the sector of fashion. This speaks towards one SDG, but it goes more towards ramification as well. If we take education, for instance, if there's an awareness by producers that higher wages would prevent parents from sending their kids to work and instead would send them to schools, we're reaching as well the target of SDG 4, which is the access to primary education and quality education to everyone. Now, if we look at an interesting aspect, which is gender, 80% of the workforce in the garment industry is women. How much does the corporate world actually take this seriously? To come towards, basically to provide the needs that these women have. And here, I think the UN cannot act just on its own. I mean, it can edict a certain number of norms, and make member states aware of a certain number of features, which then had to be translated into policy making, nationally, locally, or into legislation. But it needs to cooperate for that with other type of stakeholders and actors. A very interesting experience I came across over the last 2 or 3 years, a project I've been working with in the context of the Paris Peace Forum. It's the World Benchmark Alliance, which is an emanation of civil society coming up with the idea of benchmarking, as it says, assessing the performance of the private sector with the cooperation of the private sector, so not against the private sector, but creating that start of emulation between different corporate actors to see how they cope and assess how they cope with the advancements of SDGs. They've started in the fishing industry, in very heavy polluting industries. They're now shifting towards the garment industry. And their first analysis that they come up with in terms of human rights and gender is that the corporate world is not ready to tackle the issue of gender, for instance. There's a lot of good proposals, but as always and as often, it's in the implementation that still things don't happen. They've analyzed 35 big textile corporations. 12 out of 35 don't have any childcare facilities for their women employees. About the same amount don't have any flexibility in terms of work or labor timing, for instance. So there's a lot here that still has to be tackled and to be done. So that just shows that this cooperation with civil society, with NGOs, with the private sector is probably the key in order to achieve that sort of soft revolutions in making the awareness needed, but also the engagement and the agency that is needed in order to make this revolution a success.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Absolutely. You do realise you have to clap everybody now, individually. There's no getting away with just one. That distance between great ideas and implementation is the core to so much, and of course this conference all about sustainability and a transition from a world we live in to one we would rather live in is all about that. It's all about finding how to implement some of the great ideas that people have. Let's move on now to Kerry Summers, founder and Global Operations Director of Fashion Revolution. For my sake, if for nobody else's, tell us something about Fashion Revolution and give us your thoughts on this topic of revolutionising sustainability from the fashion industry.
Yes, of course. I think you have some questions to ask me as well, don't you? So Fashion Revolution is the world's largest fashion activism movement, which began after the Rana Plaza factory collapsed in Bangladesh on the 24th of April 2013. I'm sure everybody remembers it. 1,300 people died, 2,500 injured. And the world, watched in horror, because this is where the race to the bottom had brought us to. Workers who were forced to go into a factory which they knew was unsafe. They saw the cracks in the building, but they were even more afraid to lose their wages or potentially their jobs if they refused to go to work on that day. So I had the crazy idea for Fashion Revolution in the Bath a few days after the factory collapse, and it's snowballed into 92 countries around the world, and we work across policy, education, advocacy work, mobilisation, very effective in showing citizens that they have the power to create change within the industry and in holding the industry to account.
Okay, so Fashion Revolution mobilises workers in the garment industry around the world. Is that the idea, the central idea?
We work more on mobilising the industry itself. So every year we publish, as an example, a Fashion Transparency Index. So we cover 250 of the world's biggest fashion brands and retailers. And we look at how much they disclose about their policies, their practices. Do they have long-term goals? Do they disclose their progress towards those goals? We look at different wages, how they responded to COVID, sort of a whole slew of different issues. And the idea is to really leverage their competitive tendencies and to try to get them to disclose more sort of comparable. Simone was talking about the importance of comparable information. So comparable information, more detailed information. And the brands actually really appreciate it. We hear from brands like ASOS that they love getting the Fashion Transparency Index questionnaire because it's like a sort of free consultation every year. We have a really impressive consultation committee as well. And it gives brands an idea of where they should be going and what sort of information they should be disclosing. And we've seen a lot of disclosure around issues that we've been pressing for, like the disclosure of factories, particularly around the sort of cut, make, trim, the first tier factories where our clothes are made and cut and sewn together. But we've seen a lot less further down the supply chain where there's so much less visibility, and we're just not seeing enough detailed information either. So, for instance, just 7% of those brands are disclosing the number of migrant or contract workers, and only 6% are disclosing the number which have worker committees within their facilities as well. And then, of course, when we look at processing facilities and raw materials, then it just all gets a lot more murky, and we've got so much more work to do when it gets down to those lower levels of the supply chain.
Right. Did you want to give some introductory words about the topic, as well as would you rather just that I give you some questions, because I've got plenty, don't worry.
Yeah, I think we have some questions which you've got to run through, so that was...
Okay.
You were just going to ask the questions.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you one of those questions to start with before we move on to the rest of the panel. The other questions are probably equally relevant to everybody else on the panel, and I'd like their views as well when we come to them. But you talked about the Rana Plaza collapse and your sort of epiphany in the Bath, if you like, which is the best place to have an epiphany, but without any doubt. What was the impact of that? I mean, a lot of this conference has been about, we had a state of play in the world, and then we got this epidemic, and it shocked us in so many ways, generally in bad ways, but it's sort of thrown up benefits in the sense that it's focused attention. So was the Rana Plaza moment such a moment in your industry, or or was it not widely understood or perceived in the industry? How did it affect the multinationals? How did they respond?
I believe the importance of transparency wasn't widely understood. I mean, at the time I was working in my own small sustainable fashion brand, Pachacuti, and we knew the importance of transparency. We knew that transparency thrives in hidden, that exploitation was thrive in hidden places. And it was because of this that we had joined the EU Geo-Fair Trade project. So we had traced our Panama hat supply chain back to the GPS coordinates of each weaver's house, and back to the parcels of land where the straw grows on community-owned biodiverse plantations. And we became the first company in the world to be Fair Trade certified by the World Fair Trade Organization. So we'd done all this work on transparency, and we would go to places like London Fashion Week, and nobody was interested at all. Nobody was concerned about transparency, but it was so clear when we saw workers having to pick through the rubble, trying to find the labels to prove which brands were producing there. It was clear that it was this lack of transparency which was costing lives, and it was clear that the first thing we had to address was the lack of transparency in supply chains, and that's why we came up with that really powerful question, who made my clothes? It should be a simple question, but brands simply didn't know the answer, and then we followed that up with what's in my clothes, because really brands don't know enough about their fibre choices. We've seen in the last 2 weeks a whole slew of brands, from Primark to ASOS to Hunter, coming up with sort of claims that they are going to have however many 50%, 100% sustainable materials by such and such a date. But so many of these brands actually don't say what the sustainable material is. I mean, recycled polyester is great, but it's still, the impact of the microfibers is still exactly the same. And I sailed 2,000 miles last year between February and April from the Galapagos to Easter Island to investigate microplastic and microfiber pollution. And it was really shocking in a pristine blue sea to be pulling up the trawl, and everyone is sort of sieving it and seeing all these multicoloured fibres, the impact of our clothes.
Right, as any journalist knows, asking the right questions is the key to getting the right answers. That's fantastic, and in the interest of equity, I think we owe Kerry a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Exactly. Without, if I may say, if we don't have transparency, we cannot talk value systems or ethics. Transparency is at the very epicenter of sustainability overall. If we were to talk sustainability, that's what I wanted to say before introducing Chrissy and her creative facilitation. And oh, sorry, I'm overwhelmed with the discussion, and I'm really carried away.
We're still gathering data at this point.
Yes,
in the session.
And welcome, Anne.
And our next expositor is Anne Ma, who's the Programme Director for Jewellery, Textiles and Materials, Acting Deputy Director, Textile Future Research Centre at Central St Martin's, the University of Arts in London. Very welcome, Anne. I hope things are not as sunny in London as they are here, otherwise I'd feel it had been a partially wasted journey. Go ahead and give us your thoughts on this issue.
Thank you very much, and also thank you very much to everybody at The Economist, and specifically Pavlina for inviting me for the session today. I would love to kind of get into the discussion straight away. I agree with Pavlina, we have lots of stuff to talk about, but let me give you my 5 minutes first and then come back to the discussion. And I think there's a lot of overlaps actually. So first of all, I'm looking into a holistic approach to regenerative fashion and textiles. I'm working in education, but my background is in textile design, and I believe creativity is also hopefully a very good driver for us to change the fashion industry from within. And at Central St Martin's, we try to really change the way how we educate and how we think about fashion and textiles as well. So the three key takeaways from my talk today are, first of all, reconsidering resources and designing with living systems. Secondly, amplifying communication and accountability. And thirdly, designing as an agent for social change. Next slide, please. So what we need to think about is restoring and repairing our planet. And that means going from a circular economy, a circular fashion economy, which means doing good, to a regenerative design approach, which means active recovery, basically. And that is something that means a radical change to our fashion industry. That means working collectively across continents and also integrating a deep change in the systems that we currently have. So let me come to my first point, which is looking at resources and how we use them. And I think the main point about what I would like to make is that we need to act regeneratively by default. So that means when we start thinking about a fashion design or a kind of creating a new material, it has to be a full, something that works actually restorative. So at Central St. Martin's, we have got a new biodesign course. We also will have a new MA in regenerative design. And I've got an example here on the slides from one of our students from Material Futures, who has been working together with a research institute in Sweden to develop bioiridescent sequins. So we can work collaborative with nature. We can work and learn from nature in order to change the harm that we're currently causing our planet and becoming more restorative. That means also informing us, learning languages from other disciplines and creating more interdisciplinary consortiums. We work with scientists on our courses. We've got biologists, ecologists, anthropologists, and sociologists all working together with the designers in order to hopefully inform more policy changes. The second point I was making is amplifying communication accountability. And that means, I think some people talked about that earlier, looking at ourselves, especially the global north. And I would like to ask everybody in the audience to think first about their own clothes and what they're wearing today. How often have you worn these clothes? Do you know where they come from? And how long will they last? Because it's not a secret that in the UK, a garment is only worn 7 times on average. And that's obviously a completely different figure globally if you compare that to other countries. So we need to change our own behavior. We need to promote behavior change. And fashion communication, as we learned earlier, is a very, very powerful tool. So in that sense, kind of getting conscious fashionistas to promote the change, the behavior change, whether it's renting garments, whether it's washing differently, whether it's knowing about fibers, carbon literacy, all of these kind of things could very closely be embedded in future fashion design and future fashion consumption. I wouldn't even say it's a consumption, but it's a new way of enjoying fashion and maybe consuming in a very different way. That also means transparency, accountability. You mentioned that already. Certification is often quite dodgy, and people, I know big companies usually hide some of the facts and how they produce stuff. I also know from fashion designers how they actually have problems with the whole supply chain. For example, plastic hangers that are automatically integrated in sustainable clothing. So it's a very complex issue. But also for us as a college, we work locally with residents. We're creating a local climate action market where we kind of exchange good practice with local residents, for example, mending, but also carbon literacy courses around fiber and how to kind of extend the life cycle of your garments as well. And last but not least, designing for an agent as social change. Could I have the next slide, please? And I think this is actually a project in which we very loosely worked together with Simone and his organization a couple of years ago. And it's about the local context and the ethical fashion approaches that we promote as fashion designers. And that means empowering equal opportunities, rethinking the privilege that we have, and amplifying new voices, creating visibility for different communities, and those opportunities in local infrastructure, local education, being directly embedded into a fashion organization and how they produce their garments, but also co-designing, and again, also bringing ecosystems into the system, for example, with forest gardening, ethical fair trade agreements, and also, enhancing, in a way, co-design tools and learning how to speak to each other. And that's something that we teach our students as part of our education now. So learning a different language to talk to other communities, to other disciplines. And so last but not least, so in summary, what do we need to do? Listen to people, listen to nature, learn from nature, and collectively creating new regenerative textile design opportunities. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Paulina, would you like to introduce Chrissy?
Last but definitely not least, it's time for Chrissy Giannettou, lecturer at Central St. Martin's and Birkbeck College on creative leadership. She uses applied theater techniques to unveil the potential of emotional intelligence and empathy, as sustainability is also empathy model. We have to walk to somebody else's shoes in order to understand poverty, in order to understand the world better. So Chris is going to introduce us to creative facilitation, so which means creative thinking, lifting off the barriers and unveiling the potential and the possibilities while unblocking new skills for the future. Chrissy, the floor is yours.
Oh God, that's a lot to cover. Thank you so much, Alistair and Paulina, for being so wonderful hosts. And thank you to our guest speakers. I'm one of you with a bit of a slightly different task. Well, creativity is all about disruption. And together we are going to go through a little experiment, but allow me to reveal more about that a bit later today. So I would like to open our discussion by thinking and reflecting about how can we bring possibilities and opportunities for sustainability back into reality. So this is exactly what Alistair was talking about earlier, about how can we turn great ideas into action. And I'm just looking at Simone, being a very passionate speaker, and I would like to address the first question to you, if I may, and ask you, what are the transformational changes in the fashion industry that actually get us towards that holistic approach that you spoke about earlier on, in order to bring opportunity back into our reality?
Mamma mia, it's quite a question. One is the work on materials. The work of materials which is going on today goes this direction. And you know they are in Central St. Martin's this much better than me. We collaborated also with you in the past. Man-made man-made fibers, human-made, fibers, cellulosics and biopolymers and all these kind of materials. We are working in Congo on a project to transform bamboo without using chemicals and this and that. We know that the bulk of emissions in the supply chain come from the production of materials. So that is and also in the final usage, it's related to materials, the micro shedding of plastics and so on. So that's one, getting out of polyester, having alternatives and so on, and then using cotton in a different way. The cotton we use in Burkina Faso and in Mali is pluvial cotton, so there isn't the problem of irrigation we mentioned this morning. When they were speaking about irrigation, I wanted to stand up down there, but we use pluvial cotton and we don't use irrigated cotton. The other one is the online trade. Online trade, because this, in a way, opens the door to more possibility of interaction on supply of information and transparency and reporting. Then there is the work of international organizations, regional organizations, and government on regulation, reporting. I mentioned the new directive, forthcoming directive of the European Union on corporate sustainability reporting. It will be out 2022, 2023. The first year in which we have to produce reports is 2024. It will be a very important point. And then there is the huge effort on circularity. This industry is lagging behind the schedule on circularity. This industry is a laggard, absolutely, because you look at the circularity rate of the industry is miserable. But there are experiences in this that are extremely interesting. Circularity means a lot of things, and Bettina Heller of UNEP will speak about this in the next panel. They have a fantastic work, and Bettina is super good. She will explain everything. But it means a lot of things, but all these things have now small pilots that are testing them. We have one of them in Kenya, where with investors we are creating a circular factory, receiving unsold fashion garments that are repurposed and then sold as accessories and other things. This thing of circularity is to be studied. We do not know the implication for the global division of labor, which we will have implications on that, on social justice and all the rest. We will have implications. We do not know the kind of value we create, but this initial, very early, we are too late, we should do more, efforts on circularity are something that may shape the future.
Thank you. That's very powerful, and actually gives me an opportunity to actually sift from the macro level to the micro level. And I'm just looking at you, Alex. You spoke a lot about...
You'll have to do it very quickly,
yeah.
Chrissy, because we're very low on time.
Okay, different initiatives.
Go ahead.
So I would like to ask you, what do you think are the responsibilities of the policymaker as part of this whole picture, given that you represent policymaking?
I mean, obviously, as we've said, there's a responsibility for everyone in this. And on this issue, more than any other, you really need a convergence of actors and of agency. The policymakers, usually what's lacking is political will. Yeah. I don't have the feeling on this specific sector it's as crucial as it usually is. There is political will to act. There is an increasing understanding that this is becoming important. It wasn't not that long ago. Now it is, for the various reasons that Simone has explained. But just as I would like to refer to what Giorgos Papandreou said before at the end of the previous session, when he was talking about this democratic transition. For the reasons why the object at stake is actually everyone's object, which is close in our daily life. I think the only way to achieve this, it's via smaller scale projects and bigger scale projects, and it's with the awareness of everyone. That means peer pressure, that means consumer pressure, that comes together with peer pressure between industrial producers, and on top of this, of course, some regulatory normative power that is coming from the policymaker. So it's really a trial in terms of achieving maximum efficiency.
Absolutely, and just going into a trial and error approach, I'm just going to stand up now and I'm going to guide all of you through a little experiment. You see, at Central St. Martin's, we teach about creativity. We like to think that through creativity, we can approach different problems with different solutions. And we also are passionate about creativity breaking barriers and removing hierarchies. And by just getting everyone's expertise, actually, we can find solutions to problems. So please come with me on this journey. So I would like all of you to reflect upon your leadership journey. Great, I have some attention. People are just looking at me, which is fantastic. So reflect upon your leadership journey. You're experts in your own fields. You represent different sectors. And just look around you for a second and find an object, and here it comes. Find an object that represents how we can bring opportunities for sustainability into your own reality. You can look into your bag. You can see on your table, if you think of a project, and this is also a question for the chairs and for our speakers, think of a project or find a project that represents this opportunity for change. Okay, you have 20 seconds and your time starts now. So let's see, come on, let's get our creative muscles going. Think, look inside your bags, think of a project. For those of you who are watching us on YouTube, please put your answer in the chat box if it is activated. Come on, let's try. Let's all be brave together. This is The Economist. They're giving us the floor to be a bit more creative. It's afternoon, so just try to find an object. Find an object. Yeah, all right, fantastic. Okay, I would like to ask you just to tell us briefly your name and the object that you found. Sorry, let's have, could we have, please, a microphone? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Rogers, and I have this beautiful hat. And what's amazing about this hat is that this fiber is 100% organic, totally sustainably harvested. It's zero carbon. It's an amazing fiber. It's been coppiced from a plantation over 100 years old. It's fair trade production. It's an intangible cultural asset. It's hand-woven in Ecuador. It's a part of their culture, and it's a wonderful, sustainable product. And it's fashion.
And great, so that represents hope for you for the future. Great, thank you very much for being so brave. Can we just please give a round of applause? I'm just going to come back now to the floor, and I will ask, all of us to think of, including Pavlina and Alistair, to actually think of a message that you would like to convey to our audience and the world about bringing opportunity back to reality. Simone.
An object.
No, you can think of an object, or you can convey a message, anything.
But the message is always the same. It's a message that I shared many years ago with Kerry and her team when they were creating Fashion Revolution and we were creating the Ethical Fashion Initiative. Get engaged. Be informed and get engaged. Be part of the change. It's never too late. You've got to do it, guys.
Great. Carrie, what is your message that you would like to convey to our audience?
Well, I'd like to say to the industry that we need to ensure that we don't prioritise shareholder profit over the well-being of workers and the health of our ecosystems and our precious environment.
No sound?
Try it again.
Yeah.
I'd like to say that we shouldn't...
Hold on. Get the mic.
There's a mic.
I tried to give you my mic here, but it's...
More trouble than it's worth.
Work.
I'd like to say to the industry that we shouldn't prioritise shareholder profit over the well-being of workers and the health of our precious ecosystems.
Great, fantastic. Alistair, what is your message?
Apart from the hat envy that I'm now suffering, which I wasn't expecting in the slightest, I think, I've always been fascinated by fashion because it reflects the human appetite for individuality. We all, from our cave era onwards, we've all wanted to express our individuality. I would just say there are more ways than objects to express your individuality. You can do it through your mind, through your language, through many other things. So perhaps we need fewer things in order to express that we're different from other people.
Absolutely. Pavlina?
Well, what I'm wearing is a fast fashion dress, the least sustainable, that may contain around 8,000 microchemicals, workers' exploitation, women exploitation, even, that goes together, probably the wrong gender and role models. And if we want that to change, if we really mean to bring systemic change and the paradigm shift, we have to start from the fundamentals.
Fantastic. Anne, what about you? What is your message to the world and our audience?
Message to the world. No, I agree. I think the main thing is for us also to listen to others. If we want to create change, we can't just amplify our message. We also have to listen to people who don't necessarily have the platform and the voice to talk about their experiences. So first of all, for me, things start with empathy and listening. But second of all, also reminding people on creativity and nature. And the solutions that we're looking for might be actually far more adventurous and far more innovative than we can imagine at the moment.
Thank you. And last but not least, Alex, what is your message?
I would say be critical and outspoken about what you're wearing on a daily basis. Try as much as you can with the means you have to privilege quality over quantity. And if you have a daring idea, don't be afraid of it. Come out with it, talk about it, spread it, inform, and maybe come with some innovative idea that will help everyone.
Fantastic. Be daring.
What's your idea, Chrissy, apart from putting everybody on the spot?
Well, it's about be daring and vulnerable.
Okay, fantastic. Wonderful. Well, that was a great session which took a slightly unexpected turn at the end, but a very profitable one, I think. We're slightly over time, but only slightly. So let's call an end to this session now. We'll give Chrissy her applause as we give everybody their applause at the end of this session. Thank you all very much. And I will now leave the stage and hand on to you, to Pavlina, who will
to the same chair
the final session.
Let's have the picture. So it seems that I won't be leaving this chair. We have to move to our next session. And again, I thank you to be here. It's a Friday afternoon, and after long 2 days. I'll grasp from what I said before. What I'm wearing might contain 8,000 microchemicals. 30% of the microplastic in the oceans comes from the fashion industry. So in this session, we're going to move a step further from the facets of sustainable and ethical fashion and on the necessity on building new business models and the role of technology on the social capital moving towards cultural sustainability, which is probably is always on the shadow of anything related to sustainable development and the wider sustainability approach. And so if fashion is so wasteful, what can circularity do to address the challenges and what are the pitfalls? For that, I would like to ask to the podium Dr. Saman Sabasvatan, the Associate Dean of École des Ponts, and I would like to call to the podium a young fashion designer, Safi Gekias, and from Dila, Kasia Maciejowska. I hope I say your name well. Okay, good. I'm experimenting. We have two other speakers, Bettina Heller and Elena Espinosa. They'll join via Zoom. So we'll try to be as solid and compound as possible, being the last session. Saman, I give you the floor, and please introduce yourself and tell us what circularity can bring to the fashion industry and the challenges and the responses as well.
Sure. Thank you very much. So hello, everyone, and welcome to this session. Thank you to The Economist for organizing and to Beyond CSR also for co-hosting this session. So before I start, a quick introduction. So my name is Saman. I'm Iranian, living in France since 2010. I'm the Associate Dean of École des Ponts Business School of École des Ponts Paris Tech France, and I work in on the convergence of technology, circular economy, and business model innovation. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. Just to start, will I get these slides, or should I go without the slides?
You can go if, go through the slides.
All right, I guess I would need the, Thank you very much. Perfect. So we are going to discuss emerging trends in sustainable business models and the role of circular economy and digitalization for the fashion industry. So we are going to talk about 3 points. So we talk about why technology is an enabler for business model innovation and circular economy. How can technology bring transparency, accountability, and stakeholder engagement to the fashion industry? And what innovation opportunities can digital enablers provide to drive the fashion industry towards circular economy? So basically, we are going to take an ecosystemic approach and talking about the digitally empowered circular business models and what they can do. So they contribute to improved socioeconomics and more inclusive economy, as it was also elaborated in the previous session, which was great. Help meet the challenges of designing closed-loop businesses and positively impact the planet while boosting sustainable competitiveness. So obviously, we know the challenges with the fashion industry, but as it was also asked, I'm going to quickly have an overview on them. So basically, we're talking about from sourcing and production and what's happening in sweatshops, human rights violation. Then, in terms of numbers, we are consuming a lot of water, we have a lot of waste, and a lot of emissions. So basically, the fashion industry by numbers, as also mentioned, the 2.5 trillion industry, with 20% of industrial water waste, 10% of carbon emissions. And the most, sort of the worst is that 85% of textiles are, end up in the landfill. So that is 21 billion tons per year. So not only we are consuming a lot, not only we are polluting a lot, but also we are wasting a lot. So the challenges of the fashion industry, they are all across, if you like, from material sourcing, from fiber production, from clothing production. Then it goes to packaging, then distribution, then retail, then use and maintenance, and then the afterlife, which is not managed at all. So we are dealing basically with emissions, with toxins, human rights challenges, water consumption and pollution, and waste. So to transition to circular economy, we are focused on stakeholder engagement strategy. So this is what we are going to really explore. What we're missing today is material flow tracking and supply chain transparency systems, and circularity in the design of the materials, operations, and processes. So how can technology and circular economy solve the problem? Technology and circular economy can be a significant part of the solution, but they are not going to solve the problems without us. All of us, all the stakeholders, we need engagement, and also in terms of technology, in terms of design of the technologies, we also need to lead the way in order to have human-inclusive technologies that we are developing, talking about AI, for example. So there are many technical, philosophical discussions which are out of the scope of this conversation, but the message is that we are the drivers, and technology is just a tool, and circular economy is a framework to follow. So basically, comparing the linear economy to recycling economy and circular economy, in the linear economy, we take, make, and dispose. In the recycling economy, we add one layer of recycling, which was not great, and which is still in use, unfortunately, and we still have a lot of waste. In the circular economy approach, we totally have a different type of, more elaborated approach. We call it the 10 R's, following Ellen MacArthur's foundation work. So we start with refusing to produce, and then we rethink what else can be done, how else can we achieve what we are looking to do, the job to be done. Then we reduce consumption, then we reuse, repair, refurbish, remanufacture, repurpose, and recycling is only one to the last, which means that it's not that good of a job if we are doing recycling. And eventually, obviously, we recover. So circular economy is about narrowing down the loops by using fewer resources, slowing down the loops by extending the useful life cycle of materials, and closing the loops by designing out waste. So in this illustration, as you can see, products get to the user after extraction, manufacturing, and the retail and all the operations. And once they get to the user, the value is destroyed after use. And that is a big problem. Because now, moving to circular economy, now we can see that we are basically creating loops. We are creating loops to intelligently and efficiently circulate materials and use them. So we are using remanufacturing, repurposing, refurbishing, and recycling at the end. Slower?
Speed up a bit.
Yeah. So, and this is the approach that we need to have. So circular design. We need circular design, obviously, from the beginning, optimal use models, and value recovery models. So in order to make it happen, we need definitely fundamental changes from the beginning. So we say technology is an enabler for circular economy and business model innovation because they empower our infrastructures and tools. They bring improved and innovative core business functionalities, and they enhance transparency, accountability, and stakeholder engagement. So basically, there's a plethora of industry-specific technologies that obviously we use, but the major digital enablers for the circular economy, I group them in three, like big data analytics and AI to bring us data-driven decision-making, intelligence, and insight. IoT, cyber-physical systems, and intelligent assets to bring us connectivity and the feedback loops that we are missing. Distributed ledger technologies, blockchain, and tokenization to bring us transparency, trust, and stakeholder engagement. So what innovation opportunities can digital enablers provide to drive the fashion industry towards circularity? Basically, from the beginning, sustainable, smart, and traceable materials, transparency and accountability for operations and processes, facilitating and promoting multi-stakeholder engagement, connecting and reinforcing ecosystems. So Pavlina, if you let me, I just jump to the end, and then we come back if we have questions. So I just want to finish with this quote from my good friend and colleague. So the goods of today are the resource of tomorrow, available locally at yesterday's commodity price. Professor Walter Steho in his book, Performance Economy 2010. Thank you.
Thank you, Saman.
Thank you.
Really insightful. And sustainability is also about connecting past, present, and the future. I would like to welcome via Zoom Bettina Heller, the Program Officer for the United Nations Environmental Program. Her work is to coordinate the eco-innovation portfolio as well as the work on sustainability and circularity in the textile value chain. Bettina, welcome on board. Well, I will start with a question since it seems we won't have much time at the end. So what are the impact of the non-linear, how we can build non-linear business models? Because I believe it's part of what you do.
Thanks, Pavlina, and pleasure to be with all of you today. I'll just wait for my slides to come up. But yeah, to already start, I couldn't agree more with what Saman just was walking through. This really resonated also with the approach that we take to circularity. Now, thanks, we can already go to the next one. I think Saman also already made the point of basically there is a huge impact of the textile sector. So we know in terms of GHG emissions, in terms of microplastics, there are huge impacts because of the underutilization of textiles, which actually also has an economic impact. So all of this sort of necessitates that move towards more circular models away from the linear models that Pavlina you referred to. So on the next slide, you can see our attempt to visualize the different R's into a circular loop. And this is based on the UNEP Circularity Platform. So basically, as also was already said, the idea is, of course, to close the loop, but to also really make sure that the materials are kept at their highest possible value as they move and are retained as long as possible in the value chain. So that means indeed that, first of all, there is an overarching principle of reduce by design. And then also we have to really think about how do we design the products, which kind of materials go into them, which kind of chemicals do go into them. Will they prevent us from repairing products or from remanufacturing them, from recycling them later on, etc. Now, you see here that we're actually talking about the value chain. So if we look at the value chain as opposed to just the supply chain, this does not only include the product life cycle, so sort of from the raw material production through to the use and then end of use, end of life for the different loops, but this also includes all of the actors of the system. So the actors that get value from the system, but also the actors that find value because, let's say, they live, for instance, close to a textile factory and maybe the local water will have chemicals in it. And this is really important because to really move this system towards more circularity, it's not enough to just talk about the processes, but we really need to think about the stakeholders and the actors and their role. And closing the loop also means to really think about the business models that shape the system and to also think about the consumption patterns that are connected to those, but also the government incentives and other points. So it's quite a comprehensive list of actions to consider to affect that move. And also not to be forgotten is this has to be a just transition. So when we talk about moving towards more circularity, we also have to think about how this will impact some stakeholder groups and some regions. Now, on the next slide, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but basically what we have done is we did some analysis to look at the global textile value chain and see where different impacts occur. So for instance, impacts around climate emissions, impacts about land use, impacts around water and so on. And we've been trying to identify hotspots. So just for those of you who aren't familiar with this word, a hotspot is basically a stage in the life cycle of a product and that accounts for a significant part of its impacts. So by adopting sort of this hotspot analysis approach, it helps to narrow it down and to really focus on those interventions that are priority needs and that can achieve the biggest possible reduction potential. And it also helps us to be aware of potential trade-offs and burden shifting, because we might implement one action that will improve thing on one side, but maybe might make another thing worse. Now, if we go to the next slide, what's also important to consider when we talk about the shift to circularity is that the status quo that we have now, and you can see the more linear system that we have at the moment on the slide, there's also a bit of an unjust flow along the value chain, meaning that with rising value of the product, so rising value add, the stages move more towards the developed countries. And the stages of lower value add are primarily taking place in developing and transitioning economies. And this, of course, has also been caused by the sort of global textile industry and how we're sort of always looking for the cheapest possible production. So this is also something that, of course, needs addressing and needs to be considered. Now, for the next slide, if we move towards more of the actions, so it really is something that all of the stakeholders have to drive together. And we've been doing a lot of consultations with different stakeholder groups to see really how can we drive that sector towards more circularity and sustainability. And I think first we always think about sort of actions that can be implemented by the big brands, by retailers, by governments. But we also want to make the point that everybody has a role to play. So also for instance, the suppliers that are more the textile SMEs, of course, they depend on other actors to enable them, but they also have agency to also be part of that change and drive it. But also we have to think about the role of financial institutions and about the role of those that are engaging with consumers. So the three sort of key needs that we found in our consultations are, the first one is around stronger governance and policies. So really for governments to set the level playing field, to incentivize more sustainable business models through different means, such as, for instance, public procurement, or maybe subsidies, incentives, and so on. But also to coordinate amongst each other, because this is a global value chain, so the policy actions also need to be coordinated at a global level. The other point is around collaboration and finance, and here it's really about making sure that everybody, as I said, is part of the transition, and that means that especially the more vulnerable players in the textile value chain, such as small and medium companies, they also need financial support to make that transition, but also collaboration in terms of sharing of technologies, sharing of knowledge. And the third point that's really crucial are changes in consumption habits, because obviously we're all also individuals that are part of the system, and by our everyday choices, we can also change and enable change in that system. And for that, of course, there needs to be more education, and there also needs to be more transparency and traceability, because consumers also have to be informed with reliable information and with clear information in order to take those decisions. So I think I might leave it here, but happy to answer any other questions that come up. Thank you.
Bettina, thank you so much for your insightful speech. I will keep collaboration and changing consumer habits before passing it to our next speaker, Elena Espinosa, who is the senior specialist on social issues at the Principles of Responsible Investment, a crucial organization in the implementation of sustainable finance and the ESG criteria. Elena, welcome. So how we can really measure and how we can incorporate social impact and not cheat when it comes to financial performance on this crucial and thorny issue and often understated.
Yes, thank you so much, Paulina, for this invitation, and thank you everyone for coming in today to speak about this very important topic and a very important sector for investors as well. Before I answer the question, I just wanted to just say that, yeah, I just want to go first, why responsible labor practice matter to investors. And I think this is, I mean, it does go to your question. And it also explains, because I mean, I just remembering one comment from the little bit that I could hear from the previous panel, that one of the speakers was suggesting or saying that her recommendation would be not to put shareholders' returns above human rights and labor practices. And I think that's very correct. And actually, I would even go as far as say that shareholder returns in the longer term do depend on better labor practices and sustainable and responsible labor practices. So, I mean, they matter to investors principally because the idea is for companies to understand the impact that they have on people and how their activities impact people. In the PRI, we use as the main framework, our main framework for looking at social issues is the UN Guiding Principles. And in them, it is very well defined the responsibility of investors as private actors to respect human rights. And I would say that this is independent from the duty of the states to protect human rights. So even though we do need public policy and a level playing field, this should not stop investors and companies from taking responsibility to respect human rights. And they therefore need to understand the root causes of systemic issues in the apparel industry and how they affect people and how these then in turn influence investments and financial returns. So I think this distinction is very important in the sense that, yeah, the UN Guiding Principles also outline that you should think about risk of people and before you think about risk of business. The issue with the garment sector in general, at least for labor practices, is the multi-tier relationships in supply chains. And this is because of the lack of traceability and therefore the lack of visibility of where the risk can materialize. And therefore the scope for this risk and negative human rights impacts remains very large till this day. So some of the risks that companies and therefore investors could have by not addressing these issues, well, first of all, is a reputational risk, so potential brand damage and consumer backlash when they are involved in issues of forced labor or in issues related to supply chains. Then there are issues that are, or risks that are operational, so potential cost savings from cheaper labor can have an impact on lead time, as well as productivity and product quality. So this could cause disruption in supply chains, causing stockouts, loss of sales, reduced market share, and lack of trust, which in turn will have financial impacts as well. And then lastly, there are legal and regulatory risks. So we see that there is a global regulatory pressure increasing. We don't see legislations becoming less. If anything, we see them popping up more and more. So we have examples of this is the Modern Slavery Act in the UK, and more recently now enacted in Australia, the duty of care of parent companies and ordering companies in France, the Dutch child labor due diligence law, the Trade and Facilitation and Trade Enforcement Act in the US, which bans the import of goods produced by forced labor, for example. So there is a lot of legislation that is coming up that is going to force companies to have to look into these issues in their supply chains, whether they consider them important or not. At the same time, there is a lot of opportunities in addressing these issues, and it's basically the flip side of the risk. So when you have motivated employees and employees that feel protected and are paid correctly, this increases productivity and improves quality. And we do know that factories with improved labor practices reduce their product rejection rates by 44%. And also, by having long-term relationship with suppliers, companies have better access to supply chain innovations as well as better supply security. So why is this sector specifically important for investors? Well, I mean, the garment sector is valued at $3 trillion, and it accounts for 2% of the GDP. Therefore, it is safe to say that all investors around the world do have the garment sector in their portfolios in some shape or other. Historically, it is a sector that has increased the number of workers employed, and it provides employment opportunities for women, because we know that 3/4 of garment workers worldwide are female, youth, and low-skilled workers as well. And it enables developing markets to pursue export-oriented industrialization. However, it must be said that the industry does carry a number of significant risks to workers. And if we look at the most recent Know the Change benchmark, with benchmarks 37 of the biggest brands in the apparel and footwear sector, the results are not very encouraging. So this benchmark was recently published in this year, in 2021, and it says that 54% of companies had forced labor supply chains allegations. Only 11% of the companies evaluated disclosed multiple remedy outcomes for workers, and 49%, so almost half of the companies, scored 0 on the most worker-centric indicators. And luxury brands on average score very poorly. So this is quite a really bad picture when it comes to labor practices in supply chains, and when it comes to labor practices in general in the garment sector. And this, I mean, we know that the workers in the apparel supply chains are amongst the hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. And even before the pandemic, the conditions weren't great. And in the first 3 months alone of the pandemic, workers lost at least $3 billion in income. So obviously, the impacts have been highlighted by the pandemic, and if anything, has increased the urgency of action in these issues in supply chains. So just to finish my comments, so what investors look for in companies when assessing responsible labor practices. The short answer to that question is the implementation of the UN Guiding Principles. And then how does that look like in practice? Is, if we think about governance of human rights, is understanding whether companies have a human rights policy in place, which reflects senior management buy-in and oversight, but also how these policies embedded in the organization. So who has ultimate responsibility for labor and human rights within the company and the supply chains? Clear links between ethical sourcing and buying teams. This is hugely important because the alignment of incentives reduce the risk of negative human rights outcomes in supply chains. Sometimes, cost incentives in buying teams can actually increase the risk of forced labor or child labor or short lead times and other issues in supply chains that obviously do worse by workers. And recruitment practices as well. So especially when it comes to migrant workers, migrants and refugees are an increased risk of exploitation, as they tend to lack access to legal employment contracts and social security. And this is including recruitment fees, which ends up being an issue of bonded labor for many migrant workers around the world. A second aspect is the company management of potential and actual human rights. So this comes, and this has been mentioned over and over by other panelists as well, which is supply chain mapping. Visibility beyond the first year is key. Companies need to better map their supply chains, and they need to share this information publicly, or at least with investors, to understand where risk could materialize and where action is needed. Relationship with suppliers. So, investors would try to encourage long-term relationships between suppliers and companies to avoid last-minute changes in orders and contracts, and increasingly shorter lead times as well, which are clearly known to be factors that increase significantly the risk of forced labor and child labor, as well as increase the overtime and long working hours. So as well, they would encourage consolidated supply chains that can help with the visibility issue and to reduce exposure to labor issues. better understanding of disclosure of labor practices in supply chain, and better approach to auditing as well. I mean, companies tend to do auditing as a tick box exercise and rely too much on the results of these exercises as a way of considering that there are no issues in supply chains. But companies that show serious commitment and greater maturity to tackling human rights risk are increasingly moving away from auditing and establishing a local presence that can work with and monitor progress with worker-led initiatives, local stakeholders such as trade unions, NGOs, and civil society organizations. And lastly, which is connected to my last point, is better the engagement with NGOs, and worker unions, and community organizations. So lack of worker voice across the supply chain is a key industry risk. Freedom of association and collective bargaining can enable workers to better negotiate working conditions as well as wages. And with community organizations and NGOs, unions can provide information from the ground to allow investors to corroborate the information that suppliers and companies report back. And the last action will be about monitoring and corrective action. This is increasingly important and is probably the one aspect of the UN Guiding Principles that is most overlooked, which is about grievances mechanisms and access to remedy. So according to the UN Guiding Principles, businesses not only have the responsibility to avoid infringing on the human rights of others, but should also remediate any adverse human rights impacts they have caused or might contributed to. So companies should be more transparent about the effectiveness of the grievance mechanisms and the remediation actions, and ensure that workers in supply chains know of those mechanisms and how to make use of them. This is crucially important, and because this is the way that investors and companies to have better visibility of labor issues. So in general, these are the reasons why labor practices are so important for investors and in turn for companies. And we truly believe that financial returns will be hindered if these issues are not properly addressed, besides all the environmental impacts that obviously the garment sector and supply chains are related to as well. So I'll stop there, and yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions later on.
Okay, thank you, Elena, for being with us, your insights, and I'll pass on to for unveiling and deploying the potential and the meaning of the crucial meaning of social impact, incorporating social impact to sustainable finance and the ESG process. Now I pass to our last speakers. Unfortunately, we're really off schedule, so we have to
jump through. Okay.
To be really impactful. Yeah. Last, definitely not least, is Safi Kies, a fashion designer, young woman, Afghani refugee, who had to go for a month of hunger strike in order to be able to be granted asylum to be here with us, not today, but in Athens and in Greece, to end up working together with organizations and initiatives like Les Soirs des Hélènes, funded by Fondation Hermès. I would let you girls, Kasia and Safi, tell us about your collaboration, how you work together, and how this can bring, was a change maker on both your lives and the challenges you're facing and the horizons that are ahead.
Thank you so much for inviting us, Pavlina. So most of the conversation at this conference has been at a very macro scale. So to zone in on what we do, you need to come far smaller because we work at a one-to-one level. I have a very small nonprofit called Dila, and it works with young women like Shafi who want to have careers in creative fields. So that might be graphic design, it might be film, it might be writing, it might be fashion design, like with Shafi. When I met Shafi, she wanted to become a fashion designer. She's worked her whole life as a tailor. And so we did her first fashion show. After one collection, she was interviewed by Vogue Greece. So you might Google that afterwards, as we don't have a slideshow, you'll get some visuals. And she now has 3 clients, one of which Pavlina mentioned. All are sustainable brands. They all work at this small level with a small workshop like Shafi, which I think is really valuable as we're in a digital era, you don't actually need these mass production systems. You can have distributed production. And Shafi's just had her first design commission creating yoga wear for a new studio in Athens. So I'll let her tell her own story. Can you tell us, Shafi, why you love making clothes, why fashion is important to you, and why you care about sustainability in fashion, even though you're just starting and you're coming from a background where most people might not think about sustainability?
Thank you so much for inviting me and then having me here. The first, when I arrived here, I saw every section was so serious, and then my section is a little bit different. And then after describe, maybe because I'm from this one country is now is not in the good situation, and they don't know about the sustainability, but they use their clothes, their things as much they can. Yeah, 3 generations. My grandparents, my parents, and now the children that we are moving from Tajikistan to Afghanistan to Iran and Turkey, and then now we are here. Always I had this dream to become a fashion designer, because when you make a cloth for you, you know which material you can use it, and you choose the fabric, and then you make the clothes you wear for a long time. Because I had this experience in past, because I have to wear some clothes for maybe for many years. Not just clothes, many things. But because now, for me, it's more important to work with this kind of company like Lefko, the other one is they are produce Greek silk. All of them, they are green. They are green fashion, you can say maybe. I'm sorry about my English is not so good, but I'm trying to find a good word. Yeah.
Which were the challenges you faced the most, and how you see your future, your near future in the fashion industry? Because your journey is really magic. I mean, it encompasses what sustainability is all about. Improving human conditions. And fashion does that as well.
I think for the future, I saw myself, and not like I don't want to work like a Zara. They produce a lot of things, because now, so far I work just by one, and that to don't waste the fabric, that don't waste because the wasting for us, because I raised like this, to don't waste anything. I think for the future, I'm trying to keep this way, to don't waste a lot of things and then put in the environment and to destroy that, because for me it's so important, environment. I never saw in my country good, beautiful and something nice, because all the time it was a war, and then everything is dirty, you know. And I want to make it beauty, but not for a short time, for a long time.
Yeah, sustainability actually is a long-lasting process. It's a game changer overall. It's to change the development model of today. So what you do is basically what sustainability is all about. I'm sorry we had to be a bit over time. I want to really thank you for being here with us and overcoming the challenges. And sometimes language is one of them, but when you want to communicate, you communicate and you spread the message with your audience and to your audience, because your journey, it's really impactful. And this is what we want to keep, that no matter what, you can always overcome the challenges and move ahead. Kasia, thank you as well for facilitating and helping me in my role as a chair, and thank you for your work as well on helping refugee women. Saman, thank you for being here with us, your insightful speech about technology and circularity and the role of technology. Bettina and Elena, thank you. Zoom is quite a challenge to overcome. Thank you all. And one more, I would like to thank the Economist for Southeast Europe events team, and especially Nectaria Passarivakis. It was a major opportunity for us to, for a young organization to be given a stage. I want to also thank the UNSDSN Europe and Greece, because we were squeezed among two giants, and Alastair Ross for co-chairing the previous panel with me. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Say a few final words to finish us all up for the 2 days. It's been a fabulous 2 days. I knew it would be. When I stood up here yesterday and kicked things off, I had expectations of learning a lot, and I have to say I have done. It would be silly to try and go through the things that all the things we've spoken about, but I think there are some themes that, for me at least, have emerged from the last couple of days. One of them is that sustainability is a matter of survival, and the voices arguing to the contrary are loud, but they're few. And now I think that there is a growing consensus in the business world, among governments, but also among populations, a clear understanding of the centrality of this issue. Change can be delivered by governments and by businesses, but it can also be driven from below, and we heard a lot, George Papandreou and other speakers spoke a lot about the importance of driving change from below, and the democratic role to play in change. COVID-19 has delivered a shock to the system, exposing and widening vulnerabilities that were already there and equality gaps, drawing our attention to them. It's also focused minds and driven, I think, a renewed determination to change lifestyles. And we mentioned yesterday this old phrase, never let a crisis go to waste. It's ascribed to Winston Churchill among so many other things that he is supposed to have said and probably never did, but it's a sensible thought. And I think that humanity has taken this shock to the system and turned it in some ways into a renewed determination, into a new kick for innovation and a response. And that's the good news that I would take away from the last couple of days. I only need to thank a few people before we close. I definitely want to thank our sponsors, who we haven't really mentioned over the last couple of days, and I think we should do. Day, L. Pedersen, Ethniki Insurance, Hellenic Petroleum, DEPA Commercial, and Athenian Brewery. The last of those I will be particularly interested in claiming my fee. And all of the other companies and organizations whose names you see, who've supported us one way or another, we're really, really grateful, genuinely grateful to them. I'm intensely grateful to all of our speakers, to the fantastic technicians who've had quite a busy time of it, to our interpreters as ever, and those behind the scenes, who shall remain nameless, who designed the agenda for the last 2 days and who did so much work to bring it to life. Every conference that I work with you on, I'm deeply impressed by the skills you bring to bear. And finally, from me, thanks to all of you for coming. Thank you very much. I'll see you next time.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Σας απασχολεί το μέλλον σας. Οι σπουδές των παιδιών σας. Η δημιουργία σημαντικού κεφαλαίου. Στην Εθνική Ασφαλιστική σχεδιάζουμε μαζί και υλοποιούμε τις επενδυτικές σας ανάγκες με το Full Life Plan από μόλις 70 ευρώ το μήνα. Επενδύστε από σήμερα σε ένα άνετο μέλλον με το Full Life Plan από την Εθνική Ασφαλιστική.
DEPA is the company that introduced natural gas to the Greek market. In 2020, DEPA split its activities into 3 new companies in order to optimize its operations. DEPA Commercial is a modern and competitive group of companies with a dynamic presence in the energy sector and substantial contribution to the development of the Greek economy. With the continuous expansions of its natural gas infrastructure, DEPA Commercial is aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, covering more and more regions of the country. The company participates in international projects which turn Greece into a regional energy hub, safeguarding at the same time the diversification of supply sources and routes to the benefit of the country and consumers. The three main activity axes of DEPA Commercial are natural gas commerce, international infrastructure, and participation in development programs. DEPA Commercial introduced CNG as a vehicle fuel in Greece. Physicon is the company's CNG brand. Fysiko Aerio is a 100% subsidiary of DEPA Commercial and one of the biggest natural gas suppliers to end customers in Greece. DEPA Commercial is the main importer of pipe and liquefied natural gas, LNG, in Greece. The company's experience in the domestic market ensures the optimal coupling between international supply and indigenous demand. The company is also one of the main partners of the Poseidon Med2 project, aiming to promote LNG as a bunkering fuel in the eastern Mediterranean Sea. DEPA Commercial participated in the Synergy project, which was completed in March 2020. The Synergy project is a holistic approach towards the establishment of a natural gas system in Cyprus, aiming to end the energy isolation of the island by establishing strategic synergies between the sectors of energy and transport. Supergreen aims to bring forward a holistic approach towards the electrification and utilization of alternative fuels of shipping in Greece by implementing innovative technological systems based on a market-oriented approach. The action relates to the construction and operation of one hybrid LNG and electric propulsion system catamaran vessel that will connect the core TEN-T port of Piraeus to other ports of the comprehensive TEN-T network. The action also involves the purchase of 2 LNG semi-trailers for the refueling of the hybrid catamaran vessel. Blue Hubs upgrades important parts of the Orient-East Med corridor by providing LNG and CNG bunkering and refueling facilities in the core TEN-T ports of Piraeus and Heraklion in Greece, and the core TEN-T port of Limassol in Cyprus, and by setting a new intermodal sea-based system integrated in the logistic chain. DEPA Commercial is also constructing an LNG bunkering vessel to ensure a critical level of LNG supply and unlock the demand for LNG. The company is a member of the Research Consortium for the Implementation of the Secure Gas Project, funded by the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Programme. DEPA Commercial plays a key role in the transition to a new clean energy era. The company is the co-chair of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance and coordinates the White Dragon project that combines use of renewable energy sources with green hydrogen. The company is setting all the conditions that will transform Greece into an energy hub for the whole region of Southeastern Europe.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.